mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have, keep the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, it's over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. Game plan, double XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man, moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback tank. Tell me how you feel with it, you put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lead on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies on facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Down, never vaulted. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in a bundle. They said I wouldn't take it, had to go and hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks of the light pour in. Have a blast, got the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting flued out, yeah, you can bring your friends. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. I just do see you laters, no goodbyes. New flows, new highs. Through the dark clouds, see the blue skies. It will be I, just you wait. It's a new day. Ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, shake, shake. Moving to the beat now. Got the heat now, deep down, we know. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. It's going down. It's going down.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Late Night Exhales Club Exhale, and I'm back. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Did you think I was gone? Did you think I ran away after our big bad loss last Sunday? Hell no. The party must go on. We're here, TFTG's here, and we're about to drop the beats. Everybody hit the like button for me, all right? I'm going to talk a few minutes. Stretch out, grab yourself a really nice hard drink. We're going to have some real talk tonight. That's what we're going to do. I had a lot of time this week to reflect on family, life, myself, and everything. Some really important stuff, right? You know, a lot of people don't know this. My mother, had to go to the emergency room this week. Yeah. And she unfortunately was suffering from some massive pain and whatnot. She has a condition. I won't get into details of what she has and everything. But what I will say is that I love my mom. And she's a fighter, right? She may be withering in pain, but even after the doctor said that you need to go to the ER, she didn't want to go to the ER. She already kind of figured they're just going to tell her this and that she needs to just suffer through it or whatever. I love my mom to death, right? That's what my mom went through. After we lost last Sunday, that's what the fan base went through. We need an emergency. We need to do something. We need to go to the ER and have them tell us what's wrong. We already know what's wrong. We already know what the issues are. It's evident. We can see it every day. There's issues after the first level of our defense. That means the linebacker crew. There's miscommunication. There's that. Personnel's not right. The type of personnel's not right. Some of the linebackers we've drafted over the last year may not be ready, may not have the knowledge to be able to run this type of defense. That's a thing that's out there. Some people want to blame the coach or the defensive coordinator who is new here, still evaluating people, because even though you can say, oh, he had all offseason to evaluate, you don't really get to evaluate people, just so you know, until we actually play games and when they actually mean something and they show you something, right? That's when you really, really get to evaluate. So he had his concerns also. He even said we need to find talent because he's not seeing it, right? I knew the defense was going to go through growing pains. It's nothing out of ordinary. But what I will say, just like my mom, this fan base are comprised of a bunch of fighters, right? Passionate fans, passionate people. There's CB83 calls us the Wolf Pack, right? That's right. We are a Wolf Pack. Collectively, every Dolphin fan is part of the Wolf Pack, right? Because we want to go 0 to 100. We don't care what stands in our way. We go and eat. That's what happens. This team does the same thing. We will continue to fight, right? Our offense didn't lose us the game, in my opinion. Yeah, it got kind of out of hand, but then again, with all the defensive woes and everything that was going down, it is. You can pass the blame around. It's just one bad game. I'm going to get up. I'm going to go to the game tomorrow. I'm going to have the same, tailgate I usually do and get crunked and get crazy and get ready and hyped for this game. And I'm going to cheer my team on. I'm going to continue to do that every single game because that's who I am. That's the type of fan I want to be, right? I challenge all of you to be that type of fan. Remember, we're not a fan only when this team wins. We are a fan no matter what, thick and thin. Rain, shine, snow, it does not matter. Win, loss, tie, it does not matter. Playoffs or not, it doesn't matter. We love this team in the end, and that's what's important. So with that, hit the freaking like button. Let's get it going. Let's do it right. Let's actually get up here, and I'm going to give a shout out to everybody else on my team here. Check out the Fins Tailgate. We are back. You got El Capitan calling the game tomorrow. Actually, 2 weeks from now, hint, hint, almost the entire TFTG crew, unless I get some word that the entire crew is going to be there. Everybody and their mom's going to be at the tailgate. Come check out our tailgate. You'll get to see our ginormous flag right here. You're going to see the Fins Tailgate flag flying high above us. Come have a beer with us, right? We're going to be drinking. We're going to be playing beer pong. There might even be some flip cup for anybody who wants to join that. That's, a lot of fun. We're going to have burgers. We're going to have food. We're going to have live, loud music. You know what I mean? That's how we do things around here. Come check us out at the Carolina game, right? Carolina game, the whole TFTG crew, almost the whole. I got to find out if Color's going or not. And if anyone else that's outside of, I think Crypto's this week. Crypto's going to be here at this game. I'll get to see him tomorrow. So shout out to everybody coming out tonight or tomorrow, I should say. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see the chat blowing up right now. But yeah, it's going to be fun times. But check out some of our other shows we got going on here. You got Coffee and a Cup of Color. Listen, I know Color and I have not done Top of the Tailgate this week. Like I said, had a lot of personal things going on. Mom's in the hospital, right? My wife decides to go. She has to go to Texas for a whole week for work. Couldn't stop her there, so I'm stuck with the kids, doing all the kids' parenting stuff, right? Being man stuff. Then what else you got going on? You got different stuff in my life and trying to further myself along going on at the same time. So I had to put Top of the Tailgate on pause just for a week. But Monday morning, you better believe it. You better be ready because we're going to be doing some fast lane stuff going with Top of the Tailgate going forward. Trust me. Trust me on that. Every day this week, coming up week, we're going to be going. So be prepared. 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Monday through Friday. All right. So make sure you hit the like button. We got Shake Money with the smoke lounges, doing interviews. He talked to I recently learned he talked to a Giants YouTuber recently about our game and whatnot, enthusiast. That's going to be really interesting to listen to before the game tomorrow. And then you got Lewis and KP with the fantasy talk, Crypto in the house, and then Tonks TMI Tuesdays. Make sure you check it all out. Hit like and subscribe. Turn on the notification bell, right? And then if you like the content, you want more of it, maybe you want exclusivity, right? You can become a member. Shout out to all the members around here. It's really inexpensive. I think the lowest membership is like $2 or $3 a month, right? And you get special emojis you can use to talk banter with. You get exclusive content as it comes out. It is members only, like the New York Giants video that Shake Money did. So definitely check that out. And if you're a member, and then in addition to it, if you get one of the higher levels, they give you more and more stuff, right? Get more access, more different things. Definitely check it out. We have Amigos, Familia, and MVP. Those are the ones that we got. And then if you don't want to become a member, but you want to donate to the channel, we accept Cash App, Venmo, super stickers, super chats, the whole 10 yards, right? So shout out to everybody on the team. And don't forget our affiliates. We got Fanatics. You're officially licensed to everything. The jersey I'm wearing right now, which nobody has. The sideline hat. Definitely check out the sideline hat. Got that from Fanatics. Use our link below. There's no difference if you use our link or go directly to them. The difference is that if you use our link, it gives us some credit because it told them that we sent you. So definitely check that out. Backroom Collections, get some awesome artwork to put on the wall. Maybe you want to redo your room, your man cave, sports room, whatever. Check out Backroom Collection. And then to get all the energy going for this show and for every show we got going on here, because there's a lot of them that's going to be going around, check out Doobie Energy Drink, right? All smash, no crash. You don't get none of that jittering and crashing like you do some the other energy drinks out there. Check them out. And if you want to save 10% off there or Backroom Collection, use code TFTG at checkout. Right? So shout out to our affiliates. Check out the links below. Don't forget our store at tftgnetwork.com, our official website. And we're going to have tons of stuff on there. I know it's starting slow coming, but we're getting a lot of stuff on there. The merch store is filled with stuff, bro. And if you sign up for the newsletter, you get 10% off your first purchase. So check that stuff out as well. Now, with that being said, this is Club XL. I got to get the music going. We'll listen to, I'm kind of feeling some vibing music, something that it's kind of more Miami style. Listen to this next song here.
I just want to lay in the shade, getting those shade, you know what I mean? And pontificate on life. We
vibing, that's right. So we got Mr. Crazy Dolphins. Thank you for joining the channel. Carla Williams, what is up? Playing with Jay. John Featherland, how you doing, sir? You're always here. Appreciate you, my friend. And then we got Mark K is in the house. Just in a while. Marco Ball is good. Good evening, Shake. Congrats on the Florida victory. Oh, 4-1. Congrats. Ohio State won. So that's the game. Suicide Michael K. Always got something funny going on. Trucker Sean, how you doing, sir? I have missed talking to you in the mornings. Jay, how's it going, Jay? How you been, my friend? Still fake crowd noise. Interesting. I did not know they fake crowd noise. That's pretty awesome. Fred, what's up, Fred? How's it going? Joe Levesque, how you doing? Let's go Miami. Jamie Reichard, what's up, y'all? Fins up. What's up? Right. Bud Nick, how you doing? Bud Nick says he has more bars than this show. That's pretty cool. Oh man, make a record. Liz, what's up, Liz? Future Dolphins fan, what is going on? Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate it. As we hope you and your family are well. My mom's no longer in the hospital. That's good news. Still got a long way to go. Someday I'll tell you all. BD Roberge, what's going on? Is up? Chase 1, worried at all about tomorrow trap game? Chase, listen, when you have a really high-flying offense, and I know last week was kind of a tripped over ourselves, it's all good. Buffalo's a good team, don't get me wrong. I still don't think that they are going to get anywhere that they did, last season or anywhere else beyond that. And that's the point. What I will tell you, though, is that all of these games, especially against the Giants, he has nothing to lose at this point. They think they're hot. They still haven't been able to do anything. I agree. It could be a trap game. You got to be careful of that. What is going on? Adam Sadowski, how you doing, sir? PDG, how's it going? Geralt, how's it going? Jamie Reichard, thank you for sharing that about your mom, and our prayers are with her as well. My grandmother was a fighter for 35 years until she lost her battle with cancer and everything. So I actually more than 35 years, but I appreciate her. Let's see. Chase, I want to make sure did I miss anybody? I think that is everybody in the chat. Heather Long, how you doing? How's it going? Wow, Heather, how's it going? I didn't expect you here tonight. So make sure you hit the like, and I'm going to introduce this guy, right? Let me give him some good music, something that he likes. No. Let me find some. This might be something. It's in the DNA of things. Everybody give a warm welcome to Crypto. What's up, Crypto? Welcome to Miami.
Hey, Ali, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, sir.
Hang on. Let me see. Let me get the all this camera stuff ready. Let me see.
Oh, you coming on camera?
Here.
Is that what you're doing, Crypto? Oh, sneak peek of Crypto.
Yeah. No, me and Shake Money is here.
What is going on? Come on, bro. I can see you.
We're here in the MIA, chilling out in Doral.
Nice. What's up, Shake? Is that Shake in the back?
Hey, Shake.
Yes, sir.
Ali's here.
Okay, yeah, we trying to find a fucking light on this motherfucker.
He said he's trying to find a light. It's the only one. It's the only light. I don't know. Ain't no overhead lights.
Gotcha. That is cool, man. So, how's everything? What are you guys doing tonight?
Then we just came back from this Cuban restaurant.
La Carreta.
La Correcta.
Oh, how was it?
It's pretty good. I had the steak. Of course, I had to start out with the rare. Not the rare, but the meat well done. Shake did the what's it called?
Well done?
Yep.
What is up, Shake? That's a good one. Yeah,
There
Florida.
you go.
Congrats.
Ali said congratulations on the Trash Gators.
That's all good.
Yeah, Ohio State.
41-14.
Ohio State won against
41-14. That's all I gotta say.
41 to 14.
Yeah, congrats. So, is Shake going to the game tomorrow or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He going to, yeah, that's why he's here. Yeah. He drove here. He was driving at the same time I was in the air.
Nice. I'll see you guys both at the game tomorrow.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
I'm bringing brandy and some cigars.
He said he's bringing some brandy and some cigars tomorrow.
I wish I knew you were coming tonight, Shake. I would have went to the cigar shop and got some exquisite cigars I had for you. All right. Are you going to be at the Carolina
You
game?
got the cigars.
Are you guys going to be at the
You
Carolina game?
No, I won't be able to make it to the Carolina. When you going to Carolina?
Yeah, I'm going to that one too.
Yeah, he's going to that one too.
All right,
And then the 29th, I'm gonna be at the Patriots tailgate.
The 29th, you're going to the Patriots tailgate.
Interesting.
Larry Kane's gonna be at that game.
Oh, cool. I will definitely bring your cigars to the Carolina game because I'll give it to both you and Lewis.
The cigars. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And if
Cool.
and Crypto, I'll get one for you. I don't know if you're a big person in cigars or not.
No. It'll be more like a ceremonial thing. I'll put it on the wall and put it inside of a plaque or something.
Right? When we put it in the that's right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll take some alcohol.
Nice. Alcohol.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have some alcohol at my tailgate tomorrow. So if you guys stop by, you guys can have a drink with us.
You're gonna have the flag up, right?
Yeah, you'll see
The
it.
TFTG flag. Okay. It's before you get to the tunnel.
Where you guys hang out in East 32? We're right across the street in the yellow, right there, right by the edge. You'll see our flag. I would be over in East 32, except it's like a 10 to 11 year wait to get over there. So you get
11 years. So you got to reserve these spots in advance.
For Orange,
10, 11 year wait. Well,
yeah,
I'll be damned.
And the guy's like, it's a 10 to 11 year wait, right? And I was like, I don't care. Put me on the list. That's the sooner I can get there.
Damn.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Make sure everybody hits the like button. We're going to get this party started. I'm going to be dropping the link soon. I do have some articles I want to read real quick, though. So,
cool.
Some news today. Some big news. I'm surprised people aren't popping in here asking me about it. As you guys all know, and let me change the music to something that's a bit more soft we can listen to here.
Cool.
Everybody knows was a big supporter of us checking out or maybe going towards getting Jonathan Taylor. Everybody knew that, right?
Well, I tried to give you guys a heads up, Ali, to tell the Brace of Impact that this man can change his mind and they can heal all the wounds. Especially if the team start winning. They start winning. What happened? They start winning. And they quarterback, they may have found their quarterback. That's all it takes.
This is true, but here's the reality of it, right? I still think, regardless of what happened, I think the Colts lost at this battle. And I will tell you why. Think about it. What was the point of stringing your running back, your star running back around the league, right? As a possible trade and not coming to terms with him, right?
Right.
What was the point of doing that and going through all that heartache, putting your fans through that heartache if you were just going to turn around and sign him in the first place? Why didn't they just say, hey, we need some time to buy us some time, just be chill and we'll give you your money? Why didn't they just tell him that? That was so dumb. Right. Why did the owner have to make the comment he did? Why
they were jockeying for position.
And they lost.
They was trying to jockey for position. But the owners looks like they gave in to him.
Yeah, because they made him the third highest paid running back in the league. You got McCaffrey, Kamara.
They actually gave it to his demands. But everybody was like, this guy is guaranteed to be out because of what his owner said. But the GM and players may have thought something different. They might have a different relationship with him. You see what I'm saying? But the owner, it was just only the owner saying this, spouting off at the mouth.
Yeah.
But everybody else in the building said, hey, Irsay, we need to get on board with this guy. We like him. We want him to stay. And that's probably what happened.
Yeah, that is definitely what happened. And just so you guys know, in case you're wondering what the numbers were, let me bring that up here real quick. So they gave him a 3-year, $42 million extension, including $26.5 million guaranteed in money, which makes him the third highest paid running back in the league. Here's another
third highest. So he's behind Christian McCaffrey and who else? Saquon Barkley?
No, Alvin Kamara is number 2.
Kamara's still number 2? Man, what kind of money he's getting? Like 13, 14 million?
He's getting 15 million a season.
15? Yeah. I would have never known Kamara was getting that much.
Yeah, he's getting a lot. So check this out. And these are some facts. And this is why I'm not up in the dumpster. I would have been in the dumpster had this not happened, right? And I'll tell you why. We have Devon Achane, or Achane. Sorry, Devon Achane, right? And Devon Achane has put up stellar numbers, amazing amount of touchdowns, and has done better outside of one person, and that's McCaffrey, but only because McCaffrey's McCaffrey. Outside of that, he's done. Listen to this: the Miami Dolphins went around to every single possible running back and flirted with them in this league. Star running back, DeAndre Swift, right? Dalvin Cook, right? We looked at all these people. We even at one point were in it. People thought maybe Alvin Kamara could come here, right? That was a rumor that was flying around, right? Saquon Barkley made phone calls on. We made phone calls on everybody and their mom, right? And Devon Achane is doing better than all of them. Everybody we talked to, he's doing better than them right now, currently in the league.
That's the apple cider that goes inside that's going to go inside the gin, not the gin, but the brandy.
Nice, bro. Nice. You're bringing
it's going inside the brandy.
You're bringing that to the game?
Yeah, we're gonna bring the brandy to the game, and we're gonna drink some of this. You got the he put it in the freezer. Hold on. We got we got this one. This one.
Yeah. Now, some of you are probably there's some people here in the chat right now saying, "Well, I was high on Achane the entire time," and blah 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 blah. You're absolutely right. You were. You probably were. I liked him. I knew he would be good, but I needed to see it proven before I could just buy into it. He proved it versus the Broncos. I bought in, and he scored what? He scored what? 2 touchdowns against Buffalo, right? He was our first 2 touchdowns.
Two.
He got 1 touchdown.
Yeah, 2. Yeah, 2.
Pretty impressive. That's impressive to me. He's proven it to me. You know, I'll buy into that. I can buy into that 100%. I just didn't.
Right.
I didn't have a prayer yet because I needed to see it. Now I saw it. I'm a believer. So, shout out to everybody else in the chat. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. I am going to be dropping the link here momentarily, but I want to talk about some news that came around this week that I haven't got to talk about yet. We did make a trade today. Some people think it's a what are we doing trade. I honestly think this might be a steal, or if not, a sneaky good trade, and I will tell you why. And this is the Claypool.
You think Claypool would work out?
I think it's a sneaky good trade. Let me tell you why. Right?
Okay. Go ahead.
He is the type of receiver, and Omar Kelly agrees with me, and I'm going to read this article because he kind of nails it on the head, right? He is the type of receiver we don't have in this arsenal, right?
Right.
He's 230 pounds, what, 6'4", I want to say? 6'4", I think?
Yeah, something like, yeah, he actually is 6'4". He's a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy. We don't have that, right? We don't have that.
Well, we got Izakama. Isn't he 6'3", 6'4"?
Yes, but he's not. I don't think he's 230 pounds though.
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's true. He's a lot lighter, yeah.
He's a lot lighter. But here's the thing. I think in the running game, because I think he will be willing to block. And in addition, I think he's the type of guy we need to catch some of those contested receiving catches that we need. You know what I'm saying? That's what I kind of think. And this is what Omar Kelly said. This came out 4 hours ago. I want to read this real quick. According to Omar Kelly, the Miami Dolphins did their research on Chase Claypool before pulling the trigger on Friday's trade, acquiring the disgruntled receiver the Chicago Bears told to stay home last week, right? Miami's decision makers put it in a call to the Pittsburgh Steelers organization, according to a league source. Vetting the fourth-year receiver the Steelers traded away a year ago, said Coach McDaniel spoke to the team's leadership about potentially adding Claypool in the locker room, addressing if there were any concerns. The receiver's character was also discussed, and tight end Durham Smythe, who played with Claypool at Notre Dame for 2 seasons, vouched for his college teammate of 2 seasons. He's a good guy, a smart joy. I don't know of any of the surrounding circumstances of the things he's gone through the past couple of months, but from what I remember, he's a good guy and smart. Smith said about Claypool, who has been traded twice in the past year, since by the Steelers, which sent him to twice to Chicago.
That's in 12 months.
It says twice in the past year.
Remember in the middle of because remember it was in the middle of the season when the Steelers traded him.
Yeah, did he go to like the Raiders at one point or something?
No, I remember seeing him with the Raiders, but he went straight to the Bears.
Oh, that's right. He went to the Bears and then got traded.
Remember, he played us in back-to-back weeks.
That's right, and he had like 54 yards in both games, 7 catches and 54 yards.
He played us in back-to-back. He played us in back-to-back weeks, and ironically, he's playing with us now.
Yeah.
So he had involvement with the Dolphins 3 times in the last 12 months. He didn't involve with us.
Yeah. What the Dolphins like?
Hey, Ali, you doing shots for money? Shake Money's asking if you're doing shots for money.
I can't be doing the drinking tonight. You guys can do the drinking if they're donating. I can't. I'm going to a game.
Hold on, Batman just called me. Hang on.
All right, we got Batman on the phone with him. It's the bat phone or something. All right. So anyway, let's keep it going with this article. So what the Dolphins like about Claypool, whom Miami faced twice the last season, he caught 7 passes for 54 yards in both games. In that, he brings 6'4", 230 pounds, which was something missing from Miami's weaponry arsenal. This is what I was talking about. If Claypool, who also ran a 4.42 40 at the NFL Combine, learns the playbook fast enough, he could become an immediate factor in the red zone, potentially opening up a full set of plays the Dolphins couldn't previously utilize because of the team's limited size at receiver. This is a good point. There's going to be a lot of plays that do require a taller receiver. This guy could open that up for us. In addition, he's a very physical player. When he first got to Notre Dame, he was the size he is now and was just destroying safeties and corners in the run game. That's something I like to see, destroying safeties and corners in the run game. Exactly. Smith said, Smythe said, I think it's a part of his game. He's not a lot of people talk about. He's physically very talented and think he'll be a good complement to what we have here. I agree. Claypool given blank slate, according to what Omar Kelly is saying. The biggest concern about Claypool is his work ethic, attitude, and his growing diva reputation, which got him banished from Chicago. I don't know about that. Do we really know? Was he really a diva? Was it really the issue, or was it the fact that Justin Fields still hasn't become the passer he needs to be to benefit Claypool? You know, why is it Claypool's problem? Maybe it's their offense and the fact that they keep thinking they're going to really invest in their team, you know, and they really don't. I don't know. Maybe I used to love Justin Fields. He used to be a prolific passer, but I don't think he's the passer he used to be. I think he's dropped down. Just my opinion. What else did he have to say? Let's see. McDaniel said he entrusts the locker room to police itself and plans to give Claypool a blank slate, not allowing his past misleads or reputation to poison the fresh start in Miami. Keep in mind, Claypool, who is earning $2.99 million this season in the final year of his rookie deal, become an unrestricted free agent at the end of the season. So what he puts on film in Miami and his behavior in South Florida could have an impact in the future earnings. So the Dolphins will likely get a 25-year-old on his best behavior. I don't downplay what he's gone through. He went through it. McDaniel said, you give him an opportunity and you allow someone to follow their dream, but the control in their own hands, and show teammates each and every day that what you're really about. That is an opportunity that we're happy to afford him. So that is what McDaniel said about Claypool. I think it's going to be a sneaky good pick, primarily because it opens up more plays. He's going to be really good in the run game, based on what Smythe said. And in addition, this is the part where I think you could start, because he's a different style of receiver, you can use him in different ways that could offset what defenses have to do now. Having Waddle, Tyreek, and Claypool there does make, in my opinion, it does make defenses think twice or more times. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's all up to the Miami Dolphins and how do they utilize him personally. All right. So how's everybody doing, right? If you want to see Shake Money and Crypto come back, if they want to do shots for donations, they can definitely do that. They'll be taking part. I unfortunately have a game to go tomorrow, so we're only going to go about 3 hours tonight. So I would start at 10. Let's see, 11, 12. We'll go to about 12:45, 1 o'clock. We'll go about there. I'm going to drop the link now. Come join, listen to some good music. We'll have a good time. We vibe in. That's what we're going to be doing tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that link. Invites. We'll drop that. Put that up here. Let's go. There you guys go. The link is dropped. I can't pin it. I don't have that access. At least I don't know how to do it. But yeah, let's have some fun. Come join the chat. Here we go. Just letting some people get in here, and I'll start bringing you guys up. Ooh, it's filling up quick. Start bringing people up. We got Bryson. How's it going, Bryson? How you doing, my friend?
How's it going, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. Fred, what's up, Fred? How you doing?
What's happening, Ali? And man, much love to you.
Much love to your mom, man, and the whole family for that. The whole family for that matter, Ali. God bless them.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
No problem, bro.
What's going on, Mark? Haven't seen you in a while. How's it?
Hey, Ali. You know, I'm glad to see you back, and my prayers out to your mom, and may God bless and look over your family.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that, Mark. So, how's everything with you? How's everything? How's everybody doing? What's new in you guys?
Doing well. Hey, I wanted to comment really quick on the Claypool thing. You know, I wanted Claypool, and he came out and draft for Buffalo, and Pittsburgh got him just ahead of Buffalo. And I don't know what happened to him because he had like 10 touchdowns his rookie year in Pittsburgh. Then he started getting into issues in the locker room, and Tomlin got rid of him. And then he had issues in Chicago. Maybe the kind of coach in Miami is going to turn him around and turn him back into what he could be, because I think it's a steal. I mean, you give up a sixth, you get a seventh back, and you get a guy who's 6'4", 230 with 4.42 speed. I think he's a huge asset to your football team if they turn him around mentally, and I think McDaniel's the kind of coach that could.
Yeah, I think Mike McDaniel has that player's touch where he can relate to them and kind of instill a lot of trust right off the bat and kind of allow them to be themselves and play their game, but also to what they need as a team. You know what I mean? I kind of feel, and that's kind of why I kind of think this might be a steal, especially what we had to give up for it. People don't realize this is only a 2025 pick that we swapped for a
2025. Yeah.
Hey, guys, as a Bills fan, I hated you guys making that move because I think
Ali,
that's a good move for you guys.
Hey, Ali, man, you know, a lot of people are saying, man, we signed a guy, man, who's got issues with locker rooms, and I don't see a guy with issues, Ali. I see a guy that's highly competitive, man, and is tired of losing. That's the only thing I've seen.
And he wants to be a part of the offense. I think that's the thing, is he wanted to be a part of the offense, and he wasn't as much as he wanted to.
There you go, man.
Pittsburgh, and then going to the Bears, they just don't throw the ball. I mean,
there you go, Bryson.
The last game, but that's the thing. He wants to be part of the playbook. That's what he wants.
There you go, Bryson. No issues at all, man.
Justin Fields may have looked good on Thursday night. He may have looked good then, right? But I don't think he's the prolific passer that we saw in college at all, right? And that being said, I kind of think I kind of think that it just wasn't working out. Fields, it seemed like they were more about running the ball with Fields all the whole time.
Yeah.
And they really didn't invest or bring the offensive playbook that I think that really benefits a guy like Claypool and some of their receivers. Claypool's not the only good receiver they had. I mean, they had I know people may hate on this guy, but they had Robinson there, and they didn't do nothing with him.
Yeah, Robinson's solid. He's a little older now, but you have that one guy, 11. What's that guy's name? It starts with Mooney.
Mooney. Yeah.
Mooney's not bad. They also had
Moore, DJ Moore,
DJ Moore's there now, but
what was his name? Rashad White, maybe? Was that the other guy, the other receiver they had?
They had him for a while, but wasn't he hurt all the time?
Well, it never panned out. Like, they didn't do nothing with him. I don't even when he was not injured, they didn't do anything with him.
The way I look at it is like high reward, low risk, and in my opinion, if Wes Welker and McDaniel can't pull out his potential, I don't really know who can.
That's true.
I'll tell you something, Ali. I remember last year Buffalo played at home against Pittsburgh. They killed the Steelers, but Claypool ate up Elam. Claypool had 11 receptions in that game and looked great. So that guy bugs me that he's on your roster now, because I think he is slightly smaller than Gesicki, but he's got better hands, more speed. Scares the crap out of me, honestly. With you.
Hey, Ali, we got a guy that can go up over two guys and pull the football down, man. You know that.
And the thing is Mike McDaniel made it very clear in the press conference that expectations were laid out when this move was made. So I'm sure he was talked to and be like, listen, we want to start fresh, but we want to give you opportunity. But I'm sure they've had that talk with them on like, hey, this is what we expect of you. Plus, like, one of our biggest leaders on the team, Tyreek Hill, I really believe that if he could bring Chase under his wing and Waddle, I think this could be a solid move. And also at that same point, I could also see Chase not doing anything and us getting rid of him. I could see both things, but I think it's one or the two. There's no in between. I think it's gonna be a great move, and he can go off and be very talented for this team, or it could just be another, whatever. He's just not an NFL player. He doesn't have the maturity to play in this league. I could see both ways, but either. At most,
hey guys, Miami just scored a big touchdown here on a 70-yard touchdown pass. So it's 17-17.
Oh, are you serious? Dang, against Georgia Tech?
Yeah, Georgia Tech went up 17-10. Van Dyke just hit Young for like 70 yards for a touchdown.
And Ali.
Mark, go ahead, Fred. You go first, and then I'll finish up. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, Ali. Another thing, man. Without Ezekama and Craig Craft, we gotta admit, man, we need guys that can get off the line of scrimmage, man, and not be easily jammed, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, put them down for free.
We need guys that can just smack arms off you and go ahead and get 5 yards open, man, just like that. That's what we need.
I agree. I agree with that. And we'll see what happens. I think he's the one kind of guy we don't have in the wide receiver room, so I'm kind of glad we got him. I would have been more happier if we traded some dead weight around, but it is what it is. I'll take it. It's still a steal to me. In addition, real quick, Mark, in retrospective of the Jonathan Taylor deal, do you think that the Colts lost as I suggested? Because I think they lost the deal personally.
The whole thing was stupid because they weren't going to trade him unless they got over the value than what he's worth. Because the running back has a certain worth, and
they wanted the Godfather deal. That's basically.
Yeah, they're not going to get that. They ended up paying $14 million a year. The going price on running backs was 1 year at $11 million a year. The Colts just ended up costing themselves about, I would say about $9 million for a guy that, he's got injury history. I think the Colts lost.
I think they overpaid personally because my point is I think they wasted their whole time. Yeah. If you were going to go ahead and pay this guy this money, why did you go through all that heartache?
I'm going to just give a little pushback in the fact that I agree with you, Ali, but at the end of the day, if the deal's done, the deal's done, and they just, with how they've been playing, and now they just gained a weapon like JT. JT's the best player on their team. And I think, to be honest, I agree with you. There's no reason to go through all that if you're just going to pay him. But I think, 14, 15 mil a year, I think he's worth that. Yeah, he has injuries, but what player, that is that active in the offense doesn't? I mean, Austin Eckler's injured right now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's true, but look at Zach Moss. Zach Moss is playing well for them. And I'm not saying Taylor's not going to be an asset. He really is. Not
JT.
No, not at all. Now it's 17-17, guys. Miami, they put the receiver down at the tree. Miami just scored a rushing touchdown, so it's 17-0.
Nice.
What's the Colts record, man? What's the Colts record?
2-2. They're 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2.
And
they got a big game tomorrow against Tennessee.
He really had
I think they made
it for injury. Last year he missed a few games.
Right.
But in total in his career, JT has not missed a lot of games for running back in his career. Saquon Barkley has missed way more games than JT. And no one would disagree about paying Barkley.
Well, the Giants did. Giants only gave 1 year for $11 million. So what does that say?
That's true.
Yeah, but
Jacobs got 1 year and $11 million.
They also paid Daniel Jones $45 million a year, so I wouldn't really give their track record much weight.
They're not that's the old Forrest Gump. Stupid is as stupid does.
Hey man, I just think they realize how valuable he is to the team, man.
Is he only talking Forrest Gump statements?
I did. I threw out a Forrest Gump reference.
Speaking of Forrest Gump, I read somewhere that what's his name looks like there's a picture going around of Travis Kelce and what's her freak name, Taylor Swift, and he
Taylor
looks
Swift.
like, and it looks like Forrest Gump is walking like following Taylor Swift around and Taylor Swift is Jenny. That's what I heard. Everybody,
That's creepy.
welcome Color to the channel. How's it going, Color? Long time.
Hi, Color.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How's everybody doing?
What's up,
Anyway.
Color? How's it going, man?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Anyway,
How's
listen,
everybody?
guys. This is where I'm at. Right?
What's going
we
on,
had
guys?
we had a learning experience last Sunday, and in this game, I'm sorry, it's the Giants, bro. If we can't take care of the Giants, we have no business talking about the rest of this team. I'm just gonna be honest. You know what I mean? Listen, I understand that the Buffalo Bills they put a reality check on us. I get it.
The fuck out of us.
Well, they beat the fuck out of our defense, and there was really nothing our offense could do at that point. So that's what they did. And
either way,
and the thing is for me is that I want to see our team rebound. You know what I mean? I want to see them come back. You just took a loss. Let me see what you're made of. And this is one of those games I think that happens. You know what I mean?
Let me throw a point out here on that. As a Bills fan, there's only so many teams in a league that can do what Buffalo did.
I should do.
Otherwise you're gonna walk through and you're gonna get 11 wins no matter what that goes on in the season because you're better than every other team. You've got 5 contestable games left. You got Philadelphia, Kansas City, who I think the Dolphins are better than. Then you've got the home game with Dallas, the road game with Baltimore, and the home game with Buffalo. Every other game you're going to win, and you're going to win easily.
Hey, Mark, why do I feel like, man, you're just gloating, man? You know what I'm saying, man?
No, he's giving us a compliment, bro. It's fine.
This game,
man.
The reality is
he's still
the
a
reality
Bills fan,
is,
Ali, man.
I hear you. But listen, Bryson, hold on one second. The reality is one thing is true. We need our defense to wake up, bro. We need something to happen on defense.
That's true, yeah.
I need a middle linebacker because this middle linebacking crew is weak as fuck, bro. The entire middle linebacking crew, or the entire linebacking crew is weak as fuck, right?
Hey, Ali.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
Van Ginkel, just hold on for me 1 second, Fred. Hold on 1 second. We got Van Ginkel, who looks like a Pro Bowler out there that's filling in for Phillips, who hasn't been around and everything. I don't know what the hell Chubbs is doing, right? But we fixed that whole linebacking crew. We revamp it, bring in somebody. There's some people out there we could still get maybe through trade or something, right? Then we got a prayer, but it just looked bad in that game, to be honest.
Well, it goes back to last year. Where you should have gone after Roquan Smith and not Bradley Chubb. You could have got Roquan Smith for less, and he's a better player and a better fit.
It's true.
How do you know what they could have gotten? How do you know they didn't do it? How do you know that they didn't go after it?
Because there was never one iota of rumor about Miami going after Roquan Smith, and Roquan Smith went for a 2 and a 5, and Miami paid a 1 and a 3 for Chubb.
Was going after Claypool either.
Well, speaking of Claypool, what did Claypool do against the Bills last year, Mark?
11 catches for over 100 yards.
Really? Are you sure? Because I just looked it up. It was 5 catches for 50.
No, look it up again.
Yeah, I just looked it up, Mark. I just looked it up.
You come out in that Steeler game, the Bills-Steelers game?
Y'all can argue the world.
How's that?
Or the Steelers-Bears game?
Listen, this is my thoughts on the game.
I played them twice like we did.
Ali, I agree. This is definitely a get-right game. But in my opinion, like, a win is not – this is one of those games where you have to win. And it's like it's not impressive if you do. It's one of those things where it's like just do your job. My thing is it's just frustrating because I just feel like this Dolphins team in the last 20 years, we just can't win those big games. We can't beat the elite opponents. And that's what's so frustrating is because I think we have the talent. I think we have the coaching staff to do it. And like like last year when we played the Bills 3 times, it was like there was a regression this year. And that's what was frustrating to me is like the lose by 3. Okay, all right. I don't like that, but I can live with it. Lose by that much points, that's what was just so frustrating is like
exactly.
just got beat up, man.
Exactly,
We're so
Ali,
much
man.
better than that. That's how
It's
I felt.
Exactly. I think it's this scheme, man. You know, last 3 years we've been only losing by 3 points. You know, we basically had pretty much the same guys on the defense, and now we lose by 28. Come on, man.
Yeah, like last year, McDaniel showed that we're neck and neck with the Bills. Yeah, we went 1 for 3 with the Bills last year, but any of those games could have gone either way. That's how I felt. And this game last week just really upset me. And
We
to me, it's
didn't have
kind of
a
like
chance, bro.
the season's not over by any means, but to me, the Dolphins are in a position they got to prove it to me they can beat those elite teams. Not where last week I went into that game thinking, oh yeah, we got this game. Now going into like the Eagles game, the Chiefs game, etc., they got to prove it to me. Now I'm going to root for the boys, like everyone else. I have my jersey on, I'm going to have my gear on, but I'm not going to have the same confidence as I did last week. They got to prove that, they've earned that confidence from the fan base. That's how I feel.
I hear you. I completely understand where you're coming from. For me, basically what it comes down to is that I think that the Miami Dolphins defense, it is going through some growing pains, but there's something that I mentioned this to a lot of people when we were talking about the types of players we could draft. Me and Color talked about it several times on Broken Takes about different positions. And one of the things we said about Vic Fangio is that he requires smart players that know the game, have intelligent instincts to make choices on the field immediately without having to be directed, right? That's the difference. That's the difference between Jerome Baker the last 2 seasons, where you had our DC telling him what to do, having Flores telling him what to do, right? Where to be, what's his assignment and whatnot, and what Vic Fangio does. Vic Fangio's players, the reason he's been so successful is that he's had very smart players underneath of him that he can say, okay, this is the philosophy, figure it out. And they have the natural instinct. Hold on. They have the natural instinct to make decisions, to know what gaps they have to fill, to understand.
How many players have we got on our roster that equates to any of those?
Well, that's the big question. I don't think we have the type of players that he needs.
Okay, well, Ali, if he doesn't have those players, he needs to come up with a scheme that suits their strengths, man. You know what I mean? Come on, give in some, give in, man, give in.
Think about this though. Think about this. Think about it. We brought in Ramsey. That's one player, right? That's one piece of the puzzle. Look at what we did with the rest of the defense, bro. We bargain shopped, offered them pennies. We went to one of those places that you offer them like $10 and you get a mystery box and you could get lucky or you get shit, right? That's what happened. We got a mystery box, right?
Well,
you got David Long for like what? 1 year, like stupid, like cheap money, right? You didn't re-sign Christian Wilkins at all. Why? Everyone expected that deal to be done. I honestly don't think that this defense is what Vic Fangio wants. I think they know what he wants. And the reason that we are seeing the shitty defense that we do, because these players, this personnel don't fit what he needs, right? So next season, do believe that this defense is going to get a remake over big time. That's
well, Ali, when you're getting paid as one of the highest defensive coordinators, you got to figure it out.
Yeah,
at least be average. At least be average. Right now, we're below average. I agree with you, though. The personnel might not match what he's trying to do, but I still think we have so much talent on this defense that with the amount of money he's getting paid, he's got to figure out. Now, I'll give him that he's only had 4 regular season games with them, that there are growing pains with changing a scheme. But week 8 is my kind of middle ground where I'm saying, all right, shit's got to be figured out. You got to at least be above average at that point. That's my thing.
I hear what you're saying, but I just with certain schemes, I don't think that's feasible. If you don't have the right type of personnel on your team, I don't think it's feasible. That's just my opinion.
You have to tweak it to the personnel you have. That at least for now, we don't have time for next season. Like we can't just say, okay, the defense sucks. It's a wash for this year. He's got to be able to figure it out now. And maybe Greer gives him a couple pieces, but he's got to be able to figure it out. Like, I don't want to hear the excuse at the end of the year, well, the personnel didn't match the defensive scheme.
But in the same sentence, you're saying you give him till week 8. The season's over by week 8, bro.
No, I don't think the season's over. I think this
Come on, man. You start dropping here and there, dropping a game here and there. We continue this. Oh, well, it ain't week 8 yet, so we're justified in dropping games and building.
That's just my thing. I don't think the defense will be running on all cylinders till week 8. That's my thing. I think there's going to be a progression.
Well, we got some pretty tough opponents before week 8, bro.
Well, with this offense, I don't think the defense needs to be that good to win games. Especially with the opponents that will be playing in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
What's up, Sharif?
Hey, how's it going, Ali? How's it going, everyone?
Maybe if we'd have gotten season with Reeves, we'd probably be in better shape.
So let's throw in a little context. So number one, he didn't watch film. That means he didn't see anything that what Patrick Graham and Flores was teaching about leverage, B gap, C gap. He doesn't know Brandon Jones comes down into the box and is a good blitzer. He doesn't know about Baker blitzing from the left or right. Someone's playing music.
Yeah, because this is
that Sharif?
part of the show. God. If you don't know that, Sharif, I'm sorry, but that's part of our show now.
Sharif, come on. Grab a beer.
Yeah, grab a beer.
Like I keep saying that young lady keep going to the bar.
Notre Dame.
Yeah, so now I'm just throwing out a little context. So if he doesn't look at the film, he won't know that Brandon Jones and Baker is a good blitzer. Then he doesn't know the skill set that he has. And guess what? He signed a deal. He signed a deal where I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna be guaranteed that no one can tell me what to do. That's the deal he signed. And so you won't ever see him try to implement what Flores or Boyer did because he's going to be staunch in his way. And I think if you try to shake him off that, which he agreed to with Greer, I think he'll pack up his things and he'll pack up his ball and I think he would retire. Quite frankly, so we're stuck in this position where he won't ever blitz. He won't ever have dancing 7 by the line of scrimmage. These defenders won't be having fun because they'll be guessing till week 8 color. And then, so we'll see a very dull locker room on the defensive side. And it's just a terrible feeling.
Look, I think I hear what you're saying. I give up that easily, bro. This is just one game that it looked that bad, bro. It's just one game. I refuse to believe
the defenders are not having fun, Ali.
But
the dancing 7 had fun. Blitzing.
It's that
hold up real quick. Blitzing, these guys, they had fun. Standing 7 or having the offensive line and the quarterback guess who's coming. Those guys have fun. Come on, guys. These guys are getting torched.
Winning games. I don't care about the defense having fun unless we're
excuses. Excuses because we're now relying on 500 yards to beat the Bills, and we're somehow going to rely on the hot sun to beat the Bills. I want a good defense.
I'm not relying on that. You're putting words in my mouth.
No, what you're saying is we're gonna have to. What you're saying is we're gonna have to beckon to a Marino performance to beat the Bills, and I'm saying the defense could be better. Just blitz. That's just all. Just blitz again.
The defense is not going to be running on all cylinders to at least.
It's not running on any cylinder, sir. Those guys are not having fun.
I agree with you. I'm saying what I've literally said that. Fangio.
So you're relying on a 500-yard performance to beat Buffalo or hot sun in Miami, right?
I mean, if you let me finish,
that's what you're essentially causing us to believe in.
If you let me finish,
I'm more wondering what happens at week 8 that you're so sure everything's going to be right by then. Like, why can't it be right next week?
See, it's not like you guys are saying it's like, oh, it's just going to magically
Bro, these are professional football players, man. Why can't what does Week 8 have anything to do with them with their lack of the ability to tackle, bro?
What I'm saying is, I agree. But what I'm saying is, it's going.
Well, that's the problem. You agree, but that's the problem, bro. Ain't no scheme in the world gonna fix guys standing around watching another guy tackle, bro.
Well, that's
no scheme in the world is gonna fix that.
We had that same problem last year too. Guys can't tackle.
Yeah, and Buffalo finally took advantage of it.
You know what you got to do? You need to add a thumper at middle linebacker. That's what you need to do. You need to go get a thumper at middle linebacker.
In the 2 games that you played Buffalo with the 0 blitz, you actually got pressure, sacks, fumbles, returns for touchdowns.
We haven't had
a
thumper at middle linebacker for 4 years, man. But we were making it work, man. You know.
And we were making every.
I just want to know what's going to miraculously happen in any given week, except our players starting to execute fundamental football.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Hold on.
If you go look at alldolphins.com, go ahead, Ali.
First of all, everyone is. I know everybody is uptight about this defense. I get it. There's some things I really want to get off my chest though about this. Right. People keep saying that we've had a thumper. We haven't had a thumper in 4 years, but we made it work.
That's right.
The reality is that we had better defenses than we've had now, and it didn't work then. You know what I mean? So you can say that we made it work, but it never did. Did we make the playoffs consecutively? No, we didn't. Did we win a playoff game? No, we didn't. So technically, neither then or now has it worked. That is the reality.
And it's only because we didn't have the next cornerback. That's the only reason why it didn't work. Byron Jones was hurt. And so we could execute a 0 blitz if we just have Ramsey. Simple. Yes, it's a simple fix. It's up to Frangio to just.
Here, I think this defense would be a little bit better.
Ramsey is not on this football team.
Say what?
Say that again. He hasn't played a single down yet, so why stop relying on somebody who hasn't played a single down?
No, what I'm saying is, I think the 0 blitz would work with Byron Jones, but he was never there.
I just don't think Fangio is going to run that type of defense.
No, he's not. And guess what? He's not to the ability of the players that he has. It's not like he can trade for entire roster by week 8 and get who he needs. He has to inculcate what he has and use them in the best position. And all I'm saying is he signed a deal with Greer where he's not going to do that. So the defenders will not have fun doing what we saw them do for 3 years, which is having fun.
I don't care about them having fun, though. I just care about
them
playing good.
Well, guess what? They're going to be freaking guessing. You're going to see a safety come down to help a tackle and blow both tackles. We're going to see people in positions where they're not comfortable. That's what you want?
You know what?
Okay.
I really think that this is a defense, man, that Daniel Jones can maybe have a good game in, man. I really do.
Oh my!
I really do.
In trouble.
It's too freaking soft. It's worse than when you back up to.
Daniel
It's
Jones
worse.
for more than 50 yards this week. Fangio needs to get fired.
Listen, it's worse than when you back up cornerbacks 12 yards. When you back up cornerbacks 12 yards, I was pissed at that. But this is worse than that because it's soft. Rushing 4, we've never been able to land a sack rushing 4 in 4 years. We were never able to do that. We couldn't do it with Flores. We couldn't do it with Boyer. We never able to do that. So why does Frangio not watch the tape and realize that, these guys never could do that. Maybe I should 0 blitz a bit more. So he doesn't even freaking know. He doesn't even freaking know we can't make it with 4. He doesn't even know. He's trying, but he doesn't even know we can't rush 4.
How do you know that, though?
What do you mean? What the hell? He doesn't know.
How do you know?
This is why I listened to his press conference. He set himself up with their own words. He said he never watched tape, Ali. He said he doesn't need to in the offseason. He said, I implement my defense and I don't need to watch past tape. So I'm telling you now, he signed a deal where they're not going to make him change anything. We got to put up with this bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I agree with him.
My point is this. For a guy that doesn't watch tape, he definitely got Van Ginkel right because Van Ginkel's tearing it up as a defensive back. I'm going to tell you straight up.
Van Ginkel's always been solid, man. He's always been solid.
No, I'm sorry, bro. He's playing in a different
What I'm saying is he wouldn't know how to use our players in the best position because he didn't see the previous 3 years. He doesn't do that. He just brings in his defense. He wouldn't see where they're good at. He wouldn't know Brandon Jones is a good blitzer. He wouldn't know Baker Blitz is great at the edge because he didn't watch that. That's just simple.
I'm not off the Fangio train. I think he's still an outstanding coordinator. I just think it's going to take some time, and he's got to add his own personnel to this defense.
What we're saying is we don't have time for that, Bryson. That's all we're saying. We don't have time for Fangio to do that. So do what's best. Blitz the fuck out of teams.
Right? Bryson, you got to have a measuring stick. What happens if he gives up 400 yards to Daniel Jones, 6 touchdowns? Then what?
I'm punching a hole. Oh shit! Oh,
I don't think that's gonna happen. But
get rid of
so
him.
like his resume is just completely out the door. It just doesn't
out the door, bro.
Past just doesn't matter. I mean, he's proven in this league that he is a solid defensive coach. Right now, it's not working.
When? He hasn't proven nothing since 2018, bro. Like the last 5 years, his defense has been ranked in the mid-20s, man.
Right, y'all going off his.
And I'm telling you right now, watching the film, X looks very uncomfortable backpedaling. X always jams you and runs with you inside your pocket or outside.
And
he looks
that's
crazy
why he
backpedaling.
needs Ramsey more than you think. That's why Ramsey is key to making that.
But Ramsey's not here in the meantime, bro. Ramsey's not here.
I get that, but that's why we need him. That's the whole point.
To be successful.
I understand he's not here. Listen, there might not be a solid fix for things.
Oh shit!
He
What
gives up 400 yards to Mario Daniel Jones.
Greg, you're always sitting here making, oh shit, oh my god, and all this other stuff, and you never say what's going on.
That's why I'm glad I throw it out the context because the fact is that's the deal he signed.
Why would you have Cater Kohu on one of definitely a top 5 wide receiver?
Why can't McDaniel question that,
bro?
Because he'll take his ball and go home because that's the deal he signed. McDaniel won't question that, is my point. He won't say, switch X right now, please. I'm the head coach. I'm taking responsibility. No, no, sir. I signed a deal where you don't fuck with my defense. I'm doing what I'm doing. It is what it is. We're just going to have to just swallow this.
Vic Fangio is currently robbing Stephen Ross and the Miami Dolphins without a gun and a mask.
Thank you. Exactly, bro.
What I don't like is if you can take your ball and go home, if someone gets you upset, I'm old enough. I don't need this shit. Let me retire. Well, you just fucked up our defense, sir. Yeah. By the way, you just fucked us up and put us back 2 years. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, man.
Boy.
I should have
thought.
Look,
that's the deal he signed. No one could make him change. McDaniel is giving him all that room. Greer's giving him all that room. It's just unfortunate because we can never make it with 4 pass rushers. We never ever was able to make it with 4 pass rushers, and it's like he's a buffoon. Still trying.
He's a McDaniel guy, isn't he? Or then there you go, man. There you go. I mean, like he came up with him and McDaniel been on some team together, haven't they?
Flores tried it for a couple of weeks.
They know it.
And
that's why he's here, man. And that's why he's here in the first
Vic
place.
Fangio and Mike McDaniel are like total opposite people.
Exactly. But see, one has full autonomy.
Have you all
that's
seen
all.
Daniel Jones throw the football, man? Like, I don't know why we're even worried about it.
Okay.
I'm not worried.
It's not worried. That's why Daniel Jones needs to be the litmus. If he throws for more than 15 yards this game, the coordinator needs to be fired.
Listen, I remember when Flores tried to rush for 4 and it didn't work. Flores started the 0 blitz. And that's the only way we got pressure on quarterbacks.
15 yards.
Well, then the Niners must suck because he threw for 137 against them.
Well, the Niners defensive coordinator deserved to be fired.
Okay,
I remember when we were on a streak where we hurt 9 quarterbacks 2 years ago. You guys remember that? We hurt 9 starters. Most of those games we won, and I think we started off 0-7. But my thing is this: we hurt 9 quarterbacks, and guess why? Because we had a fearless rush. We never knew. We always knew we couldn't make it with 4, so we blitzed. We always knew that.
All right,
so what
hold
the
up.
hell is Fangio doing?
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on. I'm taking my show back right now because I don't like this. I don't like this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. This is just
That's right,
temporary.
Ali. Kick ass and take names, bro.
I like how the girl keeps going to the bar behind Ali. She's drunk.
All right, I'm putting you in the back.
Decide.
I'm taking my show back.
They can't even decide if they want to freaking play Saquon. They just called up 2 new offensive linemen from the practice squad. Like, for real, people.
All right, thanks,
Hype it
Colin.
up,
I'm muting
Ollie.
you now.
Hype it up, Ollie.
I'm taking over my show now. Listen. I know I threw Sharif in the back, and no disrespect, sir. But I'm taking my show back. I'll let you back up here in a moment, but I want to get this off my chest. Listen, and I'm going to actually put myself on the big screen here. Let's do that real quick. Actually, put myself in the solo layout real quick. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I know that people are concerned about Vic Fangio and this defense. I get that, right? But if memory serves me right, and I'm going to allow you guys, go ahead and unmute yourselves or whatever. Come back up and talk to me, please. And I'll bring Sharif back up, so just bear with me here momentarily. Please remind me, this offseason, weren't we talking about how all of these players would do so well in a Vic Fangio system? And weren't we talking about how we don't want to trade anybody? We don't want to get rid of Christian Wilkins. We don't want to get rid of we don't want to trade any of our safeties. We don't want to get rid of any of our linebackers. We don't want to get rid of anybody. I wanted to get rid of Jerome Baker, and people thought I was crazy for saying that, right? All these people, right? Oh, we don't want to get rid of them. They're the best players. They'll work great in this this system and everything, right?
No.
Don't worry. Vic Fangio will have it all figured out. These players. Who doesn't play the game in this equation? Vic Fangio doesn't play the game. The players do. At some point, these players that everybody and their mom swore upon on this team, and that said they're God's gift to earth, right? They're God's gift to earth and everything, right? They would show us how I'm dumb for saying that we should trade them and they don't fit this scheme or whatever, right? At some point, Christian Wilkins needs to put his big boy pants on. I can't even speak because I'm kind of passionate about this right now, and go after somebody. He's not having the season at all, regardless of playing zero blitz or whatever. He doesn't look like he's dominating anything. If anybody's dominating anything, it's Tyler next to him that's having a better season. Right?
We're giving him $35 million this year, Ali.
It don't matter. Money. Listen. I don't care if the team didn't pay you. You're playing for your next paycheck. And right now, if it's not with the Miami Dolphins, you think other teams want to pay you?
No one's.
You gotta take matters in your own hand.
Well, nobody.
Go fucking show me something.
The current play, nobody's paying it.
Well, Ali. We all knew.
But Ali, you know, the defensive coordinator needs to put these guys in the position, and he's not doing that. Well, listen, I don't give a fuck about the defensive coordinator. Show me something. Show something. Maybe that's what he's waiting for.
Exactly.
Maybe he's sitting here waiting for you to put your fucking pants on, be a man, and go act like one.
Exactly.
The revelation.
Right. Exactly,
Go
Ali.
ahead,
So what Fred is suggesting is that Vic Fangio put Bradley Chubb and Jerome Baker right next to each other so they can stand there and jerk each other off while Holland is over here trying to tackle a tight end, right?
And listen to this. Van Ginkel
still haven't figured that out.
Best season he's had as a Miami Dolphin. And don't tell me he was always solid. He wasn't always solid. He's looking like almost looked like Clay Matthews out there, bro.
That's what he looks like a starter. He's never been a starter on this team.
If he wasn't solid, then why would you have him come back? Man, I mean, Fangio having come back, man. Apparently, he see something in Van Ginkel, bro.
He's the only one acting like a man out there. That's the reality. This defense, they need to figure out who they are because right now they're soft. Yes, I'm saying they're soft, and that's not on Vic Fangio. That's on the fucking team. That's on the cap.
0 pursuit to the football. Even if you don't know what the hell's going on in the scheme, that's no excuse for no pursuit to the football.
Okay, Ali. So we just have to come to the revelation. That's why I went back to 2-3 years ago. Flores did it in the first 4 weeks. We were getting ran through, and then he implemented the zero blitz, and then we were hurting quarterbacks.
Nothing to do with all that. You know what it had to do with, Sharif? It had to do with the TNT wall. It had to do with the fact that you're running wind sprints if you don't show pursuit to the football on every single freaking play. That's called discipline. That's
but here's the other part of it, Sharif. Sharif, here's the other part of it. If that was the case, everybody and their mom would be running the zero blitz. Guess what? More than half this league runs a Vic Fangio defense.
So the revelation,
and they don't have the problem with pursuit of the ball that Miami Dolphins do.
The revelation is that we have zero discipline on defense. That is the revelation in my opinion.
And so what I'm afraid to say, and it's just true, is we tried to rush 4, remember, with Brian before he went to the Giants with Patrick Graham. We tried to rush 4, it didn't work, so we started the zero blitz. My point is, we always knew as a fan base that we could not reach with just rushing 4. That's why Flores did what he did.
Yeah, but the problem is
hold on. We still have the same players now, and even some first rounders who's supposed to be highly touted now. So we have better players now.
We understand why we have a problem.
We still can't make it with 4. So what do we do? Because we can't make it with 4, Ali. So what are you asking for? We will never get color. I just want to finish my point.
But
what we're asking for, we never got in 4 years.
Bro, when
you're asking for them to step up, they're getting pushed back, and they've been always getting pushed back, Ali.
Bro, that's
Siler,
bullshit,
all of them. They've when we blitz, we actually make it, Ali. They've never been making it there with just
bullshit,
4, color.
Bro, it's unbelievable. Nobody can even understand what you're saying, first of all, because
color.
The bottom
when
line
have they ever been making it there with just 4? When have they ever been making it there with just 4 rushes?
I guess this is the Sharif show.
Sharif, but that is the point. That's the point we're trying to make. Listen.
So my point is they've never ever had those players.
About the defense right now. I get that. I understand that.
So you're asking for someone to step up when they never did it with 4.
But that's the point. They haven't stepped up. That's the point.
People are executing.
And they will never ever do it. They will never make it with just 4. They need help.
Then why are we talking about this and that scheme and this and that person over the years and who we have now if the players are simply not going to pursue the football and not going to make the tackles? When a quarterback can stand back there and throw 5-yard passes and know that he can get 15 because the first guy is going to miss the tackle, what the hell pressure can anybody get on a quarterback in that situation?
My point is,
was the tackling bad in San Diego? Was it bad then too?
Yeah, it was bad.
Yes, it was horrendous. Go back and watch the damn tape.
If I seen the tape, Justin Herbert just sat back there and ate him up. Whether it was tackling or coverage.
But and the scheme's supposed to be coverage sacks. That's the thing. If we rush with 4,
it don't matter if Jesus Christ comes down here and schemes a freaking defense. If the players aren't going to execute it, it's not gonna work.
Yes,
agreed. And so I'm saying you never had the front 4 to do it.
That's not who they are up front. So how are you going to have them execute?
You're telling me that we've ran through that many front 4 linemen without being able to get pursuit to the quarterback.
I'm telling you, you tell me when we ever had.
We don't have them
4 linemen who could reach
pressure like that.
We never had 4 linemen who can reach. Even Jalen Phillips.
You know why that is? Because the quarterback can throw the football and know that he can get a first down every time. Because the linebackers are not going to make the tackle.
Look, my point.
I get what
is
you're
this.
saying, Color, but
my
still,
point is the fact that I don't think this defense has been playing. They have not played physical enough. In my point, and what I mean by that
and Lolly, you're saying they need to step up, and I'm saying
let him
our
talk,
talent.
man. Jeez.
They only play physical against trash teams. Then, huh?
But that's my point. That's my point. I don't
they
think
only play physical against
enough.
trash teams.
I don't think Christian Wilkins has really brought this. Oh, I'm a top 5 defensive tackle.
I don't think he was ever that.
You're lucky if you're top 15.
Especially now,
if you're even top 15.
And he has to take on too, Ali.
Max Tyler, the guy who got paid and you did it, is still bringing the heat. Him himself. You got
Ali.
And it's 4 against 5 now.
Dimes deal, right? A 1-year Dimes deal, bringing the heat. Those guys are
and Sharif, to your point about blitzing more.
So
how do you explain Austin Eckler blowing right by Cater Kohu on a corner blitz?
Hey, Ali.
What did that do?
That's just terrible experience. Like you said, second level tackling. That's why the QB will just dump it off quickly because he know our linebackers are not in position.
I'm talking about a running play when when we do a run blitz. We brought the house, yet Austin Eckler still blew by our blitzers right through the hole and gassed us for 20 yards.
Flores zero blitz isn't working in Minnesota because it's not. It's not working there either.
So
my point is,
Ali, Minnesota because he's not doing it as much.
So Ali,
go ahead.
I'm just saying.
So
review.
real quick. So does anybody? Anybody think
zero blitz over there in Minnesota?
Can someone let Mountie go? He's trying to give a point. Go ahead.
So this is what I've been saying for the last 2 seasons at least. First of all, I think it's a travesty that Vic Fangio didn't review any tape to see what he was inheriting from the beginning.
And that was his.
I think that's very unbecoming for somebody that's a seasoned coach. Secondly, I think at this level, especially anybody see Christian Wilkins lately and Raekwon Davis look like they're a lot slimmer. They're a little lighter.
Also getting pushed backwards.
And see, I think, to be honest with you, Christian Wilkins, I think he'd be more effective at the 5 position and push Ogba inside at the 3 position because Ogba's taller and got longer arms since he bats down balls anyway.
We talked about that early in the season.
Here's my receipts, because if you look at the Jaguars game of last year, if you look at Detroit game of last year, you look at the Texans and Cleveland. When Christian Wilkins played the 5 position, he gets sacks or intense pressure. That way he doesn't get double teamed. He plays outside. Ogba doesn't have the agility of Christian Wilkins to play outside.
Yeah.
Here's another point, Sharif, I want to make to you real quick. And that's a good point, Mountie. That is a good point. But I want to bring this point. I understand what Vic Fangio may have told you guys in a press conference, but just because he said something doesn't make it true. That's number 1. Number 2, earlier on, when he was first hired as a defensive coordinator, he was interviewed, and I can't remember who the person that did the interview, but he was sitting there talking to him. He's like, yeah, I've watched a lot of tape. I've watched a lot of tape on the Dolphins. I have the scheme, and I can't wait to... You can't tell me that he just said that, blowing smoke, that he watched a lot of tape. How would he know about some of the great players we have if he didn't watch tape? Maybe what he meant to say is, no, I don't really need to watch tape in the offseason because I haven't seen, there's no tape of this team running my defense. Maybe that's what it is.
Right,
that's
because
that's understandable.
How would he know, right? Coming in the door, how did he know that Van Ginkel was doing better in a certain other position and immediately tested him in that spot?
He had to watch tape. He had to.
All right.
Because I was sitting there screaming the same thing, bro, that when we put Van Ginkel in that role, bro, against the Ravens, we stopped Lamar Jackson that night. And I've been screaming that for a year and a half, 2 years now. Fangio comes in, immediately puts Van Ginkel in that spot. You telling me he didn't see tape? He didn't look at the Ravens game just like I did and say, what the heck are we doing here?
Yeah, how would they know to put him
there?
And
I think I think he's trust triggered like Dan Marino, because I remember Dan Marino.
There's two other notions I want to dispel that I've heard over the last week that have gone unchallenged.
Go ahead, Color.
And that I'm tired of hearing. A little revisionist history, as we like to call it. First of all, Vic Fangio, to the point about we need to at least 8 games, blah blah blah, yakety schmackety. No, he admitted he came in with the bases loaded, bro. He immediately refused to ever stand on that excuse himself, out of his own mouth. I will not. That is not an excuse for me.
Yeah, he did say
and
that.
And now we're going to sit here and give that and level that excuse for him? No, sorry.
No.
Secondly, Money actually played the clip of him saying that.
Yeah. Secondly, this notion that he said we didn't have the talent to run whatever he needed or whatever. No.
Yeah, he shouldn't have said that.
No, he didn't say it. That's my point. We have corrected this narrative back when it happened 500 times. We spent an entire week reminding people of what his actual words were.
Mm-hmm.
We need to find out where the talent's at.
He said there's some good players there.
We need to find the talent on this team. We need to find the talent on this team. That's what he said. Quote, we need to find the talent on this team.
Right. Which
okay, can you hear what I say?
Yeah, I just don't expect all
that can ever imply is in the building, out the building, wherever the planet. We need to find the talent on this defense.
Mm-hmm.
He never said he didn't have the talent. He never said we didn't have the talent.
Well,
I even understand that. Okay,
I didn't disagree with you.
Until you find the talent, if you believe you don't have the talent, until you find the talent, why don't you go with these guys?
He did not say that, bro. You just did it again. Mute him, bro. Mute him, because I'm not gonna talk over him all night. He just did it again. You just did it again, Fred. You put words in his mouth. He did not say he didn't believe we had the talent here.
What Color is trying to tell you, Fred, is that Vic Fangio himself did not say the talent wasn't here. It's that we have to find the talent that is here. And this is the reality of it.
Or anywhere. He said we have to find the talent on this defense. But at no point did he say he believed it wasn't here.
Yeah, he never said that specifically. Here's the reality. Yes, there is a lot of talent on this team, obviously. I do agree that I think Christian Wilkins has talent. I do agree that Chubb has talent. I do agree that all the players that we have on defense have talent, right? It's using it and finding it in a way that fits the need of the team. That is what is key. And here's the thing.
Exactly. If he said he didn't believe there was, if he said he didn't believe that anybody had talent here, then why didn't he eviscerate? Why didn't he decimate the entire locker room?
And this is why I'm putting the blame on the players, not Vic Fangio. It's the players who play the game, and it's the players.
And I totally agree, Ali. But now we have to come to the agreement that this is why I went back. Like after some other coach tried to rush with 4 with the same guys we have today, and they were not successful. They implemented something, and it's like Fangio thought like I could.
And it worked until the Pittsburgh Steelers, Chicago. Who was it? Chicago or Pittsburgh that beat us because we did that. With
that's you mean right. When he did it halftime?
It was Pittsburgh. And you remember who the quarterback was that burned us on that zero blitz?
That was
Mason Rudolph.
Mason Rudolph, and he ran at halftime, and they scored, right?
No,
I remember
the
that.
end of the game. They got the go-ahead touchdown by burning our zero blitz.
I think it was before halftime, like he was trying to do something crazy, and they scored.
A middle linebacker.
But my point, I didn't finish my point. But my point was this: that I know, right, from the talent we had here 3 years ago, I've seen us try to rush 4. We know we all know we never made it with just 4.
We all know that. We all know that.
So now asking us to step.
Have you seen anybody make a tackle in that same 4 years? I'm going to make the same. You can repeat the same thing all night long, bro. It's getting redundant. I'm still going to come back with the same thing because the tackling and the pursuit to the football
I'm not
has been
speaking about the
horrendous
tackling.
for
Therefore,
4 years.
if I just make my
It's been
one
that way
point,
for
then you
4
can.
years.
I'll let you speak.
It's been that way for 4 years.
Okay,
So
I'll
guess
let
what
you
has
speak,
also
and then
been that
color
way
when
for
you're
4
done. I'll
years.
go after you because I'm not
You
talking
just
about
said the
tackling.
same thing again, bro. You
I'm not
just
talking
added more
about
years to
tackling.
it. We
I'm
haven't
not
been able
talking
to
about
tackle for
tackling,
4
color.
seasons.
I'm not talking about
What you're
tackling.
not understanding is that
Oh,
I'm
he's
not
bro.
talking
saying
about tackling, and I
The
haven't
same
gotten my
point
turn to speak,
remains,
and I
man.
waited till everyone
You
speak,
cannot
and I'm
get
gonna shut
pressure
up
in the
and give
backfield when
everyone
your
a chance to speak.
linebackers are not tackling, bro. You can't
I'm
do
not
it.
talking about tackling once again. Would you hear what I have to
Oh
say?
my god, man.
So all I'm saying is the talent. I agree with Ali. The talent that's supposed to be here. Tackling is another topic that I'll respond with later with color. I'm talking about us reaching the quarterback with just 4. We
That's
know.
what we're talking about.
Wow.
We know.
We're talking
It's
about
like
pressure.
he's not even listening. It's like, am I speaking a
Oh
different
my God.
language or
I'm
something?
We're
I'm
not
done,
even
Ali.
talking
I
about
enjoyed your
pressure right
time,
now.
Ali. I'm done.
I mean, we're
I'm
not
done.
even talking about tackling. We're talking about just straight,
I know,
just
but
straight
listen, can I
pressure.
say a point
Just
real
straight
quick?
pressure.
What
I
Color
really
and
can't
Ollie
believe
are
this, bro.
Tackling is something that we'll
Listen.
talk about tackling
I
some
know.
other time, but we're
Fred,
talking
but
Yeah,
about
we'll
straight
talk
Color and
pressure
about
right
Ollie
now.
are
we'll talk
saying,
about tackling some other time, as if we're ever going to get pressure on the quarterback if we don't start talking about tackling.
but what Color and Ollie are saying is that the quarterback is able to get the ball out so fast because they know we're not going to tackle, that there's not enough time for them to build pressure in the first
They're
place.
just checking down on us all the way
That's
down
what,
the field.
exactly.
That's
They
all
are
it is.
taking
Check down after
5-yard
check down.
shots
And they're getting
every play,
they're getting 5, 6
they're
extra
getting
yards
15,
every
20
check
yards.
down because we can't tackle.
The 49ers can't fucking get pressure on a 5-yard slant. There's no if you throw a drop off, that's what they're saying, is that teams are just dropping the ball off a yard off the line of scrimmage and then getting 15, 20 because we can't tackle. That's what they're trying to say.
And even if we do get pressure in, the reason we can't get home is because they just dump it off and that guy gets 10 yards.
The games I've been seeing, 15, 20-yard completions have been completed, and that's because the quarterback is sitting back there all day. All day. I've
The
seen
only
some
two
dump offs.
quarterbacks that have the only two quarterbacks that have done that have been Josh Allen and Justin Herbert. Precisely the type of quarterbacks that have the ability to do that. Yo, Fred,
whatever.
You know who else those two quarterbacks did that against, bro? You know who else those two quarterbacks did that against? A lot of other teams way better than us, too. You think Justin Herbert put up close to 5,000 yards on the Miami Dolphins alone?
He had a big part of it.
You think Josh Allen threw 8? Do you think Josh Allen threw 4 touchdowns? No. Do you think Josh Allen threw 4 touchdowns and 200 yards passing to one receiver on our team?
I seen Josh Allen eat us up. I seen Herbert eat us up.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. So what's your point?
Rushing four people, rushing 4 fucking down linemen all game.
Yeah, because you know what happens if you throw a fifth on? You know what happens if you throw a fifth on? Josh Allen gets 3 more touchdowns.
Okay. I also know last year we've only lost by 3 points to him.
You know what happened?
You
know what happened when people blitzed us when we had Dan Marino?
We're giving up 28 points.
You know what happened when people blitzed Dan Marino back in the day? He cooked them.
Yeah, but Fred, I mean,
we ain't talking about back in the day, man. We're talking about now. And like with this defense,
football.
like
I'm talking about football. I don't give a fuck about back in the day or today or tomorrow. It's football.
Like I said, when you don't get no pressure in Daniel Jones's face, he's liable to sit back there and hurt us bad.
Okay, well then fine.
I ain't talking about with no fucking dope off.
I bet you he don't.
15, 20 yards downfield.
I bet you he don't.
Well, we'll see that. We'll see that.
I have a question. Can someone tell me what the well, actually, first of all, do you guys think the Philadelphia Eagles last season, do you think their defense was good?
Yes.
Yes. They're the best front seven in the
situationally, yeah.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question. Do you think their defense?
I want to say no. I want to say no, but I think they were top 5. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, they were good. Yeah, they were good. Of course, they were good.
Okay. Do you know how many people they rushed the quarterback with, Phil or Fred? I'm sorry, Fred.
I don't watch the Eagles like that. For one thing, and I'm right over. And I'm right over here, 5 minutes away from.
Okay.
But I would imagine.
How convenient that nobody can prove a point. How convenient that nobody can prove a point that it's the players executing and not the scheme.
I would imagine.
How perfect for you.
I would imagine the Eagles have a quite good 4-man front that can get after the quarterback.
My point is, it's the players. In my opinion, it's the players. It's not the scheme. That's the different team, same scheme, different players, and it's working. My point is it's not working here. And why? It's because, one, they're not playing physical enough. That's number one. And number two, I don't think they have the natural instincts that team has versus us. That's the reality of it. And that's what I'm saying. And the blitz percentage, if you want to know what that is for the Philadelphia Eagles, in last season, it was only about 14%, by the way. That's it. 14% of the time is when they blitz.
I watched.
By the way, Fred, do you know how many? Do you in fact know how many times we blitzed Justin Herbert in the Chargers game by any chance? Do you happen to know?
If I'm not mistaken, the more I can see, 4, and they came
13.
at the end of the game.
Try 13.
13 times we did.
13 times we blitzed the Chargers,
and that still wasn't even enough.
Yeah, no kidding. And he cooked us with the run game.
And I seen the Eagles let a 12-sack defensive tackle get away last year. Yeah, I think they can get after the quarterback with 4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. My point is that I told people in the offseason that don't be surprised if Miami revamps this defensive line next season. Maybe the guys we have don't fit their mold. I kept saying that. But when training camp started, Christian Wilkins looked like a god out there playing so good, getting sack after sack. But then I thought about it. That was against our players, not against other teams. That's why we didn't look as good against the teams we played in the preseason. You know, that's why we got our ass handed to us and smacked in the face against the Jaguars. Look, my point is, I'm not trying to hate on our team, but I think we kind of have to swallow it that I just don't think the players we have are as good. I think they're a little bit overhyped in some ways. I do think Javon Holland belongs on this team. I do think that Ramsey, when he comes back, will revamp the cornerback position. I don't think Kader Cahoon should have been guarding Diggs, in my opinion. I think I think they should have switched up.
They should have learned that after the first drive.
I agree. And I think without Ramsey, X can't be X. That's the reality. He needs somebody like Ramsey or a Byron Jones to be X. That's what I think what it is. And for me, this defensive line, the only person that's really doing something is either Seiler or AVG at this point. That's the only thing that's happening for me right now. That's it.
By the way, Fred, last week we blitzed the Buffalo Bills 8 times, which is fair enough, a low amount of times, right? But I also want to point out in our 2-point victory last year, we blitzed him 10, and in our 3-point loss in Buffalo, we blitzed him 8 times again, the same number of times. And in the playoff game, which we lost, we blitzed him 18 times.
Okay.
And he had 352 yards. He had 352 yards that game.
But were we in those games? Were those games winnable for us?
It don't matter. We were in one of them when we only blitzed the same number of times we did last week.
What they're saying is we weren't in
it don't matter. He's not even listening to what I'm saying. All he's doing is waiting until I'm done so he can argue, bro.
Fred,
that's all he's doing is waiting until I'm done.
I ain't trying to argue, man. I ain't trying to argue, man.
You're just waiting until I'm done, bro.
The scheme is weak. The scheme is weak.
But Fred,
and you're just making excuses for Fangio. just coming up with excuses for Fangio, bro.
What I
That's
just
all it is.
proven, Fred, is it doesn't matter if we blitz them a lot or blitz them a little, we lose.
The point is we lost last week not because of scheme. We lost last week because of execution. That's the point that we're trying to make. Is the scheme is whatever. The execution was dog shit last week. They couldn't tackle anything. I could have got 50 yards out there last week, bro. Playing against
it was worse than that because I'll point out another play where Cater Kohu is actually about to make the tackle, and Brandon Jones, bless his heart, finally decides to pursue the football and literally knocks Cater Kohu off the tackle.
Okay.
For Stephon Diggs to get another 20 yards.
You say it was execution.
If you watched that game and you didn't
We look like a bunch of Pop Warner players out there, bro.
We were just toasted.
The only player on that defense that was playing well was Andrew Van Ginkel last week.
Yep. He's the only one.
To be honest with you,
both sides of the ball.
At least he was trying.
On both sides of the ball.
No,
he's going to have to try. He's going to have to try because Whitcomb's not going to give him any help. How the hell you do that? You don't help Cater.
Good.
Stephon Diggs.
Good. I'll be fine with Van Ginkel and Cater Kohu is the only ones trying on our team. I'll be fine with that, just like you would be.
I'm gonna get back to
Fangio sitting up there just letting this shit happen.
Yeah, because he's supposed to run down the field and tackle for them, right?
How about he just can't stick the man? How about that?
Well, I mean, just to be 100% honest, bro, like if we go back to the season where we were on that losing streak, we were like 6-1 or something like that, or 5-1.
0-7, or 1-7,
whatever it may be, and we ended up going on that.
You're talking about last year, yeah.
It was the last year of Flores, right? Last year of Flores. Flores didn't really change anything until what was it, Game 7, right?
Yeah, we were 1-7, Game 8.
Yeah, Game 8. So maybe Bryson has something to stand on. Maybe he thinks that's when it'll happen. You know, by week 8. Maybe
I think it's gonna. And my whole point with the week 8 is not that that's the week that this defense gonna show up. I just think there's gonna be a progression of.
Well, I don't disagree with you, Bryson. I'm simply saying that Vic Fangio is not relying on that reasoning.
Yeah.
Oh, I know he's not. And I don't want him to.
So you're doing it for him. Why do it for him?
I have no effect on what Fangio does or does not do.
No, what I'm saying is why take a position that he's not even willing to take? You're caping up for him. You're caping up for him with a reason that he doesn't even want to give to himself.
Listen, he can tell me whatever he wants to tell me. I came into this season expecting this defense not to be solid for a few weeks. I expected
so you're
there to be growing
So you were pre-excusing the man when he did not even want it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. Anybody can tell me anything they want. Anybody can say, "Oh, we need to be better. We need to do this." But I'm not going to expect it just because he
didn't say none of that. He simply said he was not going to fall on the excuse that he's a new guy and needs time for things to gel.
As a coach, I want him to say that. Because as a coach, if he's saying what I say, I'm saying, who the fuck is this guy? Because guess what? I'm sitting on my couch watching them. He's sitting in the box calling plays. They don't.
Yeah, but I didn't hear you saying none of that before the Buffalo game. Like, bro, we're gonna lose this game likely because our defense ain't ready.
Exactly. I didn't. I thought we would have played way better, but I thought we would.
So you believed what he said. So you believed him.
No, that's not necessarily true. I thought we would have slowed him a little bit better. I didn't think we were going to give up as much points. I thought.
So then you believed him.
I thought it was going to be
Just admit you believed him.
It's okay, Bryson. It's okay to believe it. I still believe in Vic Fangio.
I believed him too.
Words in my mouth and then say what I thought was going to happen last week is I thought it was going to be a shootout, and I thought they were going to do what happened in the Chargers game, where there was going to be one play where they.
So it sounds like your belief. It sounds like then your belief in the offense was misplaced, not the defense.
I thought
You know what I heard when
you keep putting words in my mouth.
How did I put? I said it sounds like. I didn't say. I didn't put words into your mouth.
I know, but you keep saying, you keep assuming what I think. I'm trying to tell you what I think, and let me just
presuming, not assuming. But yes, you're right. I'm presuming.
This is exactly
whatever the verbiage is. That's fine. I thought last week what was going to happen is I thought that it was going to be a shootout. And that I thought the defense was going to be able to make a stop in the late game and that we were going to win by 4 points. That was what my prediction was. That's not what happened. And now I'm reassessing. As a fan, I'm like, okay, I was wrong. I was incorrect. Maybe this defense isn't what it was. Maybe this offense isn't what it is without the whole front five. And it wasn't. Liam Eichenberg is dog shit. He completely ruined what we had
right,
going.
Right, okay, right. But again, you agree that it was lack of execution by our players, but are still saying that we're going to be something. We're going to gel by another week down the road.
I think players, when they're comfortable with the scheme, they play better, and they're thinking less, and
they're never going to get comfortable if they don't execute, bro.
Agreed. But what I think is I think players, if they're uncomfortable with the scheme, they're thinking more than they have to, and they're not going back onto what they're.
Maybe it's the other way around, bro.
Maybe it is. Obviously, I'm not a football mind or anything. I'm just saying.
Because I'll tell you this: one thing I've heard from every coach, the one thing I've heard from every coach that's ever coached me is that football is 90% mental.
For sure, but they're more mentally. If you're comfortable with the scheme, you're going to mentally play better.
That's not what they mean by mental. That's not what they mean by mental. They mean thinking. 90% of the game is using your brain.
But don't you think that if they're used and comfortable with the scheme, they're going to do less thinking? Because
they've been playing this game. They've been playing this game their entire lives, dude. You're not going to tell me that something that Vic Fangio is telling them is revolutionary. They've been playing this game their entire lives. If you're confused about something, you know what you do as a player when you're confused on defense? You pursue the football. That's what you do.
And they didn't do that. I agree with you. But what I'm trying to say is I think a player day one in a scheme and day 600 in a scheme is two different products. That's what I'm trying to say
and there's going to be altogether 11 different people by then. That's a different point altogether. And that means we are not even close to Super Bowl contenders this year.
Can I say something, man? Like,
I'm not ready to
during all off season, when they were thinking about hiring Fangio, and then what I actually heard what Fangio defense was he very seldom blitzes. He'd rather go ahead with his front four and play zone. I'm gonna tell you, it hit me right. I said, man, we're going to get 8 up. For real. I said, we're going to get 8 up.
Bro, Bradley Chubb played under Vic Fangio.
I said, we were going to get 8. So what? So what?
No, I'm talking about this whole idea that things got to gel, that the players got to know the system. He played under Fangio.
Bradley Chubb looks like Bradley Chubb is the worst one playing right now. And he's been in the system. He's playing the crappiest out of anybody.
That's my point,
Multiple
Fred.
things can be true. It could be scheme, it could be execution.
Have you guys ever
execution?
Have you guys ever considered maybe going back and looking at when those defenses were built, when they were performing and he was top ranked? What was the turnover rate of that defense? And I'm not talking about turnover when it comes to.
I can answer that with a.
Color, hold on 1 second so I can explain myself. I'm not talking about creating turnovers in the game. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about the turnover rate of player personnel. Who did they kick off?
The churn rate.
Well, it's called in the corporate world. We call it turnover rate. That's what we call it.
Churn in the
we're talking about
customer churn. It's called churn when you're talking about customers, dude.
It took him like a year or two.
I'm talking about the people we brought in and the people we let go. That's what I'm
saying. It took
saying.
them about a year or two in Chicago to be a top 5 defense.
So that's what I'm questioning. How many players did they bring in and bring out?
In Chicago, yes.
No, it didn't.
He was not a top 5 defense in Chicago when he first started there.
No, not day one. No.
That's what I'm saying. It took.
Well, you said 3 years. You said it took him 3 years. He was out of there like 3 years.
He said year 2. Year 2 is what he said, Color. Year 2.
Right, and that's fine. And that's fine. I don't disagree with that. What I disagree with is somebody saying that, and then in the same paragraph saying that we're Super Bowl contenders this year. They're completely polar opposite of each other.
Color here smacking logic all over the place. That's what you missed.
What did I miss? We was transferring tickets in the parking lot. What's happening?
Not much, man. Basically what's going down is people are questioning Vic Fangio's scheme. I'm trying to say I think it's a personnel problem because I don't think the players are putting their big boy pants on and actually going to work and being the physical monsters that they are. I think they have talent. They're just not using it in the proper manner.
Right.
Sharif is up here trying to say there's no way in hell it's going to happen unless we do the zero blitz. That's the only thing in this God earth that will work. And it's not working in Minnesota now.
Right.
And don't tell me they don't use it, but they do.
And Bryson, here's where I'll come to the middle of the table with you on. Here's where I'll come to the middle of the table with you. The 34 points the Chargers put on us was because of new scheme and all of that. 34 of the points that Buffalo put on us is due to that.
Mm-hmm.
The rest up to 48 is because we embarrassed ourselves.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing.
So we could have won that game if we would have executed. If we would have played fundamentally better on defense, we could have won that game.
Color. Had Mostert not fumbled the ball twice, we may have actually scored more points too.
Yeah, that's true too.
Which would also have kept their offense off the field longer.
Yeah,
100%.
Exactly. 100%. I agree with you. These are all valid points.
You know, I think it's funny how it's taken all week for us to get to that point on offense, Ollie, because we're all so afraid to say anything about the failures on offense.
I'm not afraid
The
of
Dolphins had failure too. I was giving
I just haven't been here all week. I'm sorry, Color. I would have brought to your attention.
Well, I got you, Ollie. But here's the thing. I at least said it like this, Ollie. I'm not going to blame the offense for losing the game. I'm not going to say that it's because of them we lost, but it is absolutely their responsibility as to why we only scored 20 points. The defense can't score for them.
Yeah, at that point, you're right. It's on them. Mostert got to control the ball. I just think he had a horrible game. And listen. For all we know, that last game could just be their one bad game of the year. Everybody has one, right?
You're right, including on defense. It could be completely an aberration. We could be 10 times better on defense than we realize.
Hold on.
Well,
don't forget the first game of the season. Buffalo versus
by
Jets.
scoring 50 less the very following week.
Hold on, let him finish, Crypto.
Hold on. Don't forget Buffalo versus the Jets, right? Did anybody here really know who Whitehead was before he had Josh Allen's number? How many interceptions did Josh Allen throw directly to Whitehead? Josh Allen and Whitehead were playing a pass catch game, and that's what happened, right? They had their bad game. We had our bad game. Now we have
against arguably the best defense in the league.
God, everyone thinks one game.
Actually, Whitehead's having a good season now.
But here's the thing, bro. Their fluke game, if you want to call both of them a fluke, okay? Their fluke game came against the Jets. Ours came against them.
Yeah, the Bills. So that's a good point.
So if they think their Jets game was a fluke, and they are as good as they are, then what's that make ours if we didn't realize they were that good yet? A fluke.
Yeah, the frustrating thing, though, is that the Bills have just owned us for the last few years. That's what's frustrating. But
that's not right. They have not owned us for the last 3 games since Mike McDaniel got here, so I'm not going to hear that anymore, bro.
Yeah,
but
it's not like we're losing 25 to nothing at halftime or whatever, at 28 to nothing at halftime.
But Josh Allen's 10-11 against Miami. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, I'm so tired of hearing that goddamn stat, man. You sound like a Buffalo fan saying that shit.
I'm not
bro.
a Buffalo fan. I'm just
saying what you sound like.
You're saying what you said.
That's fine. You can say whatever you want. I'm just saying what the facts are.
Sounds like Mark throwing that shit out. Hey, you want me to do it in his voice? You know, the Dolphins are 10 or 11 or 1-11 against the Buffalo Bills since Josh Allen has been there. You know that, right?
If you haven't figured it out around here, we're not really.
Well, guess what?
Hold on. We're not really keen on the Buffalo side of things, so it don't matter what stat you throw. If it has to do with Buffalo, we're gonna shit on it, bro.
It don't matter anyway. Those games are meaningless. Those games are meaningless when we changed our regime.
Exactly.
I don't like getting beat by Buffalo. If you guys
Bro, those games are meaningless to Mike McDaniel. Those games are meaningless to Mike McDaniel.
First of all, Bryson, don't ever say that I'm okay with getting beaten by Buffalo.
They are meaningless to Mike McDaniel.
Hammers at me because I said
they will
Josh
be
Allen's
meaningless
won
against
10 out of
Flores
11
too,
games.
or every other coach when we kept losing.
I'm just saying that you can only judge who we are against the Bills now based on who has been here in this regime. Mike McDaniel. When it started,
Miami Dolphins as an organization.
I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, the stats show that we only can beat them 1 out of every 10 games. No, we can beat them 1 out of every 4 with Mike McDaniel. That's where we're at.
And what I'm saying
and
is
3 of those games were played in their house.
I'm saying you can bring whatever point you'd like. What I'm saying is the Dolphins organization as a whole has been bad against Buffalo since 2018. That is what I'm saying. We haven't beat Buffalo in Buffalo.
What was the point of saying that? Can you please tell me the point of saying that? Other than to put it out in the ether.
That there's a problem here that we need to fix.
No, there's not.
Beat Buffalo.
And the games before Mike McDaniel are meaningless to that problem.
I disagree.
I don't know how you could. What is what past players and coaches done against Buffalo have anything to do with how we move forward now with Mike McDaniel?
And here's the other part. Hold on, Color. There's an easier way to say this.
We got to say all of them. Our 20 games in a row against them in the 70s is meaningless to what
exactly.
In the 80s.
They didn't win a single game against us in the 80s. Do you think Dan Marino thought about that when we played them in the 90s?
Yeah, listen. Hold on. There's an easier way to explain this, Color. There's an easier way. This is what I would say. Bryson, I understand your concern, but here's the reality of it. I don't really care if we lose twice to Buffalo in the regular season. All that matters is that we win in the playoffs. That's all that matters.
I agree with you, but
doesn't matter what we do. We could lose. Listen, you could legitly lose. Listen, you could legitly beat every other team this regular season except lose to Buffalo again, right? And we could still end up in the AFC Championship.
Bro, look at the Braves.
It don't matter. The Buffalo is not the all-end be-all. That's my point.
Look at the Braves.
I know, but my opinion, Ali.
I don't watch baseball, bro. Sorry.
But the thing is,
look at the Bruins.
Then, in my opinion, if we can beat Buffalo, there's not a team in the league we can't beat.
Well, we know we can beat Buffalo. We know we can beat them.
We haven't done it in Buffalo since 2016. I want to beat them in their home.
Bro, we haven't done it. We haven't done it on a Tuesday night since then either.
Look, the point is that it doesn't matter, bro. And that's the thing. You're trying to put Buffalo at a higher pedestal. Okay, Bryson, this is what we're trying to explain to you, okay? I'm trying to articulate this in a nicer way. I'm not going to blow up on you.
No, you can be an asshole. I don't care.
I don't want to be. No, that's not my character.
No, wait. Before you do that, Ali, who was the one? Weren't you one of the ones saying that if Tua would have been there in the playoff game, we would have won that game?
Bryson did say that.
I'm just saying that. What confidence can we build if we?
But my point is this. What I was trying to say is this. My point is that
Tua started the whole game last week.
My point is that, look, I'm not going to be one of those Buffalo Bills fans, or not any fan for that matter of fact, that holds Buffalo to this, they're on this upper echelon, yet every year they don't make it. But people still hold them up to this upper echelon for what? What has Josh Allen done? Hold on. What has Josh Allen done that is so elite? if anything, Burrow has done more elite things, in my opinion,
to be honest,
than Josh Allen. He's made the AFC Championship game, and he's won the AFC Championship game, right? And this is in his first 3 seasons of being a quarterback in the league, right? It took 3 seasons for Josh Allen to even become anything, if anything, right? That's the reality of it. And the second point I'm going to make is this. It don't matter how many times Buffalo beats us, bro. It doesn't matter until that they make it a rule in the NFL to only win the league is you have to beat Buffalo. It don't matter. They can beat us every time. It doesn't bother me, bro. All that matters
is kills my confidence
That's
in the
all
team.
that matters.
That's what I'm saying.
See, that's right there. See that right there, man. You're feeding Ali, bro. You're conceding, man.
Can I reply to what Ollie was saying?
No.
Oh, I can't. Okay.
Why can't he? Why can't he?
Because I said. Because he asked.
Keller's trolling.
It's like asking me if you can have a drink out of my fridge when I told you you help yourself.
Oh, come on, Color. Go ahead, Bryson. What were you saying?
I'm not saying that the Bills are this elite echelon. I do think they're a top team in the league. I don't think
But you just said it's a problem. You said it's a problem.
Let me finish my point. My point.
All right, go ahead.
I think the Buffalo has our number. I think they're our kryptonite. Just like how the Buffalo Bills struggle with the Jets, just like how the Patriots struggle with us, I think they have our number. And I think if
everybody has an ex-girlfriend or a girl or a fling or some girl they saw at the bar or whatever that they were like, oh my God, I can't believe I talked to her or him, in the lady's perspective. Everybody has a number like that in their phone book. It don't matter. Everybody has
do you realize exactly, Ollie? Do you realize that we can come up with one of those platitudes for every single team we play? We are the only fan base that does that shit.
Yeah.
What's tomorrow's platitude? What's tomorrow's platitude about the Giants? Oh, we owe them for keeping our perfect season intact. Is that what it is? It's payment for that.
I don't know.
What's going to be? Is that what it's going to be when we lose to the Giants? How about when we go in and face Carolina?
What I'm saying
what's going to be the platitude then?
Needs to prove that they can beat Buffalo.
I just want to make a point real quick.
Even if it's like
I already know this team can beat Buffalo. I don't know what you're looking at.
I know this team can too, but I want them to prove it.
I think they already have proven it
consistently. Can I finish my point?
Well, if we can play them more than one game out of 4, if we can play them more than one game out of 4 in our house, maybe we would be more consistent. Did you ever think of that?
Let me make a point real quick.
Go ahead, Chick Money. Go ahead.
All right. The year the Tampa Bay went to the Super Bowl, the Saints, not only did they sweep the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but they beat the crap out of them by more than 30 points both games. The year the Rams won the Super Bowl, San Francisco
58-36, Shake. 58-36 in 2 ball games. San Francisco beat the Rams.
Exactly, and then they won, and they beat them in the playoffs. So at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter what happens in the regular season.
That's fine.
That's my whole point. I just want to win in the playoffs. That's it.
Look at the Braves, but still, I still want to have confidence in my team.
Well, Bryson, you got to realize, bro, you're throwing your confidence away for no reason. We've played them 3 times in their own house, bro. We lost by 3 with a backup quarterback in the wild card game in their house.
I know, and then we come and return.
And you're on record saying we would have won that game with Tua. So how did we not beat them? How did we not prove it?
That's my point. We've shown regression. Why can't we be within 3?
Because it gets tough, dude. It's a 3rd game in a row in their house.
I don't like the performance that we saw. I'm not saying you guys like it. I'm not confident going into Buffalo in the postseason with the performance we've shown, unless this comes with a caveat. Unless
I'm not going, and that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm not confident going into the game tomorrow with the performance we had.
Unless we prove that we can beat the elite teams in their home.
Bro, I'm not confident. I'm not confident we can win tomorrow with last week's performance. So what's the point?
It's just
they gotta
Buffalo.
show me that they can. They gotta show me that
Jermaine,
they can
where's your evidence that
perform
we're not
against
losing
elite
to the
teams.
Giants? Where's your evidence, Jermaine?
They gotta show me that they can beat the elite teams. We didn't. We got to consistently beat the elite
We beat
teams.
them, bro.
But we haven't done
You're
it
telling me. You're telling me. Listen to me. You're telling me. Are you actually suggesting that the Chiefs would go into Buffalo 3 times in a row and beat them?
They beat them 2 out of 3, I think.
Well, good thing that the Chiefs. Good thing that the Chiefs. Hey, it's a good thing that the Chiefs take care of business throughout the season, so they don't ever have to face that fact.
Well, they take care of business in the postseason.
Yeah, that's right, and we don't. And we don't.
And we don't
It don't have nothing to do with Buffalo. It don't have nothing to do with Buffalo.
Consistency.
It don't
Kansas
have
City
nothing
shows
to do with Buffalo. It has nothing to do with Buffalo.
Consistency.
Can you understand what I'm saying to you? Can you understand what I'm saying to you? The consistency has nothing to do with Buffalo.
It has to do with beating big.
And I'm submitting to you, that we don't win tomorrow if we have last week's performance.
He says it doesn't matter. What he's trying to say, Bryson, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be Buffalo. It could be any team.
If we would have had the performance we had against the Broncos, if we would have had the performance we had against the Broncos, let me finish. If we would have had the performance we had against the Broncos, while not scoring 70 points, we would have won against Buffalo.
But we don't perform like we did against the Broncos, against the top end teams. That's what I'm saying.
And I'm telling you that has nothing to do with Buffalo. I'm telling you it has nothing to do with Buffalo.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever. You made the point. We are not consistent against the top end teams in the NFL. That is the problem. Whatever, fine. Lose to Buffalo twice a year.
Let's beat the Vikings a little more often, and maybe we can change that consistency by beating the Vikings a little more often, so we can get a home field playoff game. How about that?
For sure. But the thing is we don't. Our last 20 years history hasn't proven to me that we're good enough to do that. Yeah, sure. The Rams have lost to the 49ers twice. And then
so after watching our last 3 performances against Buffalo, going in, not including last week, you really think that that's how we are? That's how we actually are against Buffalo, 48-20.
No. I thought what we were last year, right? The last year, the 3 games last year, I thought that's who we were, and then. But then we played them last week, and this league is all about what.
Yeah, and we played with zero urgency, which usually translate to what in your opponent's building?
To a loss.
An embarrassment.
This league is all about.
Actually, it equals an embarrassment usually.
This league is all about what have you done for me recently. This isn't about what last year.
You're about that, bro. You're about that.
No,
I don't care what the league is about.
Color. Okay, man.
I don't care what the league is about. That's obvious. You know what the league cares about? Taylor fucking Swift, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But my point is just because of what's happened last year has no effect this year. For instance, the Rams won the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They were dog shit last year. It doesn't matter. That's my point.
It's because guess what? They got their ring and they took the year off. That's right. They didn't have their quarterback or their star receiver for most of the season.
Exactly what I'm saying is it's all about now.
Whatever it has nothing to do with effort. It has nothing to do with effort. Because effort-wise, Jalen Ramsey still earned himself a new contract because of effort.
Yeah, he's a dog. I didn't.
Yeah, that's called effort on a bad team. That's called effort.
Yeah, he's an elite DB.
And that's in colors going back to the fact on why we say it's the players' problem, because the fact that they were not showing effort.
I know, but Ali, what I'm saying is I'm agreeing with you guys. We have shown a history of not showing effort. Now,
could it just be that they had a tummy ache? Could it just be that the lack of effort?
49ers game last
year.
Could it possibly be?
Bryson, is it possible? Bryson, is it possible that the lack of effort was due to a tummy ache? Was it possible that the lack of effort was due to a team-wide stomach virus?
I hope so. I hope
Okay.
so. And what I'm saying is they got to prove it to me now. I'm not just going to believe in them.
The finals in '96.
What I'm saying, you can.
Well, you're talking to a man that doesn't believe in them anyway, bro.
But
I've been trying to convince you of this. We've known each other.
I'm in the position that they got to prove it to me.
Josh Allen is the next.
But you never required Tua to prove one.
What's going on?
You say you did,
what are you
but you
talking
didn't.
about? Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
say you did, but you also
Josh
say
Allen
that
is
Tua
the
would have
next
won
Mike
us the
Glennon.
game against Buffalo last year with no
So,
proof.
I thought better
into a
quarterback
giraffe.
play. He would have. Yes, I thought better quarterback.
I'm gonna
play.
play. Make a meme about
Really?
that now.
Well, Tua had his chance last week, and he only put up 20 points.
Yeah, I thought the defense played a lot better in the playoffs than they did last week too. I thought
So
the
did the
O-line played
offense.
a lot better.
So did
last
the
week.
offense.
Yeah,
So did
and
the
the
offense.
The
as
offense
well.
actually put up more points.
I also thought the
in
play
the playoffs
calling.
they did last week.
I mean,
So
we
then
can
where does
nitpick
this?
here
Where
and
does
there.
this? We
The
play
end of
them
the
to
day
3
is
points
we
twice
lost
in their
last
house
week
and then
we
get
lost
blown out
the
in their house.
playoffs.
Hold on. So where's this argument from consistency come from when we beat them in Hard Rock? We lost by 3 points in their house in a primetime game. We lost by 3 points with a third string backup in a playoff game, and then we got blown out in their house. Like, how's that lack of consistency? Because we got blown out in a third game in a row in their house.
I'm talking about. You're talking about such a smaller pool of games than I'm talking about.
We also had how many people were not
organization-
playing Sunday that were playing last year against
This
them?
organization has a systemic.
How many
problem
how many of
not
our
showing
defensive
up
players?
in the big
How many of our
games? If you're
defensive
gonna keep
players were
talking over
playing
it, I'm
against
just gonna
them
let you
last year
go.
that weren't this year?
I'm trying to make a point, Color, and you just keep talking over me. So
Well, okay, we're talking over each other.
okay, what do you got to say? Go ahead.
How many players on defense were not in the game last week that were in the game last year?
I have no idea. I don't care about that though. That has
I
nothing.
know
to
you
do
don't
with
care about
execution.
that because it doesn't. It goes against your narrative.
I don't care who's
See,
playing on the field.
You see it as making excuses when I'm sitting here telling you that there is 2 different teams we're talking about.
I don't care who's on the field, who's not on the field. This organization, my entire life, I'm 25 years
that's
old.
something you need to let go of that, bro, because I sat there and watched them go to 4 Super Bowls, 2 of which we should have been in. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You got to let go of that, man.
I'm going to finish my point now. This team has been awful my entire life, and finally they have a roster that I have believed in, and they perform like they did last week. I'm not saying that they can't do it. All I'm saying is that to me, they got to prove they can do it.
You just said you believed in the roster without them playing 1 game.
I said that I believe that with execution and everything.
That's what proving to you means, to convince you, to make you believe.
But the problem is that I don't
Hey,
think
Jay, come up here and tell us your confidence level after last week.
I
Jay.
don't think this team has
you go over Niagara Falls and pay him a visit
against top-end teams in my lifetime.
I'm just wondering, my only question I have left is, what convinced you before they even played 1 game if you said that you believed in the team when you saw the roster?
What do you say that again? What?
Hey, hold on, caller, real quick. We had a $5 donation by Fins Up Winsy. I'm sorry I missed this. We're 2nd year into our proper rebuild. We were built around our QB relax. All right.
Doesn't the QB
I'm
need
relaxed.
defense?
I still think this is a playoff team. I just think
So what I'm saying, so what I was saying, Bryson, is where I'm confused is proof. The purpose of proof is to convince a person, is to make them believe. Okay. So you started by saying you believed in the roster, but now that after last week's performance, the team has to prove to you that they're that team.
Yeah, because
so you gave them your belief. Hold on. You gave them your belief without them playing 1 single game, and now you don't continue to give them your belief because they showed you something different in 1 game.
Because I was a fan, and I thought on emotion.
It's still the same roster.
Do
you believe they're going to fix it? Do you believe they're going to correct it?
So I thought on emotions. I thought, wow, they're gonna put it together. McDaniel's going into year 2. He's gonna make these changes.
Okay, fair. Okay, that's fine. So you had faith,
man.
So you had faith to begin with. So to begin with, you had faith, man. You made a point, and I'm you made a point, bro. You made a point. That's why I interrupted you, because you made a point.
Yeah, but I wasn't done making it. But go ahead, Cole.
What you mean? You had other points to make?
Incorrect. I wasn't done making the point that I was making. But go ahead. You have something to say.
You simply, what you just told me in the point that you made before you moved on to your second one was that, just so we can be clear before you move on, you were going on faith originally, which is unfounded belief. So to start the season, you were going on faith. Is that correct?
So what I was going off emotions. Whatever you want to call it, I'm gonna speak for myself. No. You can call it whatever you want. I'm gonna speak the words that I have internally. I went off emotions, believing in this team, thinking that they would do what I thought they could do, and they go into Buffalo, they completely shit themselves on the coaching side of things as well as the player side of things.
And
now
that's called
I'm just
fate.
going back, and that's painful. As a fan, that's painful. Now I'm going into this next week thinking we're going to be fine. We're going to win this game. We're going to win the next 2 games.
And what evidence do you have of that?
All I'm saying is
right there. Stop. What evidence do you have of that?
No, I'm not done making my point.
You are done making your. You know, bro. Okay. You have a really failed understanding of what a point is, bro.
I don't know.
You have a really failed understanding of what a point is, dude. I'm just saying. But continue to make all 10 of your points. You let everybody know when you're done making all of the points you have made. Okay, please.
I'm trying my best not to interrupt you, Color, and talk as much as you want. I would hope the same respect.
Well, we got to have a back and forth, bro. You can't just sit here and go, I haven't finished my point because I don't want you to refute the one I just made.
Sounds good, man. Until I can finish what I'm saying, I'll just
go ahead, bro. You've got the entire floor for the rest of the night.
You keep cutting in front of me.
Because you keep pointing out that you haven't been able to finish, so I cut you off to say go ahead.
You cut me off to tell me to go ahead.
Wow.
You told me to stop talking.
Then don't go ahead. I don't care. Let's move on, man.
Sounds good. Go on, all.
You took the time I gave you to remind everybody that I cut you off again. While I was saying go ahead.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Tell us what happened then. Go ahead.
You guys both get fucking some weed or something? Any marijuana? Both of you fucking calm down.
Jay, I think they need a song. Here we go. I'm gonna play this one for them. Shake Money. Actually, Shake Money might like this better. I don't know.
Just trying to fuck.
Nena loca, me tiene loco en la cabeza cuando me tocas. Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber.
If you knew what the translation is, he's talking about one making you crazy. That's what you guys are doing right now.
I just want to say what I want to say. I don't know why that's so fucking hard on a.
Then start a YouTube channel and start up a show and say what you want to say, bro.
I thought that's what this platform is for. I thought that the whole point of
this platform is not for you to sit here and ramble off every single thought in your head, dude.
I didn't.
Without anybody saying a word. Because guess what, bro? When you make 5 points in a row, a person forgets the first one and has no chance to refute you, bro. So one at a time, please.
Okay.
Hey, Crypto, what you drinking, man?
I guess I was misunderstanding what this panel was for then. My bad.
This panel is for communication. And listening to you rattle off 10 points is not communication.
Though. I didn't think I was able to communicate. If you disagree, I'm sorry.
Because communication requires a receiver and a back and forth. It doesn't mean I'm on a soapbox until I'm done talking and then you can refute every point I've made. Okay. That's not communication.
All right.
I was trying to steel man you, bro. I was trying to make sure I understood what you were saying as you went along.
Okay.
Do you understand that, Bryson? I was simply trying to understand clearly what you were saying as you went along. That's all I was doing.
That's not how I felt it.
Well, you got to get off of that, bro.
Okay. Sounds good, man.
Cap for life, whatever you're doing. Oh, there you are. Now I see you. There we go. We bring you in. This channel provides top-notch content. I appreciate it. Let's help the channel, boys. Been waiting for 4 years now. Hope having a good one. Thank you for the $5 donation. Shout out to Finzi again. Listen, I understand that we have concerns, but let's just chill and have a good time, okay? Let's forget about last week. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you want to call it emotion, faith, religious, spiritual. It doesn't really matter, right? Does it really matter? No, it doesn't. Let's just keep it moving. You know, what do you guys think about the Chase Claypool deal? Yes,
I was out of the country last week. Could somebody tell me who won the game last week?
Really? Really?
I'm indifferent, Ali, honestly, but I don't think it's the worst thing we've ever. I don't think it's a bad move per se.
Hey, I was in a third world country. They don't have no television reception. I need to know who won.
It can only help us.
Like crazy. Where the hell y'all went?
Because he can only hurt us on one play, Ali. You know what I mean? Before he gets benched.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it makes sense with the, Ezukama being down and River Craycraft being down.
I'm really thinking there, Bryson. What do you think? I'm asking you because I know I know that you know we're a little sensitive on that right now. So I'm going to give you the floor on this question. Do you think it's really just a simple matter of you got to bring a big body guy like that in because naturally he's going to at least be able to do the blocking duties that Craycraft was doing for us so well?
Yeah, I mean, Craycraft clearly was the best blocking wide receiver on the team.
I'm convinced.
And we haven't had a big body 6'4" wide receiver like Claypool. And I think if he's very talented, it just hasn't worked for whatever reason in the last 2 years with the last two teams. But if you look at his rookie year, he showed a lot of potential. My thing is if anybody can pull that potential out, it's Wes Welker and Mike McDaniel.
So what you're saying, Bryson, just real quick, and I'll let you continue with your points, okay? Sure. So what you're saying is that Crypto doesn't have to worry about him becoming Devontae Parker, is what you're saying.
I mean, that still could be possible. I just think
man, now you just
I thought you were going somewhere else, Ollie. I thought you were going somewhere else because McDaniel wasn't here for the last two organizations either.
I just think that
Caller, hold it down.
I have seen him play. I've been a fan of Claypool in the past on the field. I haven't been a fan on him in the locker room or whatever it's going on, but I've seen some solid things from him. And I think that he's a big body receiver. He can be a big red zone threat. And we don't have that big guy on our team. And I think that he can fill that position.
I'm just picturing him, Bryson. I'm picturing him at the 2 yard, catching a ball at the 2 yard line and practically falling in the end zone because he's so big. You know what I mean?
We got that.
I'm picturing him.
You just need to use him more.
I'm picturing him just being able to get off the line of scrimmage.
Oh, come on, man. You know, Fred, if you're going to really, bro.
If I'm going to what?
I don't know what you mean by that, I guess, bro, but continue, man.
I mean, what I mean by that is 40 yards by Tyreek.
What was it you were saying, Fred? Rephrase that?
40 yards by Tyreek last week. A miraculous catch by Waddle last week. Clearly,
so we're never going to complete a pass again. I got you. Good take.
Clearly,
all right, next.
Clearly, we need some wide receivers that can get off the line of scrimmage.
Clearly.
Hey guys,
so we got it now. So there you go. So you're good with it, I think. What's that, Cap?
What happened to the U, bro?
Did we lose?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is.
That's because the college football world came back to reality and showed that Miami still can't.
Hey,
no, that's
all of a
messing
sudden
around.
you pop up.
Yeah, and the team we blew out just lost to the Crimson Tide by only 6, but whatever.
Yeah, that's true. Listen,
What's
Georgia
good,
Tech shows up every once in a while. What's up, Cap for Life? How you doing?
Man, woke up and breathing, brother. Crypto, what the hell happened to you, man? I called you guys earlier. You and Shake Money been tearing up Miami. What the hell, bro?
Adam,
they're in the club
Robbie's
right now.
6'3", but he's skinner than a. I mean, he's.
Hey, we called you, bro. You don't answer your phone.
See, that's the benefit of not talking smack on everybody about the Canes. So I don't have to eat no crow.
Waiting all afternoon for you to call me, man. I fell asleep crying in a fetal position. I was like, these guys don't want to hang out with me.
I called you, and Crypto had like damn. I'm like, why Cap for Life ain't answering me?
Bro, you got to call back more than once, man.
And by the way, I am pretty sure that
that's what it is.
I'm pretty sure that Tyreek Hill is going to be able to get off the line of scrimmage this week. Just saying, you might want to hold your fan.
I don't know, man. I think that man press coverage really exposed us at the line, being that we're small bodies with speed. Like, look, I love the speed aspect. Don't get me wrong, but that power, we need that power right now. We don't have that power.
Thank you.
I just need the floor for 2 seconds. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I need the floor for 2 seconds. Color. So today's game day, right? So I gotta close it down early, or can you continue and you can close it whenever you want?
Just got here, bro.
I'll go a little longer, I suppose.
All right. So listen. So everybody listen. Color has. Hold on, you guys. Hold on for me 1 second. Color has the controls. It's his show now. So he's gonna take it from here. I'm gonna be at the game.
I already thought it was Color's show. I thought it was Color's and Bryson's show already, Ali.
Now they're all gonna run away, Ali.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
It's Jay trolling you, bro. But honestly, Ali, I think everybody's just gonna run away now. But that's okay.
I think
I'll end the shape.
Don't behave. Go for a little bit longer. Anyway, play some music for somebody. If you don't like what they have to say, just play some music. You know what I mean? Whatever. So,
hey, you can put on that. Hey, you can put on that. Hey, Ali, you can put on that. Ali, you can put on that chill reggae in the background if you want before you leave.
Let me find it. Hold on.
The one that's in the. I think we got it in the.
Yeah,
the one you always play in the morning.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on for me 1 second.
How many licks do it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll pop?
All of them.
Now, guys, just so you know, I'm gonna assume full host now. So, pull the volume down just a smidge, Ali.
Sure, hold on 1 second.
So it's a little ambient.
How's that?
Is that good for you guys or a little lower?
Yes, you gotta slow it down the tempo, man. That sounds like some Tears for Fears.
Tears for Fears, goddamn.
Is it too loud?
There you go, right there. That's perfect. All right, so I'm gonna assume host.
Button, please.
All right, Ali.
Take it easy, Ali.
You got 5 more viewers, bro. Look at that.
Have a good one, Ali.
Have a good one.
I was talking about the panelists running away. They're all gonna be like, "Color's gonna yell at me."
Bro, the party's just getting started.
Yeah, this is the after party show. Come on.
All the Kings.
No, but I am going to assume host, so I am going to ask Steel Manning questions that have nothing to do with my position. So don't think I'm arguing with you guys. I'm just trying to guide the conversation.
Let me be your co-host, please.
Look, who just left already? Who gave up?
No, that was Ali, I think.
Oh, that was Ali leaving. All right. Right on. And Bryson, you're the one with the dolphin logo in your avatar, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm blind right now on my phone, so I'm just all I know you guys by is your avatar right at the moment. And that other guy over there is Mark.
Tony Pepperoni.
Mark Chopper. Oh, that must be Jay. Oh, that's Jay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Jay. We got Bryson. We got. Who's this other person over here? Mounty's still here. He probably fell asleep already. Cat for Life, Crypto, and Fred. How y'all doing? Welcome back to the After Hour.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me on the program. Thank you for indulging us in and nothing but buffoonery for the next couple of minutes.
I know it's really hard to talk about the keys for like this game and all that, because I know we all believe, no matter what we think about traps and all that, I think we all are pretty confident in this game tomorrow. So it's like, what do we talk about for keys to win?
Yeah,
just score. They can't keep up with us.
I got
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No matter how bad our defense is, they ain't going to be able to keep up with our offense if we execute.
I got a question for you guys. So with how fast, obviously, since how recently Claypool has been added to the team, do you think he'll have any type of role, or will we see him tomorrow?
That's a good question, dude. I think because of the blocking aspect of it, we likely will, and also in the red zone.
I don't know,
but
man.
I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see him take one snap yet. But go ahead, y'all can answer too.
I think his MO is not dissecting the playbook too much. That's why he's been moved around so much. I mean, I hope he gets to dissect it into the point where he's on special teams, but I don't know, man. Like, I don't really to have him on the field. Not right now. Not right now. It's too critical of the game.
I don't see it. Unless we brought him in for a specific reason that we want to test out against a bad team tomorrow. You know what I mean? You guys got to also remember that. You guys also have to remember that despite not being listed and all that, or made a big deal out of, Tyreek is nursing a little bit of a banged up knee from last week. So
you read my mind,
it's not a matter of him getting injured. It's a matter of if that's getting sore by halftime. It's like it's not a bad thing to have a guy like Claypool there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree with that for depth aspect. But yeah, Waddle's
besides Craycraft and Izukama being out, Claypool can also run the stuff that the Eazy-E was running. I think because if he takes the edge on a jet sweep, it's going to be hard for that corner to just lay a lick on him. He's a pretty big guy, So
yeah.
What country is that?
You could also set him up. You could also set him up on a toss sweep as a lead blocker for Achane. So look for that tomorrow too, which would be really lovely because Achane doesn't even need a blocker out in front to take that edge, bro. But imagine him having one. Do
you expand Chosen's role a little bit more, or do you let Claypool ease
Chosen? I don't even think is Chosen even active for tomorrow.
I mean, I would assume.
I don't even expect him to play.
He's on the roster. He's on the roster now. So
how would Claypool? How would Claypool replace Chosen so fast?
Because
he don't even know. He don't know anything about the playbook.
He's not replacing Chosen.
What can they draw up for him other than
Chosen was on the field last week to replace Waddle's role.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, what can they draw? What can they draw up for Claypool other than an end around or some blocking? As whereas he's only been there a day or two.
You have an outlet across the middle of the field. You've got back shoulder throws on the sideline for 50-50. You got a bunch of things, man. The guy's a gifted athlete. He just hasn't been putting it together the past couple seasons. Look, he's been in Chicago, bro. He's been in Chicago. Chicago is literally a team that is meant for wide receivers to die, bro. Like, seriously.
And
but the question is why? Why is it not
because Chicago, their whole mantra is built on lunchbox style, run hard and play good defense style of play. It's their city.
If they're going to do that with Claypool, why didn't they do it with Izukama?
Because I
don't know what you mean.
I mean,
why wouldn't
you said there? I asked what kind of plays could they draw up for him. You said something across the middle, some jump balls, 50-50 balls or whatever.
They did. They did draw up that stuff. They did utilize Eazy for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they got hurt.
That's what they were doing with him.
He might be a slot receiver. You never know. Right now, you've also got
Craycraft was out last week. Okay, and look how much of a hit we took in our run game, bro. I suspect that Craycraft has been doing a lot more than people realize when it comes to blocking in our outside zone scheme. So
we've been saying that for weeks, Taylor.
I'm sorry.
We've been saying that for weeks, you and me, as far as like the the importance of having Craycraft, knowing that scheme.
I mean, weeks, try months. You know,
yeah.
Some of us have been crying that for months. When they talk about why did Craycraft get to make the team and not Chosen? Like, who the hell is Robbie Chosen? First of all,
dude, Craycraft
I'm so tired of this. All of a sudden, Robbie Chosen is this elite receiver, bro. Like he's the Jets garbage that we gave a charity tryout to.
I don't know, man. I think he's going to be pivotal tomorrow. I mean, I'm with you. I think they're going to be less snap counts on our number 1 and number 2, man, because I really do think they're more banged up than what people think they are.
Well, I really think we're going to get a heavy dose of Achane tomorrow anyway. So
that too, yeah.
I mean,
I hope Achane takes over the running back 1 role because I think
they're missing like 4 starting O linemen, I think, or they're all banged up. They got defense, but they're O line.
I mean, keep in mind last week when we were going touchdown for touchdown with them when it was 14-14, both of our touchdowns came off of running plays.
Yeah, against Buffalo.
I think Achane is a really, really good running back. I mean, I think he's like up at that level that people are going to realize he's up at that level next year. You know what I mean?
Most of the teams. Both of them.
I mean, he is absolutely different, man. Like seriously, the way he can
insane.
The way he can sidestep tackles, man, and then just start it right back up. Like it's just amazing, man. It really is.
And the fact that his size,
we could say Mostert had a bad game. I keep Mostert at the number 1 for now. You know what I mean? It's the Giants, man. And okay, I say Mostert had a bad game, and he'll pick it up. He'll pick it up this week.
Well, I mean, usually
there's no reason.
Like that,
Mostert's the older one. Mostert is the older back that's got more concerns about finishing the season. This is precisely when you rely on your young guy who's been showing out and let Mostert ride the plane, man.
Do you think that they're going to ease Achane in another game, or they're going to give Achane full reign?
No, I honestly think it's going to be a heavy dose of Achane tomorrow, and we likely see. We could even see Jeff Wilson on 3rd downs instead of Mostert.
Is he active, Jeff Wilson?
Or either?
I'm not sure, but I know he was back. I thought he was back in practice.
Okay.
I keep seeing
I mean, Devon Achane's averaging over 11 yards per carry right now. I just don't
and the thing of it
why
is,
you wouldn't
he's now priced up on DraftKings, so they're expecting more volume to continue.
Yeah. I mean, Devon Achane, I mean, in fantasy, not that means anything. He's the number 4 running back in fantasy.
Yeah, he's scoring 28 fantasy points per game. That's absolutely ridiculous.
That's insane.
That's even better. That's like when midway through Christian McCaffrey's best season, he was averaging 24 points per game.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, Devon Achane, I think this man's
now it's only a 4-game sample size. It's only a 4-game sample size, but look at last week. As bad as last week was, the man still ripped off a 55-yard run.
Well, Color, I was actually at a buddy's house, and one of our friends, he doesn't watch football much, but he's like, "Hey, who's this Devon Achane guy? Who's this Devon Achane?" He's like, "He's the best player on the field." Like literally, he doesn't know football. And he's looking at the screen and saying that guy's the best man on the field. That's what he said. You know, like the dude just is a baller.
He's really, really good. He is really, really a good runner. Like I think he's one of the runners. And this may be why we didn't pursue so hard for JT, because one of the attributes we gave to Jonathan Taylor as to explain why he was so important is because you don't need a top offensive line. You only really need like a 15th ranked run offensive line for a guy like JT to succeed. And I think Achane is one of those types of backs. Like I think our offensive line could sit at 16th this year and Achane's having a season. You know what I mean?
I think
he's just really good.
Our offense is predicated more, and we know this, about the speed, and more that each week passes by, people are seeing it. I want us to have a different dynamic if that doesn't work out, because if you just pop one of these guys, and you know they're gonna try to pop them now more than ever now, knowing that they know speed is our strength.
The thing of it is, Cap, is that Achane is also brings power with that speed, as small as he is, bro. It's crazy.
That's my point. Like, you try to pop him, he's getting right back up.
Achane is second in the league in yards after contact per rushing attempt, and number 1 is Chris Brooks. So I mean, he hasn't got as much attempts, so we can just basically, I mean, that's respect to Chris Brooks, but
and I know a guy like
yards after contact.
And this ain't to throw shade on you, Fred. You're a very careful person, right? But I'd imagine that if I'd said to something like you, like, go watch his college tape, you would say, oh, that's just college. And I don't disagree with you. Normally, I wouldn't invoke college tape. But what I'm telling you is the way he runs and his skill and his style is the same that I saw on his college tape in the NFL. So his college tape is actually a good barometer, bro, if you want to go get a look at more of his stuff.
You know what? I did watch.
And don't look at the hold on, Fred. Don't look at the offense he's playing on. Don't look at all that stuff. Look at the way he's running. The guy can sidestep an entire offensive line, bro. It's crazy.
When I watched his highlights in college, I was looking at Achane. I wasn't looking at the offense. I wasn't even looking at the offensive line, bro. He know his offensive line was weak. But this guy he plainly had skills to me, and I thought he was going to be.
And as far as my opinion goes, those skills, I've already seen those skills in the NFL, is what I'm saying, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, it's translated.
Chris Johnson, but without the power at the end. He reminds me with that speed with Chris Johnson, but I think Achane got more power.
I mean, you know, Achane knows how to not take a direct hit. He knows when to get down when he needs to. He knows when to accelerate when he's supposed to. You know what I mean? And that makes him a real good back. You know what I'm saying? He's a real elusive guy. And not only that, he runs with power too. And
he's so small that he's already got 2 or 3 yards on the defense before they even know he's got the ball, man. Other than, occasionally something gets snuffed out in the backfield. That happens to every running back. But for the most part, it's like they don't even know he has the ball yet, and he's already dancing between the tackles.
I just don't want him to get jacked up like Houston preseason game. Somebody lift his ass up. That's the only way they'll take him down. It's like jack him and pile drive his ass.
No, like I said, man, Achane's a guy, man. Like, he knows how to not take that head on or that real hard contact. You know, he can slide right off of that and get down when he needs to, man. I think he's a real smart running back, man.
I think you're right.
He's been compared to Warrick Dunn, and I see some similarities with Warrick Dunn myself, who never really took that hard hit himself.
Achane is 6th in rushing, and he's only played 2 games. He only had one carry in the New England game, so you could give him 2 games, and he's 6th in rushing in the league. That's insane.
I mean, this guy had great games against LSU. You know, I mean, he had some great games against some
Alabama,
some high priority college teams, man. For the being given the college team he was at. Where was he at? Where's he at? A&M or something?
Jimbo Fisher.
Texas A&M, right?
Texas A&M.
Well, I thought you'd know, Frederick, because you just said he had great games in college, so you should know what team he played for.
I said I watched his highlights. I said I watched his highlights. Cut it out, man. Don't jump.
Ronnie, where the hell you been, man? What do you think about everything?
Well, I'm just waiting for Jay to put the fucking actions up, and no one wants to talk, really. I mean, I feel like
for that, Jay, no, hold on. We got to give Jay the floor because he sits here patiently every time he comes up and never gets a chance to speak. So go ahead, Jay.
Well, I'll keep it concise, candid, to the point. Look, folks, our defense stinks. if it's not improved, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be one and done. We'll get in the playoffs. We'll be a wild card, and we'll go to Buffalo, get our asses kicked, or Baltimore or some other team. They're going to kick our asses. This defense, they got to do something. They got to go out and try to get maybe Akeem Hicks, a traditional nose tackle, someone like that, throw in there that can help this defense, because Vic, he's very stubborn. I hope he changes the scheme to conform to the talents of the players, or lack thereof, like good coaches are supposed to do. But I don't think he's going to do that. That's all, Color.
That's cool. You said that. And I hear some free agents out there, man. Like for example, Daniel Hunter from Minnesota. I think he'd be a real good acquisition, man. Bringing.
Yeah, I think honestly, Fred, I think we're just trying to wait for some of these teams to give up on their season a little more, bro. Some of these guys we're after are probably on teams that are still, dipping their toes in the water as far as competing this year.
How did the Cowboys get Randy Gregory from Denver?
Because Denver's done with their season and they already know it.
Yeah, that's 4 games in. That's only the quarter. Imagine 8 games. All the people are going to be dumping salary.
I think Sean Payton's just trying to wake guys up, man. Trying to shake guys up into playing harder, man. Gregory's one of his better.
I think Jerry Jeudy's going to be the next guy they move.
So I just looked up 2 other runners, but one of them I found same exact height as Devon Achane, but he's 35 pounds heavier, and that's Emmitt Smith.
That's what I'm saying, man. They figured us out to the point where they're jamming us at the line. So we need to
Achane is 5'9", 185. Emmitt was 221.
Emmitt had nowhere near this guy's skills, if you ask me.
Well, Emmitt has obviously, he's a heavier guy, but could hit the hole just as hard. So, and being 5'9", same thing with Emmitt. The defense didn't even know he had the ball half the time before he's in the secondary.
Let's don't forget Emmitt did.
That's going to keep him. That's going to keep him healthy too. That's going to keep him healthier too. Hitting the hole hard.
Emmitt did run behind
the easiest way to avoid injury in the NFL, no matter what position you play, the easiest way to avoid injury is to do your motherfucking job. Period. Because usually you're going to always be, if you're doing your job, you're in a position to where you're less likely to get hurt. It's designed to go that way. You're gonna your body's gonna be in the right position. It's not gonna have guys falling on your ankles and twisting your ankles because you got to get back to that spot that you were supposed to be when you should have just been there to begin with.
I think the way you keep from getting hurt, is you don't let up and play hard all the way through.
I agree. But I understand this sentiment. We don't want to get we're like pins and needles because
we got
a good running back. Let's not get him hurt. You know what I mean? But man,
has anybody noticed, man, that when our offensive linemen get hurt, it's because Liam Eichenberg has been blown out, you know what I mean? Like blown back.
Oh man, come on, man.
We're offensive.
Look,
I
haven't looked back at the play, but if I remember correctly, the way I remember it, Tua's leg is what he backed his heel into, not Liam Eichenberg. So
okay. I said offensive lineman. I didn't say the quarterback.
No, I'm saying that I
just watched Teron Armstead get pushed back because Liam Eichenberg was blown backwards on the ground.
How did Teron Armstead get pushed back because Liam Eichenberg got pushed back?
Because because Liam Eichenberg was blown up. He's on the ground.
So Teron gets pushed back because another guy gets blown up?
It happened with Snell too. Liam Eichenberg got blown out. Snell got pushed back over him. It's because Eichenberg gets blown out.
Why did Teron Armstead get pushed back? Why wasn't he strong enough to not get pushed back?
He was pushed back late, bro. The play was just about over. The play was over. And Rousseau I think it was Rousseau still gave him the push.
You're sounding a lot like the people that say that Jesse Davis cracked 2 of his ribs. You're sounding an awful lot like those people. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't care how I sound like. Who I sound like, man.
It's the same thing, bro.
I've seen
the same thing.
Get hurt.
I fail to see how one man gets another guy hurt like that.
Because you know why? Because he's not doing his job and getting blown out, and guys are tripping.
How do we know it wasn't Teron Armstead not doing his job?
Because Teron already did his job, and it was a late push by. He already did his job.
So why wasn't he walking off the field at the time?
What do you mean? Why wasn't he walking off the field?
If he already was done doing his job, then he could just walk off the field, right?
He already did his job. He got pushed late. The play was over.
After the whistle? Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Rousseau pushed him after the whistle. I said.
So how is that anybody's fault? How is that Liam Eichenberg's fault?
Well,
if a guy on defense was still pushing hard after the whistle, how is that Liam Eichenberg's fault?
I'm gonna tell you how, because if Liam Eichenberg is not trash and getting blown out, he's not there for anybody to trip over him, bro.
Okay. So Liam Eichenberg got Teron Armstead hurt. Cut him. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Get him off the team. I don't know what to say.
That's what I said. That's what I say.
Okay, and replace him with whom?
Anybody. Go get
anybody. Okay, yeah, anybody. All right. Well, why don't we just replace all 22 guys on our team? They all suck.
Another center. Go get another center.
Well, where? Is there a big center supermarket we can all go to pick and choose a brand new center?
You just told me we're waiting for guys to come available.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Waiting. What do we do in the meantime?
Okay.
Do we put Mike McDaniel at center in the meantime?
In the meantime, bring Connor Wynn back in. Sit Eichenberg's ass down.
You can't just bring a guy back in if he's hurt. You can't just bring a guy back in if he's injured.
Connor's playing this week. From what I understand, he's playing this week.
Okay, so then what's the worry?
It's very hard for a center to learn the playbook in the middle of the season, in contrast to like a nose tackle. So it's not a viable option, even if there was a center available, for us to go get him, in my opinion, at this point. It's not the middle yet of the season yet, but it just seems far-fetched. We're just going to have to hope that Connor Williams comes back, and I think he's playing tomorrow, from what I've read.
Yeah.
You know, I questioned that. Also, I questioned that when they were experimenting with using Eichenberg as center. I'm like, oh, are you guys for real? You guys are going to put Eichenberg as center?
Yeah, and they told you that, and they proceeded to not go get a center. Right. The first day of OTAs, they started testing Eichenberg out at center, bro. That was at which point they should have got another center. They also cut Dan Feeney, or traded him. I'm sorry. So should we just? So who on the team last week? Who on the team last week would have not gotten Teron Armstead's leg hurt?
Who wouldn't have got his leg hurt?
Austin Jackson played good this year. Austin Jackson.
But would he have not gotten? That wasn't the question, Jay. The question is, what offensive lineman could we have put at center last week that would not gotten Teron Armstead's leg hurt?
Well, we don't have anybody else who can play center.
So then how can you blame Liam Eichenberg for getting Teron Armstead hurt?
Because he's a weak offensive lineman, period, bro.
God, dude. I don't think you understand, bro.
You don't understand.
Why do we have to assign blame when somebody gets hurt to another player? Why do we have to do that?
Because you're not doing your job, man. You're getting blown up. You're getting blown up. So your offensive lineman.
If Teron Armstead was the one that was pushed back, then he's the one that got blown up.
Are you listening to what I just said? I just said Teron Armstead did his job. He kept to a clean.
Obviously not.
You know what I'm saying?
His job is to make sure he doesn't get pushed back over somebody else's leg. That's his job.
I just sat here and told you he got pushed back after
I don't care what you sat here and told me. We're not sitting here watching the play. We don't know when the whistle was blown.
He did his job.
Well, then he wouldn't have got pushed back.
Frederick
got blown up, and he got his leg hurt. So we're gonna blame the guy whose leg he happened to trip over, which I remember it being the quarterback's leg. I don't even remember it being Eichenberg.
It was Eichenberg. Same person got shell hurt, right tackle. Eichenberg.
All right. Okay. Fine. Yeah. That's right. And Jesse Davis cracked 2 of his ribs.
Whatever, man. I'm telling you, Eichenberg is trash.
Same damn thing,
and there
bro.
was no way.
The same damn statement. It's the same statement, bro. It's the same exact statement.
We all know
Jesse
that
Davis
Eichenberg is
cracked 2 of
trash.
his ribs.
Eichenberg is
We all
trash,
know,
man.
Fred. We already fucking know Eichenberg shit. What's your point?
He has to assign blame for Armstead's injury now. That has to go that deep for some reason.
Well,
I don't know why.
The ultimate responsibility is on Chris Greer to go out and get the players. I wanted the Eichenberg cut. I wanted to cut our losses with the guy. Chris Greer didn't want to do it because he was too vain. He was too conceited.
So Chris Greer got Teron Armstead's leg hurt then.
Yeah, Chris Greer. We don't have.
No, I'm not saying you're saying that, Jay. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying that by that logic, then we could assign blame to Chris Greer for Teron Armstead's injured leg.
If you have to assign blame to someone, yes, it goes to Chris Greer. If you have to,
I don't have to assign blame to somebody. It's apparently Fred has to assign blame to somebody. So I'm just making sure we put the blame in the right place.
The only person I'm blaming anything on this year is Vic Fangio. Okay. But Eichenberg's not that talented. I don't think he's a number 2 center, and we could have just cut our losses. I said that in the offseason. I wanted him gone. I wanted Jerome Baker gone too.
Eichenberg's a number 2, nothing. Guard, tackle, nothing.
I know that, Fred. I think everyone knows that.
And then they put him right in the middle of Tua's face.
Because they don't have a good depth.
Right.
They don't have good
right in the middle
depth.
of Tua's face, but they don't roll Tua out of the pocket or anything. No, don't try anything like that. Don't give the guy help or anything.
Roll him out of the pocket. That's how he gets hurt when he leaves rolling out in the pocket.
Oh, well, then that's up to him to throw the ball before he gets tackled.
Well, he's got the jiu-jitsu training, Fred, so that might help.
By the way, he did.
Can I get a little bit of moment of levity in here, Fred? Everyone's fucking arguing. It's 1 in the fucking morning. Can we all just relax?
Yeah,
smoke
exactly.
A little bit
Because
weed?
Tua did, in fact, get himself out of the pocket, along with Van Ginkel, in the level of effort. Tua was putting in that level of
weed, man.
Tua was putting in that level of effort too, and he got outside the pocket and scrambled out for his life and got rid of the football and threw it away. So he can do that without getting hurt. He did it last week.
90% of the time I come on here, I'm high on weed. You guys got to relax. Fuck.
I would hope so, Jay. I would hope so. I'm about to honk one myself, man. And Fred's always got to stir me up, man. I don't know why.
Fred, you gotta fucking get some weed, man. Frederick the Third.
I'm kidding, Fred. I'm kidding, Fred.
Now I see what kind of guys I be talking to.
It's the same guys we've always been, bro. It's the tailgate, man.
Just impaired a little bit. Okay.
Bro, you know that I've been really, I've been staunchly against people blaming other players for people's injuries. You know that's my mantra, bro. I've always been that way.
You can do that. You can do that, Color. But I've seen 2 offensive linemen go down.
Yeah, well, agreed.
The same way.
Agreed. But I will never believe. I will never believe that you can blame another player for one man's injury, no more than you can blame Jesse Davis for Tua's cracked ribs, bro.
Okay.
Can we at least agree on this, Color? Frederick, can we agree on this? Christian Wilkins got Preston Williams injured. Remember after he scored the touchdown, Wilkins jumped on him?
That's okay. That's different, though.
Well, I'm trying to get people to get along here. That's the Canadian in the fucking room.
Jay,
I'm trying to be the peacekeeper here.
Jay, repeat that because I don't remember that. Go ahead, repeat the play though, because I don't remember it. Give us the color commentary on it.
Okay, it was into his first year. He threw a touchdown pass to Preston Williams, and Christian Wilkins jumped on him, and consequently, he got injured. Okay, and he missed a number of games.
Wow, I don't remember that.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you can look it up if you want.
No, I don't. I believe you. I just don't remember it. I don't remember the particular incident.
That's how.
Okay, Fred, we'll agree to disagree. I'm not arguing with you. That's what happened. We'll agree to disagree, bud.
No. Again, Jay, I'm not saying I don't believe it happened. I'm just saying I don't in particular.
No, Fred, he's arguing. He's trying to argue with me. So I'm agreeing with Fred to disagree.
I'm gonna tell you that's not what happened.
I agree to disagree. I don't want to argue with you. Holy moly!
I'm smoking that shit, then you'll know, man.
Holy moly! Well, it's not like I'm storing any shit up, Fred.
All I know is I heard a lighter flicking your way earlier too, bro.
Ooh.
You might want to mute yourself when you're flicking that lighter, man.
Oh, man, I smoke cigarettes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got to get a new lighter because it took a lot of lights to get that thing lit.
Marlboro.
No, it only takes one.
Rothmans. What do you smoke?
Homemade Newport, bro.
Newport. All right.
Yeah, they make the best ash.
Yeah, I don't smoke that Latin lettuce, man. Fuck that.
So the Jaguars and Bills, they're playing in what, like 8 hours, 9 o'clock Eastern time?
And I'm saying the Jaguars.
I know, right? If we keep this going, Jay, we might be able to do play-by-play for that game.
I know, that's true. That's true. I'm actually calling
I know
the
what I
Jags
said
an
earlier.
upset.
I know what I said earlier, but I'm with Fred on this one. I already put 30 on Jags winning. I feel like they're gonna. I feel like they're gonna win tomorrow. I could be wrong. But
I feel it too. I feel it as soon as Michael K had to say something about being in first place. I'm like, yeah, enjoy it for a week.
Yeah.
Because come Monday, we're going to be in first place again.
The Jags, they've been there for a week. The Bills, they're still experiencing jet lag. The Jags are playing really good. The Bills are high on that big win against us.
And the
Jags, I think, have been there for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, they've been there a week already, man. Like over a week.
That kind of worries me because I don't know that liminess might wear off on them. I don't know, man.
In other words, they're going out there and they're chasing English poontang pie.
Or they might be like, remember on Family Guy, the London Silly Nannies? That might be them by the end of it, bro.
I don't know. Maybe they're going to British nudie bars. I don't know. That's actually a good point. Color, they could be there too long.
That was the professional football team in Family Guy from London, the London Silly Nannies.
And they may feel like they have home field. They may feel like they have the home field advantage, man. They've been there a week.
Yeah, the last London team was in the United States Football League, wasn't it? Or the World Football League?
No, it was in NFL Europe.
Yeah, that's London Monarchs. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
The NFL Europe was the rump left over from the World Football League.
And they had the Scottish Claymores. Yeah,
right. And the Frankfurt Galaxy
Admirals.
and the
Kirk Warner played for the Amsterdam Admirals. I remember watching a game or two. Yeah, that was not bad. NFL Europe, just to get your football fix. I'd watch a couple
all they
games.
did was they eliminated the American teams from World League and just called it NFL Europe. It was like the rump left over from that league. The NFL just took it over.
Yeah. So there's I'm reading some stuff because I pay attention to the color that Colin Kaepernick is coming to play for the CFL. I read CFL content, notwithstanding I'm down in South Florida now.
Why wouldn't he go for like
Lions,
one of the American sub leagues?
Well, they were saying XFL, but now, he's with all this politics shit. He thinks that he'll get treated better, apparently.
Oh, not only that, but if you know who, hold on, if you know who still has any money going into the USFL, XFL, then yeah, he likely won't get a shot there.
Yeah, so he may sign with the BC Lions and play next year. I don't know. It'd be interesting. But man, he's 35 years old. By next year, he could be 36. He's starting to get old, man.
Yeah, now I can't even go with I could have said, yeah, it was wrong. He couldn't even get a job anywhere. But at the same time, he turned down enough to do his own self in. And now you're getting to the point where you're old enough to where a guy like me can't champion you anymore. You know what I mean? Like, you're just too old now, bro. You're not going to be what you were.
For him. He made millions. I don't feel sorry for him. He's a multi-millionaire.
I don't feel sorry for him either. I'm just saying that, like, you know, whereas a guy like me would have said, a guy like me would have said 2 years ago, God, with as bad as some of these quarterbacks are, there's got to be a team he could succeed on. Now it's like, you're 35 years old. There's only a couple quarterbacks that get that deference. The ones that have already proven, like Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, these types of quarterbacks that get to play past 35. Man, you got to prove something.
Nobody gets paid $10 million plus to leave the league. He's the only one. So
right. Yeah, that's what Cutler got from us to play.
Jacksonville, they're well liked in London. They're the unofficial team of Londoners that like American football.
They play it the most, yeah.
I see. There you go, man. That's like a home field advantage for them cats.
It basically is, yeah.
And that's their famous car, the Jaguar, right? Like Mercedes-Benz is German. They're big.
You're right.
So they like that too in London. The British they love the Jaguar.
Jay, I've brought that point up before too, as them being a perfect fit for the team that moves because they already got the mascot. It's like the biggest thing in.
I thought
England.
maybe they got a new stadium though. The Jags, they passed it. They're going to build a new stadium, so he's going to keep them there. Their owner, Mr. Khan.
Yeah, I'm just saying with the teams that were suggested to go to London, I'm thinking the Jaguars have already got the mascot for the place. What the hell?
They actually do, yeah. They actually do. I agree.
And most people like their owner. I'm not trying to be stereotypical or nothing, but most people like their owner. Guys that have that kind of money.
He has ties there too.
Are probably English subjects. They're probably subjects of the crown. From wherever they're from, you know what I mean?
I might be mistaken. And my memory might not be what it was, but I think the Jaguars kind of had the Bills' number a little bit, man. I know they beat them like was it 2 years ago, man?
I think the Jags are just a good football team. That's the thing about the number thing, Bryce. And I meant to say something earlier about teams having numbers. I used to believe that way. I just don't anymore because I've been watching the league for so long that there's been periods of time. Bro, when I was growing up in the 90s, when we were making those runs with Dan Marino, the New England Patriots were absolute shit, bro. They hardly had more than a 1-in-15 season. Consistently.
Maybe I should have put it this way. They kind of just happened to play them tough all the time.
I'm just saying, Fred, what I was getting at, Fred, is I happen to believe that Jacksonville is actually a pretty good football team and is pretty well coached. That's going to burn a team like Buffalo quite often.
Yeah.
In the regular season. That's going to quite often seem like they have their number because they have the physical ability to beat them.
Right.
And if they put it together, they can. That's why I feel about us. That's what we have proven, Bryce, in the past couple meetings with them to me. That's why I'm not on the same page as you as far as pulling up our 10-game track record against Buffalo. Because since since we have changed our regime, the very first time Mike McDaniel laid eyes on this team, we beat them. Now, granted, it was at Hard Rock, but then we proceed to play 3 games in their house. 2 of them competitive, one of them with a third-string quarterback in a playoff game, and then the third one, we got blown out in an early regular season game. I just see that as the aberration. I don't see that as a continuance of our problems with them over the last 10 games. You see what I'm saying?
I'm wrong. No, I want you to be right, Color. I want to be able to say in January.
And I'm just giving you evidence as to why I think you might be wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I hope I am. I hope I am.
Hey, Color, you said 2 good words. You said 2 good words too, man. The physical ability to beat the Bills, man. that's another thing. I don't think our team is that physical, man. You know.
Well, we weren't last week. You're right about that. We weren't against the Chargers.
I'm talking about as a team as a whole, man. Like we're not.
I don't know about that. See, bro, all you're baiting me to do by saying that. All you're baiting me to do is to tell you to go say that to the team. All you're baiting me to. I'm not saying you're intending to do it. I'm saying that you're baiting me into just telling you to go to the games tomorrow, stand on the sidelines, get a front row ticket, and tell that team that they're not physical.
They're just over the years.
In other words, without being immature about it, I'm trying to tell you, go say that to their face.
I know what you mean by that, color, man. You know what I mean? But these guys, pro athletes or whatever, we understand it,
I mean, I've seen games where they're absolutely physical, bro. It's just they weren't Sunday.
But color, I've been watching the Dolphins for years, man. They've been a finesse team, and they didn't really.
Are we a finesse team? Yes, I'll give you that. Are we a finesse team? Absolutely, I'll give you that.
Okay.
We're super finesse, man.
And then it really, when we started to get a little physical, man, it seemed to me is when they went and picked up Richie Incognito, man. And that guy just had, he was like a magnet, man, to make. That, like everybody got tough, man.
Bro, there is about 90% of our fan base believes we would have beat them last year in the playoffs had Tua been the quarterback. I'm not one of those.
I don't know about it too.
I'm not one of those either. I'm not one of those either. But my point is, there is a valid argument to be made to have faith in that. Okay, because of the way we've seen Tua play so far this season. Okay, fine. My point is, we have beaten them. We have demoralized them. And in a couple of those games, we didn't pull out the win in their house. Last week, they were playing like a team that knew if they lost, they'd be down by 2 games. That's what they played like. And we played like a team, and we played like a team that knew if we lost, it wouldn't be that bad. And that's why we got embarrassed. It doesn't matter about scheme, effort, all of that comes into play, bro. And when you're not matching intensity with a team like Buffalo, you're going to get embarrassed in their house every single time. You're not going to play them to 3 points. You're going to get embarrassed. It has nothing to do with what you would do against them in any other situation. End of the year with a lot where it's a clear focus of what's on the line. Our team obviously didn't feel the need this early in the season to make any kind of statement by going ahead of Buffalo 2 games. And they, as such, didn't play like it.
Wow.
It's just lack of effort, bro.
So they took a week off.
In some ways, yes. I don't know if it was subconsciously or communal, maybe, like just the thought in everybody's head. I don't think it has anything to do with putting up 70 against the opponent before that. It just has to do with not caring what the magnitude of what you can gain by winning that game. Like they didn't grasp the magnitude of what they could have earned.
I don't know, color, man, because like for a quarter and a half, a quarter and a quarter, whatever you want to say, they matched.
Right.
Like importance. You know what I'm saying? They matched. Right. They matched the Bills. So what they do? Just start to lay down, or did they just give up? Quit, or what?
No, I don't think that at all. I just don't think they brought the intensity of a team.
Well, I mean,
that was in a playoff atmosphere.
Their drive was just longer.
Buffalo treated that game like a playoff game. We treated it like a 4th game of the season where we will only drop to 3-1 and a half game back if we lose. And they played like it was a playoff game.
We acted like we were chasing. We didn't even play our ball.
But that's my point, That's my point, Bryson. Okay.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with
you. Played like a team that didn't even know we were in the wild card game. That's why. Is that not why we always lose in the first round? Because we play like a team that don't belong there.
And honestly,
last week we played like a team that was not playing in a playoff game, and Buffalo did. That's going to cause an embarrassment every time if you're in your opponent's house,
Coach,
man.
Getting embarrassed, and I don't want to be embarrassed.
I understand that. I'm just telling you why it happened. I'm not.
No. Let me.
I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to help people like Fred understand why it can be considered an aberration.
Getting embarrassed might be good for this team to be like, yo, we got to get our shit together. We're not 7.
And on the back end, Bryson, on the back end, this was Ali and Shake's point earlier about, bringing up, they brought up other teams, but Shake brought up the 49ers and Rams the year the Rams won the Super Bowl. Not only did they beat them twice in the regular season, but they outscored the Rams in those 2 games a total of 58-36. And the Rams, hey, if you're going to flush your toilet, make sure you mute yourself. Not everybody wants to hear that. But no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Fred. There actually are people that want to hear that. But anyway, I mean, am I lying, Bryson? You know what I mean? Like, there are people that want to hear that, right?
We laughing though, so my bad, color, man. I forgot all about you guys, man. My bad.
You're cool, man. You're cool. But so look, if they prove to me on the back end that let's say we lose to Buffalo again, but destroy them in the playoffs, or we destroy them at home next time we play them, and play them tough, or don't have to even face them in the playoffs and roll right through everybody else. The point is, we could be looking back at this game going, well, I guess it's okay if they were taking the game off. But we can't think that going like now. Like, they can't have that, because what if they don't come through on the back end, which is what we all know we don't do.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that our problem? We don't clean up the season at the end? Well, games like this would have given us a buffer for that failure at the end. That's the reason I think that we should have come in with the same playoff mentality that Buffalo came in with. And we may not have gotten embarrassed. We might not have won, but we certainly wouldn't have got embarrassed.
Hey, Color, could you blame the head coach for that?
Not if the head coach was pointing all that out. Now, if the head coach, only if the head coach was like, hey guys, look, man, we're at the point in the season where everybody needs to freaking recharge, or some stupid shit like that. I don't know what Mike McDaniel said. I'm not one to overanalyze like that as a coach. I would just be like maximum effort. And that's what look, if I said something like that public, Fred, they would excoriate me. They would say, how dare you think we're not taking it one game at a time? You see what I'm saying?
To
me, that's the problem sometimes. Everybody assumes that championship teams take it one game at a time. No, the ones that do that are the ones that have to do that. If you know you're that good and you're executing as such, like the Chiefs, I'm pretty sure the Chiefs have a firm grasp on the playoff race right now, this early in the season. Okay, and our team showed me last week that we either didn't know or didn't care what could have been gained by winning last week. Like, we could have set the tone for the entire season. Everybody being afraid of these traps. So what? Because we're 2 games ahead of Buffalo. And guess what happens when you don't care about the trap? The trap don't happen, and you roll through the teams you're supposed to because you're feeling good. You got a 2-game lead against Buffalo. You're under no pressure. You're wiping teams out because you're under no pressure.
Are people really scared of the Giants this week, though? Seriously, though?
No, bro. No, but anything can happen, bro. Anything can happen.
Sure. I was just asking because I mean, I haven't really had my ear to the ground.
My point is, if we had a 2-game lead right now, and Mike McDaniel wanted to freaking go flaunt some shit this week against the Giants, and it backfired against us. Oh well. If the Jags backfire against Buffalo tomorrow and we win, Buffalo's back out of the lead.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I didn't even think about that.
We wouldn't have been if we, for some reason, lost to the Giants. Let's say we put max effort in against the Bills and we won last week, right? You could argue that would put us in a physical situation that we may actually get burned by the Giants. We're sitting here saying, well, they put a lot of effort against us. The Jags could nip them now because they're beat down.
Right.
So the same thing could have been true for us. We could have put in max effort against them, taken a 2-game lead, and then if we got burned because of no energy this week, oh well. That's when you can say, oh well, because you've already got a 2-game lead on your division opponent.
But check it out, man.
Likely because of that 2-game lead, you won't be under that pressure and you may not get burned by the Giants. You just start rolling through teams just like the Bills do, just like the Chiefs do, just like and somebody says to me when I talk about all that, they say to me, well, last year the Bills didn't lock up the division till the end. Yeah, because of us. You know?
We could have been sitting real good.
But for the last 5-year history of them owning us, yeah, we've been chomping at their heels from the beginning of the year all the way to the end. We've been a game and a half behind them, or 2 games behind them, or a game behind them. We could have taken a 2-game lead on them last week. Yeah. And if our players would have played like that, I don't think we would have been embarrassed. At the very least, I don't think we would have been embarrassed.
Well, Color, man, I'd have to put some of that on Mike McDaniel, man, and being the head coach. You had your team prepared every week, man. Every week.
Again, Fred, you're right. Because ultimately, even if he said all that to the team, he had to make them believe it. He had to make them believe it. And that's his job. You're right.
Even if we did lose, Color.
Whenever you're talking about a team not being prepared to play, which is how they looked, it's the head coach's responsibility. And he fell on that sword. So, he always does. So, you got to give him credit for that.
Even with a loss, okay. But it would have been how we lost, man. Like, no effort, no game tackling to the ball. No, not everybody.
Right, Fred. That's what I'm saying. One or the other. The bad scheme, could account for the 34 points that the Chargers put on us. Their offense, Buffalo's offense, let's be real, ain't that much different or better than what the numbers that the Chargers put up. So likely we could have held them to 34 to 40 points. And hey, if we're executing on offense, we can do that. We could have competed. Now, at the same time, part of not being respectable is that, we fumbled the ball. We threw an interception. We shot ourselves in our own foot on offense.
We missed dozens of tackles, man,
But if you're strictly talking about the 48 points, I think 34 of that might be attributed to the fact that our scheme isn't ready yet, and whatever all other excuse everybody was talking about earlier. But the 48, the embarrassment was because of lack of effort. And I'll go to my grave saying that, because if I didn't think YouTube would be stupid enough to copyright strike us for showing you our own video, I would pull up Capitan's breakdown of the all 22 on defense that is right there listed on the Finn's Tailgate for everybody to see. And you can judge for yourself what our players are doing when they're standing around watching another player make a tackle and not pursuing the football.
Hey, Color, I watched on YouTube, man. This guy was he was showing.
Yeah, football, but I know what they show. They show you the X's and O's of the scheme. But at any point did that person showing you that ask the question as to why everybody's standing around with their thumb up their ass?
Oh no, he ain't asked that, Color.
Of course not, because everything's about scheme.
Yeah,
that's how he makes himself look smart.
He was just showing our guy right.
Of course, because that's all it's about. That's what his moneymaker is. Fine. I'm not saying he's wrong about what he was saying. I'm saying it don't matter what he would have changed it to, because our players wouldn't have executed it. He could have changed it to a 10-2 or 10-1, whatever you want to call it. Call it Mickey Mouse defense. Doesn't matter. When you're not tackling and you're not pursuing the football, nothing is going to work. Nothing.
I would call it Donald Duck defense. That's Vic defense. Donald Duck.
No, it's Donald Duck that we got at quarterback, dude. Come on, man.
I'd call it goofy. I'd
This
call it
fucking
goofy.
team. The arm tackle.
See, I
The
just
arm
erased
tackle.
Jordan. I just erased months of good graces with the 2 in ears by making that joke I just made, bro. By the way,
Oh, well, don't worry about it, man.
because I said we
Look,
already
they're
got
probably
Donald
sleeping,
Duck
don't
at
worry.
quarterback.
Look, we still haven't seen Tua play a full season healthy, and it's gonna in the final analysis, it's gonna come down to whether or not he can. I know, but he might not be here long term. These guys
understand,
thinking
but
he's gonna be here.
But Jay,
We can't put nothing on
since
Tua
you're the
right
one that
now,
brought,
bro.
hold on, Fred. Hold on, Fred. I want to break this down. So since you breached the subject, Jay, I want to ask you: do you yourself, in your opinion, with your eye test, have you seen improvement to increase your level of confidence that Tua can stay healthy? Given, again, last week he actually put in a lot of effort getting himself out of the pocket and saving plays from being sacks and all that, without getting himself hurt. He did get slammed to the turf quite a bit last week. So just for yourself, in your opinion, in your eye test, has your confidence grown any that he can put together more games than he traditionally has?
My confidence, it's at the same level. It hasn't grown, hasn't gotten smaller.
That's
It's
what I
only
was
been
asking.
4
It could be
games.
no. You're right. So the answer would be no. It hasn't increased at all. Okay, that's fine. That's all I wanted to do. That's fair enough. I wasn't trying to get you in a gotcha question or anything. I was just wanting to know.
Not too many people do.
Now let me answer that color. When I see with Tua, man, I seen Tua learn some things, man. I do things different. I mean, when he was under pressure, when he did get hit and fall, he fell kind of forward with his hands down in front of him, with like his forearms and elbows in front of him, man. Instead of being able to be pulled backwards, man, and down on his head, and and I seen him try to also go through another progression and look for somebody else, but there just wasn't
I
time
actually
there
saw
for
him
to do that.
Fred, what I was concerned about, Fred, what I actually was concerned about, this is how I know he's actually going through his progressions, because last week I saw plenty of plays where he pumped the first read that was wide open. Like he could have just taken the first read and he chose not to.
Yeah.
For some odd reason.
Yeah.
As if he was trying to prove to people that he don't just take the first read all the time. Or maybe you know what? That's ascribing malice. Let me say it this way. Maybe Buffalo was doing something to make him assume that first read was fool's gold. And maybe that's why he wasn't taking it when he actually could have.
Yeah, color, it could be anything, man. But
he's assuming Buffalo, in other words, too good to be true. He's assuming it's too good to be true because this is Buffalo's defense. How can that guy be the guy? No, get the ball there to it. That's at which point you pick a guy and let it fly. You know what I mean? If Buffalo did something crazy to fool you into doing that, then kudos to them. You know what I mean? Because wide receivers' first reads were wide open last week, and he had time to throw them.
I think he might be a little bit caught up in that right there, man. Still trying to prove that he doesn't just go to the first dude, man.
That was my first thought, but that's when I realized that I felt that I was just defaulting to ascribing malice to Tua or incompetence to Tua, when it could just be that Buffalo was making him think it was fool's gold for some reason when it was the actual gold.
And I just think he did. I just think he took
in
care
his
of
mind,
himself,
there's no way his first read could be open because we're playing the Buffalo Bills. You see what I'm saying? Like he psyched himself into that.
Yeah, I just
when it's like, no, McDaniel's scheme works to it. The guy was open. Throw it,
He showed that to me, man. He's learning to take care of himself, man.
Well, yeah, and again,
protect himself
he's
too.
not letting
Protect
he's not letting the back of his head hit the turf.
Right.
I mean, he's also when he does slide, his slides seem to have good timing. Like ahead enough to make sure the defensive back knows not to, or the linebacker knows not to rock him. You know what I mean?
I'm coming to grips with now, man. It's just taking him, a little bit longer.
I would say I understand
down,
a guy like Jay saying that confidence hasn't changed at all, because obviously you have to know, you have to go through all 17 games to really truly know. But I would say for myself, my confidence level has increased a little bit as far as that not being the reason. I still was never I was never one that thought it was just about injury proneness. I think he still had a lot to clean up in his game too. And that stuff seems to be cleaning up too. So my confidence level has grown just a little bit. But I don't begrudge anybody for still feeling the same way about that. It is what it is. Some dirty player could knock him on his ass tomorrow and it all start all over again. You know what I mean?
I've determined that CCRR is a Bills fan.
Oh no, he's just staunch to a anti-Tua, man. He don't believe in the team.
No,
right now
I think it's beyond that. Someone. There's a rumor going around that he's a Bills fan.
He's been around a long time, bro. He's one of our.
I know he has. I know. I still agree with some of his points he makes in the chat. Okay. Some of the ones I've brought up, I've broached, I've commented on. But I think he's a Bills fan.
I don't know, Jay. I think he's just a person like Pete, man, that just ain't convinced on anything about our team right now. And I don't blame him. Again, I don't blame him. I know Pete goes pretty hard in the paint, and he is a natural contrarian as well. But I still think, no matter what his childhood was like, I still think Pete's a Dolphins fan.
Oh, yeah, piece of
He may have been a Falcons fan at one time when he was little. I get it. Everybody was. Remember the Dirty Bird? All the kids loved that shit when they were rocking it. Hot Lana. Remember? They got Hot Lana as their moniker, Yeah, that was all because of their little run with what was his name? I forget the guy. Jamal Anderson, I think his name was.
What is Crypto there? Crypto's been in the room.
Crypto and Shaker half in and out. Crypto and Shaker half in and out.
They got the bong going or what?
They're probably they're watching like chick flicks on Hotel Netflix or something.
They're both talking into each other about they're watching Sleepless in Seattle. This is such a good movie. Isn't it, honey?
They're likely perpetrating a funny ass meme on Michael K right now in some way, but
come on.
They could be sleeping. They had a pretty long day. Shake's trying to sneak the phone out of Crypto's hand so he can answer.
Hey, Color, man, I'm gonna wish you guys a good night, man.
All right, Fred.
And
keep bringing it, bro.
And check out this Bills loss tomorrow.
Keep bringing it. Just quit sucking all my energy.
Oh, man. All right, man. All right.
I'm kidding, bro. Have a good night, Fred.
You too, man.
Oh, geez. What did Michael K clip now? Whoever Josh Allen is a moron. Let's see what he said. Color just trying. No, DDG says Color just trying to fill time because they got nothing to say. When was that? That must have been earlier. No, that was tonight. All right, let's see.
So I gotta wake up then tomorrow, or just stay up, and I'll get some shut eye, and I gotta watch the Bills get beat. I hope I think I can sense an upset. I really can.
Here it is. Yo, hold on. It says earlier on tonight, Josh Allen is the next John Elway said, I truly believe El Capitan is pretending to be Michael K to troll. That's hilarious. Did y'all hear that?
He also said Josh Allen's the next Sean Elway, that he's going to McDonald's before the game.
Uh-oh.
And who goes to McDonald's? I don't go there. I haven't went there for years. I don't like their food.
All I go there for is their coffee.
Yeah, but what can I say? It's coming from a guy that eats at Hungry Howie's. So fuck, I like Hungry Howie's.
Hey, they're all right.
Yeah, it's
you know what their
pizza.
stick is, right? You know what their stick is, right? Their stick is they use unleavened bread for their pizza crust. Hungry Howie's.
Do you go by there and pick up a pie color?
What's that?
Do you go there?
I haven't had them in a long time, but I used to eat them all the time. Yeah, I like them.
It's first pizza joint I went to when I came down here.
Yeah,
I really like it.
They do like things on their crust, like you can get sesame on their crust or all kinds of different things on their crust, man. Little garlic, Parmesan thing, sprinkle, whatever. Yeah, they're all right. It's been a long time. My my first and only wife and I used to get them on Friday nights, like back when we were coming up as young adults.
Dinner and a movie.
Oh yeah, right out of a chick flick.
Oh, of course. So, what year was this? Let me guess. What kind of movies? Just tell me what year it was around.
Well, it would have been the first couple seasons of American Idol. That I do remember.
Oh fuck! Oh, okay, I'm trying to think
like
of
the
movie
inaugural seasons of American Idol.
Oh yeah, like the guy from China, and Trump would say,
like further back.
She banged.
No,
that guy?
no, further like Kelly Clarkson and that far back.
So like the Iraq War.
Carrie Underwood.
Second one. Oh. I was thinking
I think
like
Carrie
Clay
Underwood
Aiken.
was like the third winner, wasn't she? Third or fourth winner?
Clay Aiken won it. Remember Clay?
Oh yeah, Clay Aiken. Yeah.
Remember Ruben started?
Yeah, he does some kind of talk show now, bro. Some kind of liberal talk show. It's crazy.
Fuck.
And when I say liberal, I mean like left-wing nut liberal, not like regular
what
liberal.
do you think? Of course. That guy's totally out
not
there.
like regular liberal, like an American.
That guy's totally out there. I'm not out there like out there. That guy's totally out there. He's queer as a $3 bill, Clay. Fuck.
Oh, there ain't nothing. I mean, hey, whatever. It's his business, but there ain't nothing
I
wrong
know
with
it's his business, but he's out there.
I'm more concerned about the Marxist undertones is what I'm concerned about. I don't care who they bang, bro.
Wow, there's a lot of. I mean, look at the news. What's going on? There's another war now going on. It's going to get bigger. Like, I'm worried about what's going on in the world right now. Holy smokes. Anyway. So what's your score prediction, Color, for tomorrow?
Hold on just a second, Jake. Yeah, I didn't want to cough in everybody's ear. But I kind of think I kind of thought it was going to go. It may go a little bit like the Texans game did last year, where we're kind of up 30-0, and it's looking like it should. And then substitutions get made and all that, and all of a sudden our defense gives up 15. Different score, but I'm going about like 31-13 or something like that. Where everybody thinks we're going to put up 60, but we'd likely struggle a little bit to get back and only put up our mid-level 31, and their offense scoring 11 points a game just can't do nothing, bro. If they have a good day on us, it's 13 points, maybe 20.
Really? What I've seen from this defense, I'm picking 38-31. We win. I think Daniel Jones is going to have a great day.
That may be fair. That may be fair. I just want to point out that Denver's defense went from 70 against us to 28 against the Bears. So it really depends on, I guess, if you kind of think of the Giants and at what level do you compare them kind of to the Bears. And then our defense, obviously, compared to the Broncos defense, whereas we gave up 48 points to the Buffalo Bills and Diggs and Allen, and they gave up 70 to Tyreek, Tua, and the like. So
with the
kind of
exception of that
similar
New England
situation.
game, I see a defense that looks lost. I don't even think they understand the system.
I get it, but that was the same defense that held Denver to 13 points, bro, who just put up 31 last week. And let's face it, even
Denver
in Denver's
got 20
losses,
on us. They could have easily
Denver,
gotten 30.
No, they put 13 on us. Their offense scored 13 points on us, bro. They got a punt return for a touchdown when we're already up, when we already had 63 points. Or 56 points. You know what I mean?
There was a fumble when they were in the red zone, wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, my point is, though, even in their losses, if you look at Denver's games, they've been able to score.
Okay, and if I were to say to you, Miami loses tomorrow, what would you be doing? I mean, we'd have serious issues.
If I knew we were losing tomorrow, I wouldn't even watch the game.
I know that. Likewise here, but I'm just saying, could you imagine if we lose?
I mean, I can because I am a Dolphins fan. I can imagine because I'm a Dolphins fan, but I guess
I could.
I guess the better answer would be I don't want to imagine that. I get what you're saying.
I've never seen a defense this bad on the Miami Dolphins. I thought with Matt Burke, I mean, he was a joke, Matt Burke.
Even in our tank year, bro, where the Ravens put up 59 on us?
No, something's seriously wrong because there's great talent on this defense. That's why I'm so upset with Vic.
Right, but we had almost the same talent, minus Javon Holland and some others, when the Ravens put up 59 on us. It was our first year under Flores' new defense, right? So I understand what people are saying about give it a year or give it time. My point is we can't say that and on the same token say we're contending for a Super Bowl this year. The both of them are polar opposites of each other.
At the start of the year, that game, I believe it was the start of the year, we were, it might have been the first game. Flores was deliberately trying to tank.
Right, but see, here's the thing, Jay. I think we can still win most games on our schedule. We'll get things back right enough on defense to win most games on our schedule. My point is, with the potential of it not being there yet completely, we could always see what happened against Buffalo happen again. And as such, we're just not Super Bowl contenders. You understand what I'm saying? Like if everybody's saying, oh, wait till he gets this person in there and that person in there and time goes by and one more draft and all that, well, then we're conceding this season as contenders.
Well, I mean, if the defense doesn't hold them to about 20 points, I don't think we're contenders tomorrow, even if we win.
I agree. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. If we're already saying that the reason our defense looks horrendous is because of these excuses or these reasons, what's going to change at the end of the year? When we're sitting at home watching the playoffs, are we going to be, oh, well, we were right. See, the defense wasn't ready yet. There's always next year. So then we never were contenders. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm getting tired of this whole next year thing.
Our organization, Greer had to know if we're sitting here going, oh, you can't expect everything all in the first season under Fangio. If we're saying that already now, then we'll be saying it at the end of the year. And Chris Greer knew it was that way.
Brother,
so we were they have been marketing us. In other words, that would suggest that they have been marketing to us that we're Super Bowl contenders when we are in fact not, nor intended
they've been doing
to
that
be
for
this year.
years. They've been doing that for years. They want to sell
Right,
hope.
but there's also what we intended to be this year. Like, unless there's no excuses and Fangio is expected to get the stuff right by tomorrow, you know what I mean? But what if he doesn't? Are they going to fire him? No.
You know, when Fangio says that he didn't look at the tape from last year, I don't believe him. I think he's lying. He's not going to be honest. Why should coaches be honest? He's looked at the tape. He
was
watched
probably
every game
being
of the defense.
sarcastic when he answered that question. Like, no, I ain't looked at the tape. Like, go fuck yourself.
Whatever,
you know
but
what I mean?
Whatever. He wouldn't do that. That would. Maybe the
You don't
players
think
have
he would
quit
have said
too.
something like that, like kind of underhanded, almost like, no, I don't look
No,
at the tape.
I can
Like,
see.
y'all
I'd
are
have
right.
to
I don't look at nothing.
look at the eyes from him and stuff. See if I can discern something to make to answer it better. Okay, they say the eyes are the gateway to the soul, but anyway.
Is that why everybody just told the truth to each other in the 16th century? Like, if somebody, it was so funny because with no evidence or anything, a person would approach a person and be like, I think you're sleeping with so-and-so. And they'll be like, yeah, you got me. I'm in love with them. I've been cheating on you for the last 2 months. And it's like, what? Did you poison that? Nobody knows who poisoned somebody. And a person just walks up to the guy and says, did you poison that person? Yeah, you got me. I really hated the guy and he slept with my wife, so I had to poison him. Like, why didn't you just say, no, I didn't poison him? Like, I didn't get it, man. So poisoning somebody is okay, but lying about it will ruin your eternal soul. You know? It's the craziest world to live in, man. I can't even imagine living back then.
Oh. Different. I feel like a different world. It was a different world. Fuck.
Sometimes
I feel like a different planet.
Sometimes I think the way communal and feudal society was like almost inhuman. But it's us, bro. It's still humans that were just like, it was like, imagine the group dynamics after a zombie apocalypse, right? But then imagine there's millions more people still alive and the resources to cater to a select few elite. That's basically what medieval times were like.
I think that could be happening now.
Oh, sure,
with what's going on in the world.
Oh, sure.
I think they want to wipe out the depopulation agenda.
Yeah,
what's
they
going
want to
on
go.
in this
They
world.
want to go back to a feudal society. Absolutely. But here's the thing: it's like, you know, it's group dynamics. It's human nature. The only thing that was different was there was still a lot more gold laying around after their apocalypse. Their apocalypse was the fall of the Roman Empire and the Roman bureaucracy. That was their apocalypse. That's what, casted everything into the Dark Ages. And during the Dark Ages was when all these feudal systems were implemented through group dynamics as a matter of necessity for survival.
Color, you see what's going on in Israel right now? The attack happened on Vladimir Putin's birthday. So people are speculating that was Russia's sending a message to
that's interesting.
Israel.
Another thing about
that's going on in Ukraine, and Israel's been sending stuff to Ukraine. So Russia's sending a message. So I'm telling you right now, we're on the brink of a nuclear war here.
The other thing about medieval times, when you look at their clothing, like the remnants of clothing that we have that they wore and all that, and the armor and all that, everybody was like 5'3". Everybody was really tiny, and everybody thinks that we evolved to be big. No, these were children. You got to realize through all of the wars throughout the Dark Ages, so many people have been killed through war and plague and all that. These people running these freaking kingdoms were children. Like, just because the average lifespan was lower, don't mean that we mature any faster as humans. A 14-year-old is still a 14-year-old. But like all these people, when you're like watch these movies, all these characters involved, even the people in the Privy Council and the people in the court and the bishops and cardinals and everybody, they're all children.
Well, they do mature quicker.
They did out of a matter of necessity.
In the days of Christ, they used to marry at like 14 years old.
A lot more simplified, right? So they could mature quicker. But my point was, there was no adults. There wasn't enough adults to run all the shit. They had all killed each other through all the freaking Dark Age wars. You know what I mean?
I think color
and the whole fall of the Roman Empire and everybody in group dynamics, they all were basically children.
I think color because the death was always on the doorstep back then, especially at a young age. It made people it made people mature faster, you know.
Right, and out of expediency, they had to advance them quicker. That's why you had, 14-year-old kings, and you know what I mean, and whatever else. Look, Mary, Queen of Scots, was 18 years old when her first husband died, when she became a widow and lost her French crown. She was only 18 years old. She died at like just over 40 by beheading.
Yeah, I think King David in the Bible was like, when he assumed power, was like 13 years old or something.
Right. And she was crowned the Queen of Scots at like 2 weeks after she was born.
You know what's weird, color? You said too, like a couple minutes ago. I actually think people are more like, we're more callous now. I think people were maybe more empathetic back then.
Of course they were.
They had
no
to
one
be.
has any morals.
But see, I think they were callous
today,
about different
really.
things, though. And the things that they held value to were so different. Like a lie was way more destructive to you than killing somebody.
Because people were so dependent on each other back then. It really increased. I think
life
that
was so important to preserve. That's what I'm trying to say. They had already, with what they had gone through the centuries after the Roman Empire, these were children. They had to preserve each other's life. Nobles didn't kill nobles because there were very few nobles.
Yeah, I think that during the Dark Ages, for the European population, it got down to like, I could be mistaken. Someone fact check me, but it got down to like the hundreds of thousands during the Dark Ages. After the what was it called? The Black Plague, color?
Oh, in Europe, yeah. I mean, after the fall of the Roman Empire, it would be the equivalent of just going back to raw group dynamics to pick up the pieces.
I don't know if this is true.
With no more bureaucracy. Now, the bureaucracy still kind of existed and was preserved and eventually picked back up by people like Charlemagne, and further. Because that actual Roman bureaucracy, in other words, the law code from Justinian, all of that stuff lasted until 1806, when it was dissolved by Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany.
Color, I read, I don't know if this is true, this could be an exaggeration, but I read that the Black Plague was so devastating. The Black Plague was like, what, in 1350 or something? Around that time, right?
That was like the second round of it.
Yeah. But anyway, the Black Plague was so devastating that before World War I, there were certain houses and architecture that was found in Central Europe that was like deep in the forest that nobody knew about.
Oh, right. From people getting away. Yeah.
Yep. Because people would just leave towns.
That's what the elites would do. They would get out to the countryside. They'd get out in the country. But
that's so crazy to think about, color. Like, I think basically that, like before the World Wars, World War I and World War II, and maybe a little bit further back, all of history could just be a lie. I mean, you know what I'm saying? A lot of it could be.
Well, in some respects, it's a fabrication.
Only the winners of the war.
In some respects, a lot of it is a fabrication.
or half true. You know what I mean?
Because we only know events. We can never ever know what was said before those events. You know.
Well, because who writes about them? Only the powerful that win the war.
And not only that, but people forget that months went by without anything happening.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like today. Like today, what happened today? Nothing. You know.
Well, that's the thing. Like even today, like with what's going on in Israel, all we're seeing is like none of us are there. We're seeing updates on Twitter, but all of it, it could be propaganda. It could just be propaganda.
Right. So a major recorded historical event happened today, right?
Right.
But what happened all week? Nothing.
Right.
So you see what I'm saying? So a lot of time went by. It's not like they went from one important event to another. There were months, if not years, where people just did nothing.
Color, that's what scares me now because everything is basically.
Well, how did everything get built? When we watch these movies and we're like, oh, look at this castle and the whole family and all that. Well, how did all that get built?
It's like that. It's like in 1984. Remember when they were like
on days when nothing was happening is when all that got built. Is what I was trying to say. I'm sorry.
Color, remember in the movie in 1984 where they're rewriting the history, and because everything is going to become digitized, that's what scares me. They're just going to start.
Yeah. That's,
because how would people?
You're just Orwellian.
How would people know though? Like 20 years from now, maybe even shorter than that. You know.
Well, you realize that like most of the history we take about the Danish occupation of the British island before the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms amalgamated and became England.
Right.
You know, King Alfred going off and running into the countryside to because the castle at Wessex got taken by the Danes, and he had to go like take it back, you know, bide his time, gather his armies, and then in hiding, and then take it back, right? All of that. We know about all that based on number one, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, and number two, the Bale Tapestry. The Bale Tapestry, which is nothing but a tapestry, a curtain, a carpet, with the whole story woven in pictures like a comic book.
Wow.
Like all of the stuff, William the Conqueror, the Battle of Hastings, all of that is woven into this tapestry.
It really makes you wonder, not to take the conversation off the rails, but as advanced as civilization is now, it makes you wonder if in a time ago they were just as advanced as we are now, but something, you know, it's like a reset.
And also remember, we're not the ones that came up with the old saying. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an old saying. History is written by the winners.
Because Color, if you think about it,
to history. Well, here's the thing. According to history, and according to the records kept by the courts and governing bodies and bureaucracy of England, Anne Boleyn slept with her brother.
According to the records.
Well, that's what she got her head lobbed off for.
Right. But they could have just made it up and that was what was written. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But they had testimony from servants that saw them together in loving embraces. None of them actually heard the boots knocking.
That's why when I read about historical events, or if you read about like certain atrocities in the past, you kind of have to read between the lines.
And they also went on the fact that Henry hadn't provided her an heir yet, and that she was desperate and suffering from depression because of it, and as such tried to petition her brother to get her pregnant because she was under so much pressure to provide an heir to the king. So that, along with seeing them in loving embraces, which for the day between a brother and sister probably would look a little more romantic than we're used to today. Okay, but it was still nothing of it. But they used that against her to convict her of treason, witchcraft, incest, and you name it. So according to the records, she was beheaded for adultery, witchcraft, treason, and incest.
Yeah, witchcraft back then was,
I just read that.
Go ahead.
There's a report coming out. 300 Israelis confirmed, at least 300 Israelis confirmed dead. You know what Netanyahu's going to do? He's going to turn Gaza into a parking lot.
Yeah, it's going to be ugly, dude. It's going to be.
So they're
what's going
thinking
on
that
in
Russia
Russia
is
and
going to
Ukraine?
champion the Israelis here? Is that what they're thinking?
No, Russia will support the Palestinians because they're
Then
in
why
bed
would
with
they make
Iran
Gaza
and
a
stuff.
parking lot?
Israel will. They're going to fucking blow
Israel will
the thing
make
up.
Gaza. Okay, Israel will make Gaza a parking lot. Yeah, well.
Yeah, there's going to be tons of.
And do you think that
And
Russia
China's
will
going to
want a
invade
two-pronged
Taiwan.
war? Do you think
China's
Russia
going to
will...
invade Taiwan, color,
Right, but
with
do you think
Sleepy-Eyed
Russia will
Joe.
want a two-pronged war with Ukraine and Israel?
Oh, they don't give a fuck. They've got Iran, they've got China, they got the most nukes in the world. Russia, they don't give a Russia's not afraid to use nukes. I've talked to my family back in Canada. Listen. The world could be coming to an end. The world could be coming to an end soon. People laugh.
Yeah, but
keep
they've
laughing.
been afraid to use them for 70 years. Why would they not be afraid to use them now?
Well, they're still around. They would say, "Well, we're still here." America tried to destroy us.
Besides the fact that whatever they're rocking in their silos, we can freaking take out with lasers from space now, dude.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't think all of them can be stopped.
It's not opinion.
But color, you know what's scary though, dude?
We have an ICBM intercepting
You can't
system.
stop all of them. Israel's got the Patriot missiles from you guys. They're not stopping all the missiles.
It's not Patriot missiles, bro.
Hamas.
It's like, dude, an intercontinental ballistic missile has to enter a low Earth orbit to do what it does, bro. We take them out in space.
Paula, listen to me right now. Just like America has submarines right off the coast of Russia, you don't think Russia has them right off the coast? You're not going to be able to hit them. They're too close.
Well, it's still mutual annihilation, bro. So
that's right. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that at all. That's why I'm saying we could, we could have a nuclear war, the end of the world.
And I'm just saying, mutual annihilation has served to keep people's finger off the trigger for 70 years. I'm just saying.
I think when it comes to that kind of stuff, like if there was ever any type of possible nuclear exchange, like we're told certain people are in charge of that, like the presidents. I don't think that's how it goes, dude. There's probably five or seven.
That's absolutely how it goes because our society is based on blaming one man for everything. So if we're all sitting here roasting hot dogs in the woods on without any fire, then then that's going to be our president's fault. Do you guys actually
believe?
Like whoever's the president, you know what I mean?
I don't believe they tell us that
the movie War Games was about. Remember the movie War Games is childlike as the movie is. It did illustrate an interesting point that you can't have artificial intelligence with their finger on the nukes.
I don't believe that the sitting president has control over that stuff. I think they tell us that. I don't think that's how it is.
Well, control in the respect that once the convening council, if you think there is one,
I do, yeah,
makes a decision, then yes, the finger that pushes the button or turns the key is the president's.
Right.
I don't think some guy comes in and takes the football from the president and does it. You know what I mean?
But you know what? The thing that's so scary when we're talking about history and stuff, and like any event, if there was
I'm sorry, Josh, real quick. Matter of fact, they took it out of other people's hands because remember how the movie War Games started? Now, I don't know if this was a depiction of real life or not. Maybe not.
The two guys,
the two Air Force guys. And the reason they came up with the computer to push the button is because one of those guys wasn't willing to do it.
Yeah.
And so our version of that today would be the president actually turns the key remotely through a remote system in that suitcase. You know what I mean?
Remember in the movie,
he has to do it himself. He has to take on the accountability.
Remember in the movie By Dawn's Early Light, the U.S. the pilots actually took out one of the bombers to prevent a nuclear war, which was crazy because they knew once that exchange happened that there would be no recovery. So.
Right, that would be the equivalent to the pilots of the Enola Gay turning around and flying the other way instead of dropping it,
Yep.
Or if some other rogue force in our military struck down the bombers.
You wouldn't need like a massive nuclear exchange for things to get completely chaotic. Like let's just say hypothetically, let's say Israel had a nuclear exchange and a couple nukes went off. The stock market would completely crash, dude. There would be so much chaos socially if that happened. If just a couple nukes went off, it would scare the living shit out of everyone, dude.
Well, I think that's what's going to happen. Netanyahu is going to blame Iran. He's going to hit Iran, saying Iran was behind this. They give him the weapons and stuff like this. Watch what's going to happen in the world in the next 3 months.
You know what it feels like, Jake?
Well, you guys got the stupid. Biden is one of the worst presidents in U.S. history.
Hey, you know what it feels like, Jay? Like with the whole idea of mutually assured destruction. Like it seems like every country that has nukes, like they're all they go to grab the button and they all like slip out of their hands, like that cartoon where like every character's trying to grab the bar of soap and it just moves up through another set of hands all the way up like it's walking a ladder. You know, that's what I feel like. And eventually when you factor in all the different intelligence agencies vying for control to make sure that the button don't get pushed, right? Eventually, that's who's grabbing at the bar of soap all the way up, and eventually there's going to be nobody to grab that bar of soap. You know what I mean?
You ever think though that the elite actually want this to happen?
That's the point, dude. Think about it.
I would say it's 50-50. I would say that the elite that don't want it to happen are the ones grabbing at the bar of soap all the way up.
I'm just saying, Color. I think there's more.
And then eventually there's going to be an elite that says, "Nope, I ain't reaching for the soap." You know,
Color. I
because
think
I've
there's
got other interests. You know,
I think there's way more unity behind the scenes than we probably realize. Because if it was,
that's what I mean. That's really what I mean, bro. Is that they're like, but at some point, it's like they're grabbing at this bar of soap. All these people that you're talking about that do agree behind the scenes. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, like
if it was as chaotic, as people thought,
the elite. And that's what I meant by what I said to Jay. Like, there's like, I'm sure that in the elite world, it's probably 50-50, where some elites are like, yeah, I'm fine with world destruction because I'm still going to come out as a king in the end. You know what I mean? Or whatever. But then there's some that are like, nah, we're smart people and we don't want that to happen. You know what I mean? I guess
the last
it is
time
like,
that happened, that was World War II.
Between good and evil always plays out, but it's only between the elites.
Believe me, Color, they want it to happen soon. Okay, they want to depopulate the world. They want about 500 million people.
Them. There's half of the elites.
That's what they want.
No, but I'm saying that half of the elites,
Color.
Half of the elites in the world don't think that that would advantage them, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that half of the elites agree with me and don't think.
I know what you're saying. I don't think it's half. I think the people that want it to happen are outweigh the half. There may be a minuscule amount that don't, but maybe I don't know. I hope you're right. Something's gonna happen.
So do I, bro. But at the same time,
something's gonna happen.
If I'm wrong, I'm glad I live close to a main target because it's gonna be quick for me, bro. I won't even know it was coming.
Can you imagine being alive in
It'd be a flash of light for me, bro, and that's it.
that would be like literally torture, surviving something like that. Jesus
That's
Christ.
The part you don't want to. You don't want to be about 100 miles outside the blast zone. That's where you don't want to be.
It's gonna. I mean,
because you're gonna have to live through the apocalypse blind with burnt skin. You know. I just rather assume be one of the people that are underground that survive it, but I'm intact. If I'm not gonna be intact, like if I'm gonna be crippled because of it, I'd rather just go out with the first flash and be close to a target.
I swear to God, if I was rich, I would buy one of those like really nice bunkers, you know, like they show on YouTube. Those rich ones.
Like especially if you were sleeping, bro, and it happened.
Yeah, you could live underground for like 2-3 years.
No. I'm saying if you're sleeping, snoozing in bed, and you're near a main target, right? You're inside the zone where it's instant incineration. You're laying there sleeping in bed,
you don't even know you died.
Yep.
It'd be like that submersible thing off the coast of Newfoundland. They didn't even know it happened so quick.
Right.
Oh, you're talking about the sub?
If there was no afterlife, if there's no afterlife, if there was no afterlife, wait a minute. If there was no afterlife, you would not be able to tell the difference of whether you just died in your sleep or whether a nuke went off next to you.
Yeah, I know. But Bill's buddy there, Josh Allen, 2-3 years with the nukes nowadays. Yeah, right. You have to be fucking down there for 30 years probably, and they don't have them for that long. Not that I know of.
Isn't there massive? Doesn't the military have massive underground cities like in West Virginia and Colorado and shit?
I think the atmosphere is breathable again in like 12 years.
Okay, yeah, that's important. I'll have to look into that because you know what?
Like it's just a matter of how fast the stuff circulates around the stratosphere and dissipates. You know what I mean?
Do you think China
that happens quicker than you being able to grow stuff on the earth again. However, if you can get to a place that was far enough outside any blast zone, you can probably still grow vegetables. You know what I mean? In the ground.
Do you think the Chinese will invade Taiwan? This would be the perfect time for them to do it. I think they may do it.
It's really soon. The risk outweighs the reward right now for them.
They already have. See, my whole thing is
they might not even have to do
going to risk a nuclear war over.
They might not even have to do a formal invasion.
My whole thing is they already have control of Taiwan.
Right, I agree with Color.
I don't know what really they have to gain by making it official.
Right.
I don't know if they have control. I mean, they've kind of unofficially quarantined it. Unofficially.
What they want, Jay, I'm going to tell you what they want, and you're going to realize if you just do a little dive on it, you'll realize that the time frame correlates as far as certain things that have been changed with companies here that produce silicone chips, like companies like Micron and Kingston and companies like that. Kingston, not Kingston, Kingston, and as well as
is it Microsoft?
SanDisk have open, and Western Digital have open factories in Taiwan to mine their silicone. And I'm telling you that the only reason China has interest in saber rattling on Taiwan right now is because they want our interests out of there. They want that silicone. Because they're the ones that have been producing all the chips, and the American companies for 20 years have not been able to compete. Price wise, companies like Micron, who make some of the best silicone chips in the world, okay, and they can't compete in price. That's why Crucial RAM sticks are always more expensive, and Corsair and stuff like that, because they can't compete. So they all started opening factories in Taiwan to get the silicone right from their rich deposits instead of Silicon Valley in America. And the Chinese don't want them in there. The Chinese either not only don't want our interest in there for that silicone because it drives down our silicone prices and helps us economically, because silicone is actually the new oil. When you talk about what's going to replace oil, a petrodollar, I'm telling you, it's the silicone dollar, because there is a limited amount, and we have a lot more computer chips to continue to make to keep this whole thing going we got going on and we're evolving into. You see what I'm saying? So silicone, those silicone deposits in Taiwan are what everybody wants, bro. That's the goal. That's the oil.
Alan, are you in like Tonawanda, Cheektowaga, Lackawanna? Where are you?
I'm in the Michigan area.
You're in Michigan? Oh.
Yeah. I used to live in Buffalo.
Are you a Michigander or not, or just there?
No, I'm not a Michigander, but I used to live in Cheektowaga when I was a child.
And by the way, is it pronounced Michigander or Michigander?
It's weird though. The Americans and Chinese have been battling for the Pacific Theater for almost 200 years, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, back in the 1800s, it was for the poppy.
Yeah.
The opium trade. We wanted it. We had all those interests there. That's what was going on.
Nothing is new under the sun.
We're allies with the Chinese against the Japanese.
In the backdrop of that movie, Last Samurai, that's what that was all about, man.
Yep. And the Chinese were our friend in World War II. We were Obviously.
I know. I just said.
Yeah.
Fighting the Japanese.
And don't forget, long before we were in Vietnam, the French were in there.
Yep.
Yes, the French were there.
The French
Whereas
had.
they used to call it Indochina, the Indochina War. That's what the French were in there for.
Yeah, well,
The French were the first ones. The French were the first ones in Vietnam trying to hold off the spread of communism into Vietnam. They were the first ones there.
I know. Well,
French Foreign Legion.
Kennedy would have had them home by Christmas in '63, and that's why the CIA killed your president.
That's a rabbit hole. That's a dark rabbit hole.
Only someone like Trump or Bobby Kennedy Jr. can save the world. Get Biden out. Guys like that.
I don't think. I think. I agree.
People that can save this world is Gary Sinise, if you know what I mean.
I feel like when people look at their current, it's like color. It's like going to the store, right?
Color? You really believe that?
Did you get my joke, Jay?
Wow.
You didn't get the correlation. He was the lead character in Stephen King's The Stand. He was the guy that ends up becoming the new leader of whoever was left for whatever democracy they formed in their group dynamics. So effectively, he was the new president. You know what I mean? There was only like 150 people left. You know, and like by the end of the movie, all the good people all gathered in one place, and all the evil people gathered in another place. And then they had this like final conflict. But at the end of it all, the good people that had to pick up in the apocalypse and like start all over with group dynamics, Gary Sinise ended up becoming their leader, like because he led them all there to begin with. You know what I mean? Like he was the guy, so like, I guess he was the guy that God intended to gather all the people together. So in their new group dynamics, which is obviously democracy, because it wouldn't be an American movie if it wasn't, Gary Sinise is the guy they make their leader pretty much. So yeah, I think Gary Sinise is going to be the only one that can fix this debacle, bro. That was to say, I think we're headed for conflict, to be honest with you, but that's unfortunate.
I hope not, man. It does feel like it's like right before World War I or World War II.
I do think that we are starting to clean our own house without conflict. I'm glad to see that starting. There's been a pushback against the recent sociological changes that we're all not, really, and I don't even mean sociological changes, more like, look, we all don't want to be Marxists, okay? I'm just going to come out with it. And the fact of it is, we're starting to clean that up and get enough of a pushback that's like, we might have headed off conflict internally for at least another 15, 20 years. So we got that in order. Now we can get back to cleaning up the rest of the freaking world.
Marxism, how can you say that, Color?
Marxism always. Marxism is
I'm an isolationist. Because I'm an isolationist. That's how I can say that.
Half of the country wants Trump to go to jail. So how can you say that,
No,
Color?
they don't.
You guys haven't cleaned up anything. I think they do.
Don't.
I think you got half the country, about half of America are fucking crazy fucking left wing.
Do you realize that a guy that is on his way to jail, according to what you're saying?
No, I didn't say they're trying to. I don't think he's going there. There'll be a revolution if he goes there. He's not going there at all.
My point is, he's winning. Let's say he is gonna go. Let's say they pinned him down, Henry VIII style, right?
Right.
He's still leading in the presidential polls. That means that the American people would rather have a fugitive as their president than the one we have. That's a problem.
Well, I think the last election was rigged. And this is coming from a Canadian. I think the last election was rigged. I think Trump won. That's while I'm in America, my First Amendment right. That's my opinion.
I'd be careful what you say online.
Yeah, we're getting way off topic, and we don't want to do that to our partners who allow us to have hosting.
Fair enough.
Necessarily agree with everything.
Oh, we didn't say it. There's no hate speech now.
Been, I will
like
say
that.
they have been a little more forgiving with those types of statements than they were 2-3 years ago. I'll give you that.
Oh, well.
Color, when
like
I was
you could not say that back during that when that was going on, bro, or your shit would get shut down in a heartbeat.
Color, when I was when it was 21-14 Bills in that game and Diggs spun out of those 2 tackles, I was looking on the sideline and McDaniel was still just looking at his play sheet all calm. He was just like all super.
What else can you do, bro? And I want to point that out. Do you know one of those plays? You say he spun out of his tackle. On one of those plays, Kohu was literally knocked off of him by Brandon Jones.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's be real. For everybody that wanted to shit on Cater Kohu all week. So that was why earlier when they were Van Ginkel is the only one that put any effort. No, I'd say Cater Kohu as well. I don't care if he got burned. You got to be putting in effort to get burned.
Color, do you really think the Jags are going to beat us? Like if you were putting money down,
I think they have the best chance that they're going to have. I think they're in the best position they could be to beat you.
But I'm saying if you were putting money down, would you still pick the Bills to?
Oh, no. If I was putting money down, I'd easily take the money line on this game.
Right.
Just because it can happen. And the money line is likely. Actually, I bet you if I looked at the money line right now, it probably wouldn't be the greatest because Vegas probably agrees that they have the potential, and they're in a good position to do it.
All kidding aside, I am nervous about the game because that 5.5 is always a weird number, dude.
But don't be, bro. ESPN Analytics has you guys like 87% to win, bro.
Here we go with the
which is kind of weird. Which is kind of weird because they only gave you guys. Actually, they had us 51% to beat you last week.
Right. Yeah.
Now, that was flipped on SI's analytics, like their pie chart was flipped the other way, but still, I don't think that the Jaguars. I think the Jaguars have proven more. I believe more respect for that than
I believe
7%.
I believe in analytics. Okay, I just don't. When legacy media is like what Color says, Miami has 51% chance to win, or a F grade is this level or whatever. I think legacy media is more or less just making that shit.
That's true, but when it correlates with what Vegas had the odds at and the spread at, dude, I mean, it all correlated. It's not like I was just pulling this and that. Because again, the other major media outlet, their analytics had it going the other way. So we can nitpick which criteria they add to their analytics. But both of them, I mean, when you're talking about one saying 51% for the other and the other saying for the other, and you got virtually a pick 'em in the odds, in Vegas. I mean, yeah, I don't think anybody was wrong.
I don't think Vegas is lying. I don't think Vegas is like.
What I'm saying is, if I went back in time, even knowing what I know, even knowing the outcome. If I went back in time, I would say and do everything I did last week the same.
What about PFF? What's your opinion? What's your opinion on PFF?
Depends on what they're talking about. If you're talking about some obscure, really specific thing that no other site tracks, I'm a little less to worry about it or be concerned about it simply because they have openly admitted to payola in the past.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that a player or an organization could, you can easily, I'm not saying that they're lying, but you can come up with some kind of angle to make somebody look good or bad
Right.
And tailor. That's why we see the evolution of all these more different stats get piled on every year. These new stats that they start tracking.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Like when you like for football outsiders, for example, when you ask them like, what's your methodology on this? They'll say, well, it's proprietary.
Right.
It's like okay. Right. It's like okay, bro.
See, now I'd rather if I was going to go to the subjective players in the game, which without accusing them of anything, because they openly admitted to what they did. So obviously they've got some, it's like, why would I write a story about a murder and then do it the same way they have an alibi now. You know what I mean?
Unless you're O.J. Simpson.
Because why would I admit to it and then not clean up my mess? You know what I mean?
Remember O.J. Simpson wrote that book, If I Did It?
Oh, yeah. But so they do have a little bit of an alibi as far as that goes now, because they've already admitted to it, which you would expect. They know that they're have a lot of scrutiny on them. So what they do now is they basically create stats, and it's like you can just say, okay, that's subjective, but it's still factually accurate. You know what I mean? So, that take it for what you want now, and that's how they roll, which is fair for them. Okay. Right. So I'm more likely to go to something like, first of all, something that aggregates off the actual NFL official stats, but also has NFL statisticians involved with who are, can utilize the equipment that the NFL has built into the stadiums to time certain shit, like Next Gen. I probably am more likely to trust a subjective site like Next Gen before PFF.
I'll give you the perfect example, Color, because you actually already did it on this podcast. You did it like a couple months ago when you did the passing
and the wide receiver
passing production.
But did you notice real quick before you go down that road? Did you notice people immediately, even though I explicitly explained everything in my methodology and my reasoning, people still immediately forgot that I had said it was only for last year. So we're not talking about career numbers here, okay? Which everybody wanted to argue right away. And we're not, and none of this says who the best receiver is. It just simply is saying who was the most productive last year based on the average of the 9 criteria that I chose.
Right.
And I was very clear about that.
That's what I'm saying, Color. Everything you did in that example, and that was just like a short example. If you ask Football Outsiders or if you ask PFF to give that specific methodology, they will never go into that deep of a detail on it.
Of course not, because they're probably doing something as simple as I did, and they just don't want to tell everybody it's that simple so they can do it themselves.
Right. Like the football outsider tries to say, "Oh, it's the Pythagorean theorem and this and that," and it's like, dude, it's not that. It's not that.
I mean, to be real, all I did was take 9 things that I thought spoke to production. 9 stats that I thought spoke to production. Now, sure, there could be 3 more. There could be 2 less based on somebody else's opinion. Somebody else might trade out 2 of the ones I chose for 3 others that they think speak more to production. But that's why I did 9 of them, because damn, even if I could have left one or 2 off or added 1 or 2, it would not have changed the results, but a minuscule amount. You know what I mean? Because there was stuff I factored in that I ended up taking off before I averaged them. So I know that's the reason I took them off. I'm like, you know what? This didn't change anything. And now that I think about it, it's because it's basically saying the same thing as applies to this average that this other stat is. So it's redundant. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you're talking about things I could have added to my 9 criteria, they just would have been redundant things. So all I did at that point was say, okay, here's these 9 stats, right? And just take one quarterback, for instance, ours, Tua. He's got a ranking for each of those stats, how he finished in the rankings for each of those particular stats, whatever it might be. First touchdown percentage or interception or whatever, you know. And then I said, okay, he was first in this category, 7th in this category, 15th in this category, blah, 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 all the way to the 9. Added them together and divided by 9 and said, what was his average ranking across all those stats? That I thought spoke to production. So I could say based on my methodology, these are the top 25 receivers in production. I actually did the whole pool because there were 42 receivers that, had over 60 receptions, and that was my baseline criteria to qualify. And I figured, well, if there was a star receiver left out of that, then he should have got himself more receptions, because reception numbers itself is a matter of production in and of itself. So if you couldn't meet the criteria that 42 other receivers made, sorry about your luck, Deebo Samuel. You didn't even get factored in.
Right.
You know what I mean? So obviously somebody's going to be like, well, what are you talking about, Color? Deebo Samuel.
You know what's amazing?
Fine. I'm not disagreeing. He's one of the best receivers in the league. I'm just saying he wasn't very productive last year compared to these other 42.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy, Color, how much human minds are resistant to new ideas, because if you remember that movie Moneyball, which really talks about the how analytics really transform baseball and sports generally, it reminded me of how the church kept trying to suppress and say, "Oh, the Earth is still flat," and it's crazy how good people, they're not even bad people, just good people, will resist new ideas. I don't know if it's ego or what, but it's like you watch that movie Moneyball, man. There were so many old timers and people that were stuck in certain ways of scouting baseball, and they couldn't believe that this young guy from Harvard or whatever it was in the Oakland A's, front office,
right?
Basically,
See, I'm somewhere
completely revolutionized baseball.
I'm somewhere in the middle, because first of all, that has still failed to produce a championship for the Athletics. Okay,
that is true. Yeah.
And secondly, I could argue that I'm somewhere in the middle, because I think it's a per sport thing. Analytics are going to be more illustrative and predictive in certain sports other than others.
I agree.
When you're talking about 162 games, bro,
yeah.
and you're at 40 games in, and you're looking at the analytics, you can make some predictions at that point. I've done it myself in my own head, and looking at records and projecting out what a team's record will end up being, and I've nailed it. 40 games into the season, I'm ready to go with what I think they're gonna be.
I agree. Football's a much harder to predict. It's not as
same time with a 17-game season and everything mattering so much, analytics can be a little fleeting when it comes to football. And I really believe they can only be used to illustrate what's already happened, or to support what's already happened, or to support an eye test or reject an eye test, rather than predicting anything. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Other than when you're talking about, unless you're talking about long-term things, if you asked me if you asked me to bet that Tyreek Hill was going to have a productive season this year, even though it's his 7th season in the league or whatever it is, I would say I'll make that bet. Because yes, while receivers do drop off later in their career, no receiver has, some have, but what I'm saying is his all 6 seasons thus far have been consistently high level production. Right. Why would I think that's going to be any different in his 7th, given that his body is still athletically sound?
Right. The long-term data for analytics would tell you not to trade for Tyreek Hill, but that's actually not true. Yeah. You should trade. Yeah.
Right. Because of the track record. If there was even a season in between, if the 3rd season he had a bad season, I would say, okay, I can't make that bet. But every single season has been consistently the same numbers, bro. So why am I other than his leg getting broken, what am I gonna?
Well, Color,
what's changed?
Football Outsiders ranks as the greatest team of all time. Take a guess. Their analytics tells them this is the greatest team of all time for one season. Now, me and you could like some people will say the 85 Bears. I'll say the 89 49ers, but that they have a random team that they think is
analytically speaking.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to guess it. It's hilarious.
Unless it's like 46 Cardinals or something.
No. It's in the modern era.
Okay. Then how about?
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a small hint. It's not a team that had like a great franchise quarterback.
Right. That's what I was going to assume first.
Baltimore.
Maybe well, it depends on who you consider a franchise quarterback. Do you consider Kurt Warner a franchise quarterback?
Yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't the greatest show on turf.
Nope.
Baltimore.
Ravens.
Nope.
No. How about?
Their analytics scores are off the charts, though. Like when you go back and look at it, it is pretty amazing how dominant they were for 1 year. I'll give you a better hint. They actually beat Buffalo in the Super Bowl.
Oh, that would be probably
Washington?
the Dallas Cowboys.
The 91 Redskins or 91 Commanders. Yeah. But that goes to that
were
point.
The Redskins back then.
That goes to what you said, though, Color. How the analytics are probably in a different variables.
We can change the future, but we can't change history. They were the Redskins,
right? But it's like you said, Color. Like the analytics are probably not as valuable in football. I'm not saying the 91 Redskins weren't a great team. I'm just saying I wouldn't consider them the greatest team for 1 year, even though the analytics said they were.
They were pretty good that year, dude.
Well, the thing that I guess what really launched
they didn't have like Ernest Biner or somebody like that at running back, and
I think 9 of their 14 wins were against teams that were 500 or better, which is pretty insane.
Was Mark Rippon their quarterback?
Yep, Mark Rippon, Art Monk.
That dude had a hell of an arm, man.
If you go watch the highlights though of the 91 Redskins and look at their stats and stuff, it is incredibly dominant. I think they had 3 shutouts in their first 5 games, which is insane.
That would have been Joe Gibbs running their show, right?
It goes back. And Vegas, it's weird. All the media picked Buffalo to win that Super Bowl, but Vegas had Washington favored by I think 7 or 7.5. So they knew something.
Yeah, because Washington did kind of slip under the radar that year.
But yeah, that speaks to your point, So I think the greatest team.
Why would Washington
it was kind of Dallas?
Go under the radar?
It was kind of Dallas and San Francisco and New York kind of trading off Bulls, and Washington would slip one in every now and
then. He's gone. He lost his internet connection.
Do I pull it out or do I?
Oh my God, Color! I'm seeing new. Is that a new coming? I see a big light. Oh.
Oh, sorry, I slipped out.
Oh, it would have been quicker than that. Hey, get this though. A quasar, a gamma ray burst within a certain distance of our planet would also have the effect of incinerating all life on Earth in a split second. We wouldn't even know it's coming. We wouldn't even see the flash of light before it killed us.
You couldn't see the flash of light.
Right. For 100 years, for like 100 years, whatever, however close it is. Right. You're right. It would kill it. No, because the radiation would come as fast as the light. I'm
gonna have to listen to the song. It's the end of the world as we know it.
If there was a quasar that killed us, it would have went off hundreds of years ago. Yeah.
Who sings that? Is that REM? Who sings that one? It's the end of the world.
Yeah, that's REM. REM.
And I
just hope if it is something catastrophic, Color, it's not like a plague or something, or it's like a slow death.
Oh my God, I don't want to fucking slow death. Oh.
Well, if it's a bacterial plague, I could handle it.
Well, you can always use your Second Amendment privilege. Well, it won't matter whether it's right or wrong. You can always just get a gun and just boom.
I'd be walking around with a spear to kill rats and rodents, and I would be.
You got all these iguanas. You got all the iguanas down there.
And I would have a bottle of permethrin spray to make sure that no fleas got anywhere near me.
Hey, Color, what's your greatest team of all time for 1 year in the modern era, at least since the merger? People have there's obviously the 72 Dolphins, there's the 89 Niners.
72 Dolphins is going too far back in time for me, because I can only watch game film, and those athletes nowadays, they would not, in my opinion, in the early 70s, maybe some, they would not make it to the NFL today. The players are too good. So I want to pick a team that I think
from 1980 forward.
Well, there's only one team to answer that question.
I think Dallas Cowboys of 1993.
It has to be the only team that's ever experienced perfection. I mean, how else could it be anybody else?
That would be probably the only answer.
I mean, if you're asking like, what's my favorite movie, and I have to put aside the great one because I'm a Star Wars fan, then I have to talk in a different paradigm. If I'm putting aside the 72 perfect season, then I would have to probably go.
I guess the question you have to ask yourself is like, for its era, compare like.
I would have to say they're the most complete team that I've ever witnessed was the Dallas Cowboys with Emmitt Smith.
The 92 to 95 team?
With Jimmy Johnson.
Okay.
At their pinnacle. When they beat the Bills 52-17, that team is the greatest team ever constructed to me.
Yeah, that's what I said first. Yeah, that's it. That's my opinion.
You guys both say the 92 Cowboys? Because that's a good answer.
Yeah, the Pasadena Dome, they destroyed the Bills.
If not, the 49ers that laid 55 on the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl. That's another candidate with Joe Montana.
To me, it's like there's a few teams, the 85 Bears and 89 49ers.
And then, of course, you have to give the greatest show on turf its due with Dick Vermeil in particular, because they had a really fantastic defense, despite what people remember about that
you're
team.
a Missouri guy, though, Color. You're biased.
No, I'm not. I lived there for 10 years, 11 years. I am not a Missouri guy.
Were you born? You were born in the Deutschland, were you?
Yeah, I was born in Stuttgart, and to a full-blooded German mother and a American soldier, and I flew back over here on a C-130 when I was 6 months old.
You guys still speak Deutsch, right?
Not really. I mean, I probably could. I could probably decipher and understand more of it spoken to me or read than me speaking it.
I thought you would have spoken with your mother still.
Well, that's a mistake she blames herself for. Still,
that is a big mistake. That would have helped you in work and.
Well, it would have had to been. It would have had to been done. It would have had to been done from childhood, because I don't have the type of brain that can pick up another language.
There's a lot of Germans down here in South Florida. Dutch too.
I mean, I could pick up other languages, just not fluently. Like, it would be like pecking at a typewriter for me. And that's as far as I could ever get with a second language. This late in life,
German is the easiest language, one of the easiest for English speakers to learn. Like French, too.
Well, it's concepts. Now, keep in mind, though, that doesn't mean, dude, I consider myself a big hobbyist when it comes to learning about linguistics, dude. Don't get me wrong. I understand languages very, very deeply. I just can't understand. I haven't assimilated a second one for myself fluently.
Was there any need, though, too? Well,
like if you're talking about the evolution and the development of languages over time, man, I could talk all night on that shit.
Noam Chomsky has some interesting theories on language.
Well, to me, language is what language is what made us freaking what we are, dude.
Noam Chomsky theorizes that, if for Helen Keller, for example, if she wasn't able to grasp language in her mind, that she actually couldn't really think about things abstractly. Like language language actually helps us think about things abstract.
Of course, it helps us. It helps us define our reality. And the thing of it is that when it comes to language, when you think about the divide between the elite and the not elite in the world, and how it's been that way since the dawn of man, since group dynamics first started forming us together.
Right.
What caused that divide is language.
Yeah.
Those that understood the concept of language and originally, and those that didn't. And then eventually, even when everybody understood the concept of a language, there were those that understood how to use it in certain ways and those that couldn't.
That's
and
amazing power.
It still is that way to this day.
Look what the
in some
printing press.
respects.
Look what the printing press did. It completely revolutionized the entire world.
But there are still levels of understanding of language and how to use it that some people will never grasp, even to this day. There are people that are elite because of their understanding and use of language.
Makes you wonder if things like the Bible were created as just a control of consciousness, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Whether
it's kind of like, you know, there would be one, you know, two groups that spoke their own language that came from the same root language, and one group evolved off and their language evolved to a certain level of complexity and the others did not. And then they come into the region and now they have power over that other group.
That's what Nietzsche.
You know what I mean?
That's what Nietzsche talked about, because
they could actually like make elites by conveying that knowledge to some of the people that they came in on. You know what I mean? And not all of them, or those that couldn't grasp it. But it was always an elite power. It was like, imagine like early on, when language itself was being formed, and there were very few of them. An elite group with a more complex language could come in and basically act like as if they were like the Jedi Knights of that society.
Yeah.
Because they had a certain power over everybody else because of their understanding of.
Oh, where'd Color go? Color, you there?
That doesn't mean that they didn't take things from the. It didn't mean that they didn't take things from the inferior language. It just meant that they had a power over the ones that they incurred upon.
That's why Color. That's why it's so scary. Like, it's scary because it's a different context now when you talk about language and the power it has on the consciousness. That's why the media apparatus is so powerful. That's why they want to control the internet so bad. Like these conversations that me and you are having right now, they seem like it's not a big deal, but they don't want people getting that deep into how power is accumulated. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
they're gonna fail.
A lot of what I know,
they can't control everything.
A lot of what I know about language and what I was just saying, I learned from the internet, so they didn't do a very good job hiding it.
That's why I think the internet was a mistake. I think they didn't anticipate that this was going to.
I would say the internet has given me power that I wouldn't have in a world without the internet. Absolutely.
Because let me ask you guys a question. Don't you wish? Okay, it's a double-edged sword, but don't you wish? I kind of do. That the internet didn't exist, because ever since the internet, obesity in the West has went up. I don't see anyone. Okay. Not that many people back in Canada that played. Let's not color. They don't play sports as much. People. They're
nobody's outside. There's literally nobody outside anymore.
But for some aspects, you know how boring a library is, bro.
Color. It's a fucked up society. All these kids are going on the internet. They don't play ball hockey. They don't play football and soccer.
Color. Remember when we were kids? We would literally spend the whole day outside on our bike, dude. The whole fucking day.
So would I, buddy.
Yeah,
they don't do it anymore.
I don't think it's as bad as you all think. I think that there is a certain number, yes, but I don't think it's as pervasive as y'all think.
But you got to remember,
I get out a lot, bro. I do a lot of traveling in the last 10, 15 years. you know, to different tourism places and whatever else, did a lot of hiking. And bro, those places are jam-packed with families and their kids, man.
But that's just because they're tourist attractions. The families want to have
But
family
I'm
time. They
talking
get
about,
away
I'm
and
not
stuff.
just talking about tourist attractions like Disney World. I'm talking about like the Grand Canyon and, you know, places where you can learn something and shit, you know?
Yeah, I
Be
know
out in
that.
the
I'm
wilderness, you
cognizant of
know?
that. Like Colorado, you went to Colorado, stuff like that. Ski resort, didn't you?
I mean, those places are still jam-packed with kids and their families, bro.
Yeah, but
And people
what
learning
I think
stuff and
Josh
people getting
Allen is
out.
the next John Allen, whatever the fuck
I
his
just
name
think that
is.
we went through a
Look,
period, and there's always going to be a certain percentage of people that are on the internet now from cradle to grave. That's just a new paradigm, and those people are going to be different than those that get out in the world. Absolutely. I just don't think it's like it's not quite the infection that it was headed for.
Well, then why
10 years ago? You know what I mean? Like I was a little more worried about it 10 years ago. Like, man, this is like people are just losing themselves in the virtual world, and they still are. But there are those that have gotten out of it and understand how to operate inside and out of it now. We've evolved to that point, I think. It's just a new paradigm, Jay.
Color, tell me people that go to bars to meet people nowadays it's like to pick up someone. It's all done on the apps. It's okay,
but
whether it be, everyone's going on the internet nowadays.
But what's really wrong? Let's say with like the metaverse, what's really wrong if something like that really succeeded? Not, I don't mean for Zuckerberg, because I don't like the guy. I don't think he's good for society, but I don't think his intentions
Not many of them are.
But I'm talking about the technology itself, okay? There probably already is, but we're moving into a world where there will be a place to go to where you strap on a virtual device and go intermingle at a bar as if you're really there, just talking with avatars. There's just
you want that though? I don't want that.
Yeah, but color. Let me.
I don't want that. Maybe not. But what I'm saying is, not everybody is either. Like, you're still going to have a large portion of society that is not going to live in that world.
But
I'll never fucking buy that.
What scares me though,
I would never do that.
Color. This is to me like this is just my opinion. This is what scares me. Okay, because
we need human contact.
Yeah, it's like this example right here. Like me and you, I just met you. I consider you a new online friend, right? We talk about football, whatever. But like in the old days, like let's say we were friends when we were kids. Like I would go over your house and we would be playing basketball, and then maybe we would go meet some other friends.
See, if I wasn't arthritic though, but if
I'm saying, color, there's such a fundamental difference in that interaction.
If I wasn't suffering from acute, quickly advancing arthritis, dude, I probably would be inviting some of y'all out to my backyard to toss the ball around.
Right. I would too, but I'm saying the kids now, I don't know if there's something mentally healthy.
I mean, I've shaken Lewis's hand.
Interacting.
I've shaken Lewis. I don't want to say other things, but I've shaken Lewis's hand. I've shaken Crypto's hand. You know what I mean? I rode.
But those are all people already colored.
We stopped at Hooters after a camp, man, and had lunch, bro. You know what I mean?
I know. I agree with you.
I met Capitan not too much long ago before you did.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you, but a lot of those people, everyone, they're all our age, and there's going to be a lot of younger people that their experience growing up, they're not going to have those friends that meet. Remember that movie Stand By? Remember the movie Stand By Me? Mm-hmm. They're not going to have that type of their interface with the world is not going to be like that.
But you know what? We can choose to do that still, and people do, because look, that was done because there was simply nothing else for them children to do. Like, what else were they going to do?
I just worry if kids are online, like if how we grew up, and if it's different now where kids are constantly online, I worry about the mental health of that generation. I think it's a fundamental difference.
I more worry about the physical health, because we could end up like the Greys, like skinny little frail beings with big heads. You know what I mean?
If you're a child that before
obesity
10,
is up. Color. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying, if you don't,
then we'll be fat beings with big heads.
Yeah, people sit on their fucking asses, eat
So
M&Ms
we'll be a bunch of Jabba the Hutt sitting around just on the internet.
Yeah, that's
dude. Go to Applebee's. Go to Applebee's and go look at people that are on a date. They're not even talking to each other.
I get it, but
because there's a lot of social retardedness because everyone.
That's what I'm saying. I think
they go on the internet. They meet people on the internet.
I think that's starting to, what's the word I'm looking for? Recede. I really do. Like I haven't really noticed that as much lately. Like it's changing,
you need to see it, man.
Color. When you talk to younger people in person, they look down at the ground. It's weird. It's like
people are different. You're right.
That's right. When I go on an elevator, okay, I've been in downtown Toronto. Okay, now I'm down in South Florida. People in big cities, especially young people, they don't even look at your eyes. They just look down.
Like if you make a joke, if you make an
they don't even fucking make eye contact.
They all just look at you.
When I was a kid, we made eye contact.
Yeah, I know. There's if you small talk anybody, it's like
everyone's fucking shy and they're nervous.
They're shy as fuck.
Maybe you'll do something.
I had a person at a grocery store one time, and this was actually a long time ago. And I used their name. Like I was trying, like, sometimes you just feel that urge to be like over polite. You see the person's name tag and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna make this person feel like more than a grocery store clerk today. I'm gonna use their name, like, and I was like, well, have a nice day, so and so. And the person was like, did I tell you could use my name? And got all mad at me.
That's what I'm saying, Color. I think that's
because, are you serious?
That person, listen, dude, it's like, I'll give you another, you just gave a great example. I'll give you another perfect example. My father had a problem with his cable like months ago, right? And he's telling me this story, dude, where he was on the phone with the cable person, right, for over an hour. And all he wanted them to do was just come and fix it. Like, I don't want to get into the weeds about it, but that's literally, he was saying, look, charge me $100. I don't care about the fee. I just need you to come out here. And he was on the phone for an hour, dude.
I know, it's crazy.
20, 30 years ago, dude, if you had a problem like that, an electrical problem, a cable problem, it would be a 5-minute phone call and then that's it.
Right. So I actually met I didn't meet this person, but I was conversing with this. I was conversing with this person online one time, and we were arguing back and forth, right? And then when you're arguing in the political spaces, it very quickly devolves into people insulting each other's intelligence, right?
Yep.
So this guy, he basically told me what he did for a living in order to throw it in my face to say basically he was an elite and I'm not, right? Total elitist, right? So I'm like, so he told me what he did for a living, and he actually works for a company that gets contracted by other companies to analyze what they're doing and what their employees are doing in order to find ways that the company can do things more efficiently. Right? Total bureaucratic bullshit. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, this sounds like British politics, but whatever. I'm like, anyway, so I told him, I said, you know what? You think you're so damn smart for throwing that in my face. Like, first of all, as if I care what you do for a living. And secondly, how about I do your next week's worth of work for you? Right here, right now.
Right.
And this was all typing. I'm typing all this shit, right? We're back and forth. And I'm like, tell you what, how about instead of McDonald's, why doesn't McDonald's hire, since you're so goddamn smart, why doesn't McDonald's hire you to take my order instead of hiring you to tell me how so-and-so can do it better? I said, there, I just did your whole next week's worth of work for you.
Right.
Fire you. Get rid of your company. That's how they get themselves more efficient. How about that, Mr. Smartass?
The middleman.
And guess what? I dropped out of high school. How do you like me now, Mr. Intelligent?
I think credentialism can make people dumber. Credentialism can make people real stupid.
I got my GED at 26 years old.
Right. When someone says they went to college or they have a PhD, it's like I kind of have to look sideways at them. A lot of it's an indoctrination, but especially if it's not in the sciences.
Some of us face things in life that preclude us from being able to further our education.
But Color, that the example you gave where you wanted to tell that person by their name, like, hey, so and so, hey, your name, have a good day or whatever, and for them to react that way, I think a lot of that is because people aren't having as many personal interactions, dude.
Yeah, it's like they were stunned, like.
Yeah, they're in shock.
As if they were some kind of noble lord, and I'm a servant, and like.
Color, I go jogging.
Me by my name.
Color, I go jogging like every other day. At least I try to. And you know how like you're just coming across people wherever they're going, and I'll wave to people or say hi. They don't even say hi or nothing back, dude. It's like they're in a zombie state.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man. It was not like that a decade or two ago. It wasn't.
That's because everybody's afraid to be accused of being a Karen now. So nobody wants to say anything publicly. Like, just sit there, shut up, put in your order. If they put onions on your burger when you ordered it without, just pick them off. Just don't say a word. Especially if you're I shouldn't say it. But this happened.
Right.
Yeah. Sky Harbor Airport, Wendy's manager. Yeah. Don't complain about your chicken sandwich to her. Otherwise, you may miss your flight.
That's crazy, man.
She literally threatened TSA on me because I complained about my about my chicken sandwich.
The corporate world is so crazy now that you could literally just be giving someone an authentic compliment and you can get
everybody knows my personality. Well, everybody knows my personality. If you're listening this late to me, then obviously you've listened to me for a while and you know my personality. So everybody listening right now is probably like, "Oh, Color went off on somebody. No wonder she threatened TSA on you," right? I get it. I understand why you may have that reaction. Because my mother would have that reaction too, because she's seen me blow up on people, and I have had an anger issue my whole life that I have worked really hard to keep under control, and I do still slip.
But Color, you know what it is though.
On this, hold on, bro. On this particular day, I did not slip. Okay, I was calm. I simply told her that that my sandwich was incorrect to the clerk. And the manager came running all the way from the back, yelling at me that she heard me say my order and that I didn't order it plain because I order the same thing. I'm like, and I looked at her and I said, "You're going to tell me that I didn't order it plain when I literally order a plain chicken sandwich every time I come to Wendy's?" And just for saying that, she's like, "Well, we can see what TSA has to say about it."
Are you?
I was absolutely floored, dude. And I'm like, woosah, right? I was channeling my inner woosah. I'm like, whatever. Made her correct this shit. I said, fine, just give me what I ordered. Fine. I go back to sit down, waiting for the plane. I'm telling my mother the whole story, and she starts rolling her eyes at me, right? Because you know me, obviously I had to blow up on the lady. You know what I mean? And I really didn't. And she's rolling her eyes at me. "Oh, I keep telling you, gotta do this and that. You can't be doing that." And there was a guy sitting next to her, waiting with us, right? Not with our party, but waiting there for the plane. And he happened to be a flight attendant. Okay, for either another flight. Had to be another flight because he wasn't. They don't wait in the same place we do for our flights, right? But it was a flight attendant. And when he overheard me telling my mom the story, he leaned over and he's like, apparently he was in line behind me and witnessed the whole thing. And he leans over to me and he's like, "I know, right? Can you believe she said that to you?" And totally backed me up in front of my mom. I'm like, yes, I told you I didn't blow up. It wasn't me, man.
But Color, you know how like me and you might get an argument on here, right? The reason I think this is why we're saying like the psychology of the interface between two people talking on the internet and in person is different because like when me and you are talking right now, whether it's about football or whatever, there's all kinds of social cues that people that we're missing. That's why a lot of times the conversations go off the rails on the internet. But if they were in person, it wouldn't go down that way.
Right. And likely there'd be no words spoken at all.
Yeah.
Like everybody thinks you can read everybody's mind now. Like everybody can just know what everybody's thinking.
But that's what scares me. If
I don't know what you're thinking, it's okay because it's my lived experience. So I can just ascribe to you whatever I think you're thinking anyway. I can just project onto you whatever you're thinking.
That's what scares me, though, man.
It is like an infection of mass solipsism, pretty much.
That's a perfect way of describing it. Yeah, it is like it's like a massive bubble that each individual's in.
Well, we're encouraged to be solipsist now because that's what the whole my lived experience thing is all about.
Right.
If I want to see the color red the way you see the color blue, who are you to argue with me? It's my world.
It's probably why things are getting so unstable right now.
If I want 2 + 2 to equal 5, I'll just come up with some kind of math trick, the obscure math trick that doesn't even use real numbers to prove to you that 2 + 2 can equal 5 on occasion because it's my world. That is complete solipsism, dude.
It's also a world with no empathy, which is scary, dude.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Because color, there's people. Listen, man, like it's scary.
Having been afflicted my whole life by too much empathy.
Because
it hurts
color,
me even more, bro.
Color. Look at the never mind what political side of the aisle you're on, right? You'll just go look at people's comments about other people that get canceled.
Well, they've shifted the Overton window so far left. I don't even know if I'm right anymore.
Right. But I'm saying, look at how vicious people are about people getting canceled, dude. It's like they love the power to just delete somebody. Which is, that's scary, dude.
And nowadays, if you're right of Mao, you're considered right. You're considered like far right.
Right. That scares me, man. It scares me that people in high institutions.
The problem with it is, bro, we lived in a curved universe. Right? Space-time is curved. So, light can travel what we perceive to be a very perfectly straight line for a millennia before you can detect any curve in the light, right? Because the universe is so big that we could never perceive the curvature of it other than doing tricks like experiencing gravity and shit like that. You know what I mean? So, but the universe is curved. Everything is a circle, bro. Everything comes back around on itself. If you travel long enough, far enough, you will meet yourself.
So you're saying it will balance out eventually, or is that what you're trying to?
Bro, if the universe is curved, at some point it has to meet itself.
Right. I'm just saying, color, like me and you, like we talk about philosophy sometimes, or the Roman Empire, or the Dark Ages, or this conversation. There could be somebody listening and they just misinterpret our conversation, or like, you know what? I'm debaking that person. I don't like what they said. And you wake up in the morning and your bank account is just zeroed out. That's fucking scary, dude. That's the path we're going down.
First of all, I don't believe AI will ever understand human context enough to take us over like everybody fantasizes about. I am not afraid of AI whatsoever. But actually, there's an interesting person I just listened to. I came across for the first time the other day. It's kind of whacked out for other metaphysical reasons, but what he said about AI and not having to fear it made me think, yeah, it just piled on for me. Like I already wasn't afraid of it, and now I'm even less afraid of it. Like it was what the dude said made so much logical sense. I'm like, yeah, what's everybody worried about? Like it's seriously, like you and I could look at each other a certain way to communicate a message, like, and we can change the context of that and the paradigm of that so quickly that the machines could never keep up, dude.
Well, it's not color. I agree with you about AI.
They can never learn our contextual mannerisms quick enough to understand our communication code. We will always have an advantage over them.
I agree with the AI part you're saying. What worries me is that everything from banking, applying for a job, any type of institutional access, hell, opening your refrigerator, turning on your car, it's all going to go on this internet grid. And there's going to be people that could. It already basically is. Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
I'm never going to live in one of those homes.
Well, they might force us. I mean, people are. We're already.
Well, if they do, it would be a considerable upgrade on my apartment anyway. So what do I care?
Well, I'm of the same. I might just get like a cabin or something. I don't know. I don't want my whole life online.
Down to a matter of
They're trying to do that though, Color. They want mass control, everyone on the grid. And once
they
it gets
have us all there. Do you realize that you cannot disconnect from the county sewer system, right?
Well, I mean, you could homestead still.
No, maybe in Alaska.
Right.
But
that's actually where I've considered moving to Alaska.
There was this lady in Delray Beach, Florida, that was challenging the city and the county, like wanting to disconnect all of her stuff, set up a porta-john, and like live completely off the grid, and they would not allow her. They were fining her per day.
That's crazy, man.
Like you literally have to go out in the woods and build a log cabin on some kind of. But even to do that, because there's no more private land to be bought, you have to do it on a stake from the government anyway, a homestead, like you're saying. Like you have to go live on government land to do that anyway.
It's just so, like, it's like that solipsism you were talking about, Color. Everything is so, like, back then, 100 years ago, you would have, like, you live with a big family on a farm. You were self-sufficient. You were dependent on your neighbors. You knew your neighbors. And that paradigm is completely different now. It's just completely different. I don't know if we're better off. I mean, maybe things are more convenient now, but people had way more power back then, dude. I mean, that was what the Old West was all about, you know?
Well,
that's what's scary. Look at
There was a reason.
Remember that nurse
for the Victorian insult? Like even before the Victorian period, it evolved. Like this was like even the way people spoke in chivalry. Like there's a reason there was such thing as a Victorian insult, because and it comes down again to language and the power of language. Like in the 1800s, you could pretty much tell somebody their mother was a whore, but if you said it the right way, there was nothing they could do about it. And nor did they even care to do anything about it, because you used language in such an intelligent, correct way that you gain their respect.
Right.
And nobody has to draw their weapons and kill each other.
Well,
if I just walked up to you and said, "Hey, your mom's a whore," you're probably going to get drawn on.
Right.
And even before the 1800s, you would have got somebody drawing their sword on you.
There's people now, Color. I mean, it's, you know this. They're on. You see it every day. Like every week, there's some person that goes viral on the internet, and they didn't even do anything wrong. Like maybe they were caught saying something, but like in the wrong context, and they get debanked, they get fired. It's the whole thing. Their life is.
That's not really anything new. That's kind of a form of communalism, you know, because people know it's going on, but they don't say nothing, because lest they be the next one.
Right.
You know, so. You know, that becomes like a communal virus, like a mind virus, you know what I mean? And you could look it back again to like, not just feudalism, but like even Henry VIII's court. And back to what we were saying about Anne Boleyn. I'm pretty sure most of the people in the crowd that were watching her head get lobbed off probably were like, you know what? I don't really think she banged her brother.
But they didn't.
But I ain't gonna say nothing about it unless my head be up on that chopping block. because the king obviously has an agenda here. You know what I mean? And everybody knew it.
That's crazy, man.
I mean, that's literally how it was, bro. You know, you could. It was really like. Sometimes I wonder if you know, like historians or even Hollywood. Well, obviously Hollywood does, but even historians, I'm wondering sometimes if they embellish that stuff. Like, it just seems to me that you could say a lot of really weird shit.
Well, look at the Salem witch trials.
Well, in medieval times, you could say a lot of really weird shit.
Yeah.
There was some things that you couldn't say in a certain way, and you're legally getting your freaking head lobbed off.
It's crazy, dude.
And it's like, to live in that world is like, and navigate that, bro. Like,
it's pretty intense.
It is, man. It's almost like living in a soap opera.
That's why I think, and at the same time, I think people were more polite to each other back then. They had more inner respect for people because life and death was always so close back then, dude. People say some wild shit to each other on it.
Again, and there were elites that knew how to manipulate language and to manipulate the way the things that other people were, you know, too naive or too, you know, simple to understand compared to them. And those people are the ones that rose and like pulled all the strings. Even the people that didn't become kings, that were just like, how did you live? How did you continue to live breaking so many rules as a noble person? You know what I mean? And just keep going, because you knew how to navigate language and navigate the system, and you knew how to get over on other people.
Right. Do you think that happens a lot today too, though?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It just doesn't mean your head anymore.
Like, I'll give you an example. And
well, put it this way, like, to answer your question further. If you were to go back in time in a time machine, knowing everything you know about medieval times and how to operate in that time, and what you could and couldn't get away with based on living in a surveillance society that we do, right?
Oh yeah, yep.
You would be a freaking emperor in a week. You know what I mean? You would manipulate everybody so easily, like
you would be the richest man in town, and like
right. You know, well, the people that could already kind of do that were the ones that rose to the top.
That's what's scary, though, Color. Like, I'll give you a personal example. Like, I don't know how. When I was in high school, in the 2003 Iraq War started, like, I was really into it. I thought the Iraqi, like, Saddam was a terrible person. Iraq War was it was right for us to invade. And I look back at the framework of my mind back then, and it's just like, it's crazy that the media can make someone like yourself, like me, think that way, regardless of what you think the politics of the Iraq War are. That's not my point. You get what I'm saying, though? That you can listen to something on the TV or on the radio as a young man, and you just believe it. You know? I think that's how most people are. That's what's scary about, like you said, the power of language.
Well, that's because, and it's also because there was big players gatekeepers for a long time. We didn't have that word back then, and you really can't say they were gatekeeping other than controlling there was a limited source for people to tell us what's happening in the world.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so those people were held to a lot higher standard, and so people could trust it. But they've been controlling what they want us to hear all that time too.
That's what that's what's like,
now we just know they're doing it.
Right. Yeah. It's almost like
and they want to get back to a world where they can control that. Now, that doesn't mean they're being nefarious necessarily. I'm using Hanlon's razor. If they're incompetent, they're incompetent. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody will use that power maliciously.
Right.
But from having lived in a world where it's not that, look, whether they were doing nefarious things or not, controlling what people hear, there's only a limited amount of time in a day.
there's only a limited amount of paper to print stuff on.
I get what you're saying.
So they do have to choose what's more important or what's more pertinent, you know, to print and to spend their time on broadcasting.
Be honest too, Color. Like I think
it's no different than the school system. See, people think that choosing not to teach something is a form of book burning, and I disagree. I think there should be censorship in schools because you do it by default when you choose to only have an 8-hour day.
There's always going to be some level of censorship. Yeah, I get what you're
Well, there's just only so much time in a day. You have to choose what the most important things for your kids to learn is.
Color, you know what it is? This is, and the older you get as a man, I think me and you might agree on this, is like, maybe it's better off for humanity that we don't know a lot. You know, like back then, 30 years ago,
well, I was getting to that, and I don't know if it's really that we're better off. It's that we lived in that world, in that paradigm for so long before it broke open with the internet age and information highway.
Because
we lived in that paradigm for so long that that's where the fear comes from, and that's where the misuse of things comes from, and that's where, you know, people's naivety comes from that you fear. You know what I mean? Because
everyone
they don't realize they immediately buy everything that they see on the internet.
Right. Is what I'm saying though, Color. Everyone right now, well, at least most people, like there's an explosion of people questioning everything. And I just don't know. It's a great novelty. There's a lot of things happening.
Have you ever, and I don't want to get too political. I know we already kind of have gone down that line, but we're keeping it a little bit of sociological too. So that's not, you know, I don't see this as a political discussion per se, although it is way off topic for Dolphins talk. But if you're here for Dolphins talk at 3 in the morning, we need to be shutting it down anyway.
Right.
But there are, gosh, man, there's still 24 hanging with us. These are the diehards. But I do want to wrap it up, but I want to say also, because I do enjoy the discussion, that you know, I don't think I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead, man.
The last point I'll make is I don't like what we're talking about. I just don't know if it's healthy and safe for society right now. How there's just so many paradigms being questioned. Man.
I'm sorry. I know what I was going to say now. I wanted to recommend something to you if you haven't seen it yet that may cause you to be your paranoia to grow, but it also may comfort you to know that people know now that's happening because of what these people did. Have you ever heard of the Hoax Paper Project?
No.
Oh, okay. So,
is that a book?
Have you ever heard of James Lindsay?
James Lindsay, he does a political commentary, right?
Well, sociological more, but also political. He basically is on a mission to expose the true nature of Marxism and Gnosticism throughout the world. He's a left-leaning college math professor that basically got you know, affected by what the phenomena you were referring to earlier, that the mob perpetrates on people these days. I'll leave it at that.
Right.
And so he joined together, and this is where he cut his teeth. His YouTube channel is called New Discourses, and he does these really good talks and seminars, basically on one-man seminars on the nature of like all of what's going on now, and how he shows how, you know, follows its roots from original, you know, early Marxism and all this other stuff. It's really good stuff. He's an intelligent dude. He's basically just on the other side of the political spectrum of the Overton window than I am. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I kind of relate to the guy. And ironically, his mom is on my side of that center, and my mom is on his side of that center. Isn't that kind of interesting?
That is.
So we're basically the same people, just on like mirror images of each other politically, you know? And anyway, the guy, he's really intelligent, but he had gotten together with this other person that was being brought up on internal bylaw charges from his university, Portland, right? and for like stupid reasons, because they didn't like some of the things he was talking about in his professorship and what he was teaching, right?
Right.
And because you have to like challenge what's going on right now in Portland. Anyway, so and there's that guy's name is Peter Boghossian, and currently he's doing the whole street epistemology thing, right? Going out around and speaking on college campuses freely in their parking lot until they kick him out, until the woke people come out and kick him out, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, and there's this British professor, so completely left wing compared to us, right? Even in America, like the most left wing you could get in America without being a socialist. This is this lady, right? Helen Pluckrose. And the three of them got together and figured out the code of like the new paradigm of the new language, the new speak, you know what I mean, if you will.
Right.
And they were able to get papers published in these peer-reviewed journals, right? These like scientific peer-reviewed journals, and show that as long as you showed the right political agenda and used the right language, that you could literally get anything published.
Wow.
Like they got like 13 papers published, to the point where it was such a success that they ended up having to stop doing it because they wanted to tell everybody why, so they wouldn't ruin their reputation, right?
That's great.
And so those articles could get retracted, because they didn't want them to be out there like that.
And
they just wanted to prove it could be done,
So they were basically showing that the peer-reviewed process was compromised.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and big time compromised, to the point where, and cover your ears if you get offended by the words, but they took a transcript from Mein Kampf, right?
Yeah.
And they replaced every instance of the word Jew with white male.
Yeah.
It got published, bro.
Wow.
It got accepted.
That's what I'm saying, Cole. Like the word you just used too, like the epistemology and how people know something. It's just
they submitted a paper that was correlating the behavior of street dogs, like wild dogs,
right?
Not wild, but like stray dogs. Okay, and how they take the females anytime they want, and they were like showing how you could correlate this dog rape culture, R-word culture, with human males to prove that like it's in our nature and all this, and it got accepted.
Wow.
They literally had to like stop it at like 13 papers and tell them all it was a hoax, so they could get the papers retracted.
That's why
it wasn't their intention to actually fraud people. You know what I mean?
Not just the peer-reviewed process and those examples you gave about like a certain political agenda, but the older I get now, and I look back at old films, and I see more of the propaganda. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or you didn't see it when you were younger.
Yep. So they the three of them got together and wrote a book, because what they think is also compromised is the colleges when it comes to all these different courses you can take, like, and they're like pretty much anything that is in critical studies is like totally compromised, and like complete like social Marxism and cultural Marxism, like like any critical theory courses of any kind. And they just make them up now as they go along. Critical knitting, theory or whatever. You know what I mean? They just make them up now as they go along. Obviously, culminating in the biggest one known, critical race theory. And all that. I don't want to get into that all. I just want to point out that they wrote a book about it all, and how like the whole system is compromised.
and it's leaking into our government and our bureaucracy as well. Right. And the book is called Cynical Theories, and it's written by all three of them. It's a joint effort. I highly recommend anybody read it.
I think a lot of people that do you think Marxism rose basically just out of resentment, or do you think it's my theory is I think a lot of it was used to destroy old monarchies and the church's power, but.
Well, yeah, it is about destroying hierarchy, but it's really about destroying a current system for something new to rise out of it, for a new paradigm to rise out of it. The problem is that what follows Marxism, what they always intend to replace whatever system they had with, has to be non-hierarchical, which is collectivism. In some form, whatever name you want to put on it. Communism, socialism, whatever, feudalism, okay, whatever. Communalism, it's all a form of collectivism.
It just makes you wonder if that dialectic, a lot of the Marxist dialectic is used, like you said, to create a power vacuum. Maybe there was something more true about that previous power structure.
Well, the thing of it is, what entered into as far as where the race theory, critical race theory, and all that, where that kind of enters into is that when Marx's plan, the whole vision failed to materialize. I don't want to speak out of turn whether it was him directly or people that followed in his footsteps decided that it wasn't they were wrong about it being about class. That you could go to America and perpetrate the same thing based on race.
Right. Well, the Bolsheviks had a. I mean,
that's where you get the liberation theology and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Right. The Bolsheviks were not just motivated by class. That's what it wasn't just a class thing. Yeah.
Well, and a lot of people forget too that, they want to I think it's like square peg round hole. Like everybody wants to, in the macro, apply Marxism or Marxist theories or whatever to like a global situation or a societal situation, and it's like he was speaking about his time and as it applied to what he was dealing with in his world.
Yeah, but people saw the power, how, like you said, it creates a power vacuum, so they applied it to any hierarchy.
Right, but when it comes to who murdered the Russian royal family, that conflict had nothing to do with systems of government per se. It had to do with wiping out the rest of the Scandinavian elites.
Right.
From old world conflicts between the two. You know what I mean?
The thing that scares me.
Let's not forget who subjugated the Slavs and the Rus.
Of course, me and you are we're reading between the lines. I get what you're saying. It's just I think a lot of people.
Well, who do you think the aristocrats were in Russia? They were Scandinavian, likely.
Right.
Because that was an elite takeover. That wasn't a migration or anything. That was just a few Scandinavians, elites, subjugating Slavs and Rus and Mongolians.
I just don't think, unfortunately, Color, I don't think people think about a lot of these things as deeply as you do. That's what's scary about it.
That's the thing. It's right there for us to see. Actually, the whole second season or last part of the first season of Vikings was literally about that. Now, obviously, it was, for expediency in a show, a lot of things were composited. You know what I mean? But Michael Hurst does a really good job producing that show in a respect that, you can still garner accuracy from it historically, yet still accept that a lot of things are composited, especially things that happened in different time periods. You know what I mean?
Right. The thing that's scary too, Color, is I don't know if this makes sense. Like maybe I'm not. I'm going off the rails here though. But like, back before the internet, and even when people barely read, people were concerned about like farmland and food and maybe oil or whatever, gold. But people, because of the internet now, and because of institutions that can indoctrinate people, you can create all kinds of different political momentum and dangerous ideas quickly that can undermine stability. Do you understand
Well,
what I'm saying?
there's a theory, there's a hypothesis by somebody that I think is really not stupid about it. The guy's intelligent. I'm not saying he's stupid, but I totally disagree with the premise that it's one of these people that, and I don't know if he's just kind of taking the position to be a contrarian or not, but there's some of these people that think the voting age should be lowered because people that are 16 years old have vested interest in certain things.
Right.
And it's like, well, that to me, first of all, would be double voting. Because if you're still a ward of your parents at 16 years old, then that means their interests are your interests, which means you're now double voting for the same interests.
Right.
I don't care if you think that so-and-so politician wants you to be able to go rob a bank, but your parents don't, so you should have a vote. No, sorry, don't work that way. You know what I mean?
It's just what I'm saying, Color. Like I'm trying to like explain it.
My point is, I'm sorry. Their argument against or for it is that so many votes that, as far as in other words, I can't fathom how large hundreds of millions of votes are, that their vote really wouldn't tip the scale or at all or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like it'd be a flea on a dog, or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't buy that argument, dude. I think it's like, it could seriously be used to manipulate the political structure.
That's what Color. That's what I'm, like as far as manipulation.
It already is being used, and they don't even vote. You know what I mean?
Because something like literally millions of times more dangerous than any type of government weapon or like anything is just someone or any institution or entity or person just making something go viral on the internet.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you, bro?
I'm in my 40s.
You're in your 40s, so you should actually have this memory that this isn't just it's not as if the internet is the only way we've been able to do this. It just makes it happen faster.
Right.
And more often. So we're moving from frame to frame quicker.
You could just spread a rumor on the internet now.
But remember, how did Bill Clinton get elected?
Ross Perot, right?
No, his first election. How did he get elected?
No new taxes.
No. Well, and making the old guy look like a lying fuddy-dud, absolutely. And how did they do that? What vehicle did they use to make that go viral? As well as other things. And I'll say what one of those other things are so you can quickly get it. Rock the Vote.
Oh, yeah, yep. Yep, MTV. Yep.
Wasn't no internet needed for that.
Yeah.
All they needed was one network television channel, MTV.
It's just, oh, man.
So you're right, but it's not a new phenomenon. It's just different medium. It's no different than saying, look, the Romans had a coffee table too. Theirs was just a block of marble. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. It's those rumors that can spread. Like you said, they spread faster.
Well, this is the point about language too, and this is how we can actually construct old languages that we don't have any script for, based on reverse extrapolation, right? Because we know that like the very first words that were ever created for languages, like the spark of language, if you want to call it that, what these first root words were based around were counting, first of all.
Yeah.
For bartering and storage. and also anything to do with domesticating the horse.
That would make sense, yeah. But Color, you know how me and you are, this is like a cynical conversation.
So what I'm saying is in the very first root Proto-Indo-European root language that we have no evidence ever existed, but we know has to have existed because no other Indo-European language is pure. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they all share something from another or evolve out of each other. You see what I'm saying? So none of them are pure. So we know there had to be a proto root for Indo-European, but we have no evidence of any of the script ever existed. So we're using like algorithms to reverse extrapolate some words for this language, some of the vocabulary that likely could have been what it was. You know what I mean? Sort of like Big Bang Theory. You know what I mean?
That's why.
And so like we know it had to go back to this, right? With and this linguist, or I don't know if he was a linguist. I think he was some other kind of scientist or scholar, but worked on languages too. But he developed this system. You would call it an algorithm these days, but basically he developed this system where you could understand how words evolve in the human mouth. Just by that alone, through expediency, cultural norms and pressures, you know what I mean? Laziness, whatever, you know what I mean?
Right.
And that words actually follow this particular algorithm, if you will, and how they evolve in the mouth. And so they use that along with the coding of all the different Indo-European languages to try to reverse extrapolate some of their vocabulary. Now, obviously, we're not going to try to reverse extrapolate a word for vacuum cleaner.
Right.
Because they likely didn't have a word for that. You know what I mean? Like they didn't even have a concept for that. So there's some words that we'll never be able to find a root for. But for words pertaining to like the word stirrup, because that's an item that would be used for horse domestication. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or so for instance, they already have some words done, right? Oh, well, by the way, to test this algorithm that I was telling you about, they basically took a language that they knew came from another one, right? And applied it to that. In other words, use the same system and tried to extrapolate its root language, right? And then they compared the result to the actual root language it came from, and it was like a 95% match. So they know it works. They know that that words evolve a certain way in the human mouth, and it follows a certain set of rules. Like a word will always evolve from the back of the throat to the front of the lips. You know what I mean? It'll never evolve the other way.
Almost like you're reading music or something.
Right. It's real fascinating stuff, man. But anyway, so take a word like 100 for the number 100, right? So the Germanic would be, like the Proto-Germanic would be like hundo, and like the Proto-Latin would be like cien or ciento. You know what I mean?
Right.
And but come to find out, they just evolved along different geographical lines. But actually, Germanic languages do share a root because they are Indo-European as well as Latin. So they're all the same anyway. There is no real difference between Romance and Germanic. You know what I mean?
Right.
Other than the geographical lines and the way and how they evolved through the human mouth along those geographical lines differently than the Latin did. Now, Greek is the only one that didn't have anything evolve off of it. It evolved off of like Proto-Anatolian or something or whatever. But once it became Greek, nothing else evolved off of it because it followed a geographical line that didn't allow anything to stem off of it. Right. So I thought that was pretty fascinating because Greek is actually one of the older spoken languages still, left like that.
Go back to like
anyway. Well, real quick. So, you got ciento in the Latin, you got hundo in the German, and they seem kind of different, right? Lots different. But they would have eventually at some point had to be the same word. At some point.
Based on the algorithm?
Well, based on how could they have evolved if they didn't?
Right. Yeah, I see what you're. Yeah.
No different than evolution, than us existing originally from an amoeba, or whatever. You know what I mean?
That is crazy, man.
So anyway, the word that they reconstructed for the number 100, for the word 100 in the original Proto-Indo-European root, mind you, a language we have no evidence ever existed, the word would be Kim-Tom.
So Senti and Hundo would be it would be back to say that again.
Kim-Tom.
Kim-Tom.
Kim-Tom, like almost like two names. Kim-Tom. Kim-Tom.
Right. Oh.
Like, how the hell did you get 100 out of Kim-Tom? You know what I mean? Like, like 10,000 years of evolution, of change, bro. That's how. So what it really means is, when you think about language, by the way, Sanskrit is an Indo-European language.
Ancient Sanskrit.
Sanskrit today is an Indo-European language. It's from an Indo-European root, right?
Oh yeah.
So this same language that had Kim Tom for 100 also is the root language for Sanskrit.
Oh, it all goes back to that for 100.
Yeah, right. Any Indo-European language.
So Sanskrit, Hundo, and Senti all go back to King Tom.
Well, Sanskrit is a language itself, but whatever 100 is in Sanskrit, yes, will go back to Kim Tom.
Wow.
So other than it's like structure is kind of the same, but vocabulary is what evolves, you know what I mean? And how it's used.
The language.
And certain other structures change, but effectively a person speaking Sanskrit is speaking English and vice versa. Effectively.
The language changed as quickly spread out, basically.
Right, and English came from a completely different root line than Sanskrit did.
Wow. That's kind of...
Now get back to Greek. Greek happens to be one that went through and nothing evolved off of it. So whatever it came from, whatever its root was also came from this Indo-European root. So it's an Indo-European root, Indo-European language, but nothing evolved off of it. There is no island off the coast of Greece where they spoke Greek a little different. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it became its own language.
It really makes you wonder if, you know what that makes me think, Color? Because like you said, that all those different languages go back to one root word for 100 is if civilization, like every 10 to 12,000 years, if it just resets or something.
Well, in some ways, I mean, it's really about paradigm shifts. So those happen all the time, and those could be seen as resets,
right?
Or even presets, But like, when you think about language, though, you have to think of it like evolution. Like, just because there's a function, there's a cell that has a certain function in a tree, and we also have that same cell that has that same function. Might even be used for a different purpose in our body, but it's there, which means we came from the same original being. But that doesn't mean that we are trees and we're related to trees and they're related to us. No, it doesn't mean that. It just means that they have something that came from a being that we also got that same thing from. It could have been when it was still a single-celled organism and it had a little tail that was wiggling to move it along, right? And then it split off into two other different types of beings
It's like one tribe,
and one of the beings still used the tail for a motor, and the other being said, "Yeah, oh, that tail's pretty convenient to sweep the floor or to, wipe my ass with." You know what I mean, or whatever.
Right. It's like one.
And then it split off to other beings that eventually became humans, and then the other one split off to other beings that eventually became trees.
Right. People don't understand that, though, Color. People think when you try to explain to people what evolution is like, it'd be like one tribe, right?
Right.
One tribe lives in the water, and another tribe lives like in the forest. The ancestors of the ones that live on the coast are going to be the ones that eventually survive best on the water, and they're going to look better, they're going to swim better, right? And
because they're the ones that got to the food.
Right.
And we're able to stick their wee-wee in somebody else and pass on the genes, which are now dominant for that capability.
Yeah, the traits that are best.
For a while they'll still produce recessives that won't have that capability, but eventually those will not be able to pass on their genes dominantly.
I forget what tribe it is. It's like it's somewhere in the Southwest Pacific, but there's people there, like they're just
like webbed fingers and shit, right?
Well, they can hold their breath for like fucking 3 minutes. Yeah.
Right, I got you. And then there's people in the north that can sit in an ice bath for, an hour. Like, okay, I can't.
So that's what a lot of people don't understand about evolution. Like they think. You have to explain that to them.
Well, it gets down to even quantum physics, or the particle physics model, because just like the little thing with the wiggling tail, and we might use it for something else, so we're not related to trees. We're no more related to trees because of that little cell that does what it does than we are because both of us have protons.
Right. Unless you're like what crypto thinks aliens like planted life on Earth.
Right, but even so, we're no related to anything else just because we have atoms in our body that are comprised of the same particles that the atoms in a tree are comprised of. That don't make us related to trees.
Right.
It just means we're made of the same thing.
Yeah. That's an interesting conversation, man. It was good talking to you. I got to get to bed.
Yep, we got a couple hours for Buffalo and Jacksonville. You got a game to watch. Mine ain't till 1 o'clock. But everybody, thanks for hanging around with us for the after talk, which had nothing to do with football. But as soon as my blind ass can find the outro video, we will be ending this show. And appreciate everybody that hung with us. Like and share. Everybody's gonna hate me for making it go this long, but Ali can just clip out this part. Anyway, y'all have a wonderful night. Thanks for chopping it up, Josh Allen. Good talking to you again. And Crypto and Shake, if you're still there, man, good night, guys. Fins up, everybody. I think this is the outro.